folks. It is January the 6th, 2023, first live stream of 2023, and accordingly, it came a little bit differently than I would have expected it. It was just kind of an interesting combination of things. I actually had a conversation that I wanted to talk about, and it's funny that you obviously you don't see Bougie Eric here because he had a family emergency, so we'll give him a pass on that. He may pop in at some point later on, but no, we'll see what happens as far as that's concerned. But it ended up being kind of very interesting the way this week went. It's like by the time we get to Friday, it's like, oh, it's Friday. I better put the placeholder up. I better take care of it. So we'll play it by ear tonight. I did extend out a couple of invitations to a couple of folks, so we'll definitely play that out. I will say though, as always, Paul's got the first comment on here. If I hit the like button on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook Live, and OnlyFans, does Eric pay 4 times? Wherever you hit the like button, Eric pays. Just let's make that clear off the top. And Paul, I'll tell you this. With the way this week has turned out, interestingly enough, it's been kind of funny. And it's like this might be your closest window. I don't know if you can find a potato somewhere to record on. This might be your best shot at getting some F1 propaganda in here. But I did extend out some invitations, so if anybody who I do know that has contact to me wants a link, you just let me know. Tonight might be a night where we'll play it by ear and we'll wing it a little bit. Good evening, Orlando. Matt McNeil, good evening. From a little far of a town in South Texas. Hey, we'll take all kinds. Happy New Year to all. Absolutely, Happy New Year. So a couple of interesting things. I did want to have a conversation a little bit about the whole idea of like hobby addiction because Dustin, I start with personal. Sports Card Dad now. He did rebrand it. He did do that video that made the rounds and ended up getting a lot of attention, at least for a little bit. Had some response videos to it as well, which was kind of interesting. And that was actually, it was funny that it would have been a perfect topic because Eric actually has a background in being an addiction counselor. So it was one of those things like, this is literally what you are good at. This is outside of chocolate sticks. This is something you actually know something about. It would have been perfect to have that conversation, and the fates worked against us. It would have been kind of an interesting. I did want to take a little different take on that conversation. I'll probably still talk about it for a couple of minutes just because I did want to chat about it. But at the same time, I wanted to make a video about it, and I couldn't quite find the angle that made sense because you don't want to trivialize it because it is a real thing. But at the same time, I wasn't too satisfied with the way a lot of that came up, and I did have some problems with some of it, and it's one of those things where, again, it's a good topic. That's kind of why I wanted to take advantage of the panel format, but, we'll see what happens on that one. So good evening, Baz, Ziggy, cheers, Happy New Year. Perfect. So I'll talk about it for a little bit, briefly. I'll keep it short, and if any of the invitees do pop in, then they can chime in their 2 cents, and you guys are more than welcome to in the chat as well. But I'll keep it kind of high level. I did think it was a good topic to broach, so good on Dustin for bringing up the subject itself. I do think, though, that it is important to make a little bit of a distinction that you can get addicted to pretty much anything. Collectibles is no exception to that, and certainly one can become prone to overspending. And then if you talk about things like box breaks and things like group breakers, stuff like that, and getting into that kind of thing, that can lead into the gambling side of things. Because we always talk about we've got odds on our different card boxes. Well, that's gambling effectively, and that's always been the case. Chasing after the big hit, that can become very addicting, and that's one element of it. But that isn't really what he was talking about. That's the thing. So the gambling element of breaking and all that, it's kind of obvious that you can definitely rack up big bills in that if you keep chasing after this big hit. But then on the other side of the equation, it's buying, even if you buy singles, you can still get addicted to the idea of having stuff in the mail all the time and keeping up with the Joneses. FOMO is another element of that, chasing after different, you see all these people that have all these cool cards, especially the last couple of years. There's been a lot of that. And it was very interesting. It's tough because it's one of those things where it is a very real topic, like I said, but there is a separation between you have legitimately a real issue that you've got to deal with, or that you overspent your budget. Both are important, but one is a little bit more serious, like you've got an actual issue, a real problem, and then the other one is, well, you need to redo your budget. It's a little bit different, 2 different levels of seriousness, let's put it that way. So Dave, good evening. Average Joe Card Collector, okay, hello there, good evening. The serious, good for him. Better be responsible than chasing the high addictions online. The joke, I'll get to post Breeze cards and tag him. As you should, Paul, as you should. That's all right, Maximus. It won't be too long. We'll see what happens. What do you think when you watch Justin's video now and see him pitch Drip, the best live platform breaking? Not really ironic. It's like I said, my issue with the video wasn't the topic it brought up. My issue with the video, and I'll just present it this way. This is the nicest way I can put it. That's the reason I didn't make a separate video about it, a response video about it. The best way I can put it about it is that it brought up a real topic, a good topic worthy of discussion. And I'm glad that for some people it gave them the impetus to talk about it because I do think it's a good topic, and it's worthwhile, especially if you can get kind of that panel setting. I think it's a good topic, but at the same time, I can't treat it the way that I think it was intended to be treated from the original video, when you still did the clickbait thumbnail, you still did the clickbait title, you gave the sincere tone, you still played the cartoon intro, and still did the rest of the fixins. So it's like you're almost undermining the seriousness of it. It's like you're trying to make a serious point and like chronicling part of your hobby journey, which is fine. That's a vlog kind of thing. That's perfectly okay. But at the same time, it's like, so if it's a serious topic, then treat it seriously. Why are you adding all the extra? Why did you need to? The title didn't say I overspent my budget and had to redo my budget and change how I do my buying. By the way, that wouldn't get you 10,000 clicks. That won't get you 10,000 views. But if you say, I forget exactly how it was phrased, but it basically said like, I let my family down. Well, that's a hell of a lot more dramatic. You're going to click on that, right? And you see the big dramatic thumbnail. It's like, well, I think it's a lot more about getting that extra couple of clicks. So it took a good topic and almost kind of trivialized it, because it's like, well, it wasn't really, you weren't approaching it from that way. You just said you overspent your budget, which is fine. That happens. And you're going to adjust it. Also good. Good to hear. But I didn't take it more seriously than that. That was the end of that. So like I said, you took a serious topic and then you de-serioused it with the presentation. So that's kind of the angle that I take on that. So let me see here. Yeah, it's called being a responsible adult. Nothing more, nothing less. Yeah, that's fair. Do you think he would be doing that video if he wasn't married? I don't think he would have realized necessarily the budget was an issue. Like, look, the reality is everybody has a budget. The question becomes, and I'll bring in a couple of the guys here kind of to chime in on this piece as well. So guys, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. Cool. Brad, good evening. How are you?
Hey, buddy.
Hey. Bobbles, good evening. How are you?
What is up, fellas?
Not too much, not too much. I'm just going to quickly finish a thought here, and then I'll bring you guys into conversation. It was funny because a lot of the comments in there talked about how Dustin's married. It's like, oh, the wife cracked the whip. It's like, dude, whether the wife cracked the whip or not, everybody's got a budget. And I was actually going to make a video where I wanted to talk about something similar, but the problem is, like I said, it almost undermined the seriousness of the topic the way it was presented. That's why I said, like, I'm not into it. I'm not into it if you then still play the cartoon intro, but you're trying to be very serious and somber, but then you play the cartoon intro, do the clickbait title, do the clickbait thumbnail, and it's like, well, how is this any different than any of your other videos? Other than you tried to sound a little more serious this time. But you still clickbaited. You didn't actually, it's like, I let my family down. It's like, the only reason you found out about it is because you did a budget review after the fact. Otherwise, you would have kept on spending for the next 3 or 4 or 5 months. Oh crap, I spent that much on cards? So, quick story. Just like I said, and then I want to incorporate you guys into it a little bit. So, Bubbles, I know we kind of chatted about this offline. I'm trying to separate the idea between legitimate card addiction, like something where, hey, you're overspending to the point it's causing you troubles, it's creating a real issue for you, versus, oh, you just screwed up your budget temporarily. Like that's very, very two very different connotations of seriousness. If we're being, by the way, both are things that you should keep in check, but two different levels if we're talking about that. And what I'm referring to here, and I'll use the example, the last couple of years, the sports card market did a huge, the biggest increase, of all time in such a period of time. And I, like a lot of other folks who have been in the hobby a long time, I have a budget that I kind of keep to. I know based on how much I bring in, I can usually spend this much, there's this much disposable, and I can play around with my numbers this way. This is pretty much it. I will tell you that over the last 2 years, I had that budget. I know exactly what it is, and I've blown past it for basically 2 straight years. And I did it on purpose. Why would I do that? Well, let me tell you why. I'm not a big box breaker. I don't get into group breaks. I don't do that. But why would I have blown through my budget specifically and on purpose, no less? Well, that's because over the last 2 years, because of all that money that came in and all those sales and everybody was making, people that were holding on and hoarding some stuff that I wanted for my collection, specifically the Medano collection and others, suddenly they were motivated to put the stuff on the market. Now, if you tell me, Carlos, what would have been your ideal scenario? The stuff that I got in like 2020 and 2021, I had a mail day video every single week, basically. Every week stuff was coming in. Well, that costs money. And I'm not a big reseller. So Like, so I'm not really, flipping stuff in order to, if you do that, you can make it self-sustainable. You can play into that. That's part of it too. That's a real technique that you can use. But because most of the stuff I buy is for my PC, it's money goes out most of the time. So in other words, I am going, the analogy I'll use is like being in a car and you're accelerating and you hit the red line. You can hit the red line and you can keep it on the red line, but not forever. At some point you have to take your foot off the pedal a little bit, or else you're going to damage the engine, you're going to cause bigger problems. But I put it on the red line for basically 2 years and held it for about as long as I could. Towards the end of last year, I started tailing it off. Now that doesn't mean that I'm going to stop picking up things. In fact, I picked up something the other day that's going to be a fun addition to collection. But I also am planning on going to the National. And Bobbles, you guys know this as well. Well, guess what? That's a big, very expensive vacation. That's coming out of disposable income. That's coming out of the card budget. Well, that slows me down, doesn't it? There was a big old cold water on the card budget, does it not? If I'm planning for it. And for me personally, I have a mortgage renewal coming up at the beginning of next year. So I'm already planning for that and throwing money into that. I've already planned that in advance. My goals this year were scaled back compared to the last couple of years on purpose. Some of my goals are actually really easy and relatively inexpensive to accomplish. That was not by accident. That was by design. I was thinking about this months ago. That's why Dustin video kind of struck me as like a little bit amusing. The timing of it is like, all you did was figure out, that your budget was out of whack and you weren't keeping track of it enough. That's the only thing I got out of it. Like, not to be an unsympathetic jerk, but all I got out of it is like, well, you wanted some kudos for your authenticity. You got some attention, and it worked. Compared to your normal video, you got like 4 and 5 times the views, so that's pretty good. And by the way, you did address a legitimately good topic and leave open a nice discussion that could have had. But you're not necessarily the one who should be talking about it, because you didn't really experience the topic you're talking about. You just kind of played into it, and exaggerated the impact, I guess, if the way I would put it. And that's strictly my opinion. I'm only leaving it to my opinion. Bubbles, any thoughts on this?
So the topic of addiction, it can be 100%, happening
It's real.
in this space. It happens in many spaces.
Yeah, and it's
So
real.
if you take the situation and discount a topic, like don't generalize it to sports cards or a casino or scratch off take, whatever. Addiction takes place and it does happen. The thing I don't want to like, I don't know Dustin on a personal level enough to know, did he go over budget? Was like what Web02 says there, was it a matter of too much time? Because he does mention, browsing eBay and that sort of thing. There was many different levels to what he talked about, but there's also different ways that you could look at this hobby alone and say, well, you're addicted to breaking, you're addicted to wax, you're addicted to buying singles, you're addicted to card shows, you're addicted to uh, YouTube. I mean, there's so many different things. I don't know what exactly he's coming from or what prompted the video.
Mhm.
I know he then did a follow-up, but the thing that confuses me most by him, or him, I guess, presenting it this way, is he's then followed up other videos. Like today's video he did was sponsored by ComC.
Mhm.
So he goes into talking about, mentioning that he was browsing eBay and this and that, and then goes into a sponsorship with ComC saying it's like Disney World's for sports cards or whatever. Well, that's the same thing as eBay, just a different platform.
Well, but
So
Bubbles, one quick point. That's the reason why I said, like, I'm trying to tread on it as lightly as I can. Brad knows I'm being very nice. I usually would phrase this in a much harsher way. I'm trying to be nice here, to the best of
it,
my ability. I'm holding back. But
the,
you trivialize it. The way it was presented trivialized an actual legitimate problem. Because if you, just to be clear, and I mentioned about the presentation, let me give you another element of presentation. If you legitimately believe that you have a card addiction problem or an impulse control problem, that you're overspending on something, you don't keep up a YouTube channel that talks exclusively on that topic or predominantly on that topic, and then talk about the idea that your mechanism was to reconsider your budget, fine, fair enough, and delete the app from your phone, but you can still access your account. That's like being someone who realizes they have an alcohol drinking problem, but they review alcohol on a channel. Well, I'm not going to drink anymore, not for a while, but I'm going to go to the liquor store and I'll do reviews. I'll talk about how nice the labels are. And it's like, shouldn't you be getting away from this right now? If this is a legitimate issue, should you not be getting away from it as far as you can for at least a
Well,
while?
there was I don't even, I think it might have been Dakota's video on it. There was a comment, and the person brought up, I can't remember. Apologies if it was anybody in chat, but there was a comment. I believe it was Dakota's video that said it's interesting that he comes out and presents the situation as addiction, but then says he's going to stop until the national.
Yeah.
It's like, and I don't remember the comparison they used. I think it was alcohol. They said that would be like an alcoholic saying, I'm an alcoholic, I have a problem, I'm going to stop drinking until Oktoberfest. You know, I
Yeah.
think that's the way they presented it. And
Well, that's basically
that,
what I'm implying right here. It's like you
yeah,
didn't say you were going to stop for you mentioned cold turkey, but then you also established potential timelines for you getting back on the wagon, so to speak.
right. And I mean, again, I don't know his personal level. I don't know the
I'm not,
depths
yeah, and I'm not
of,
worrying about it. I'm only speaking of what
yeah,
is presented. I'm taking everything said at face value. Just I'm taking exactly what was said, and I'm looking at it and I'm perplexed. My issue is that I'm confused. You're telling me words, and then your actions do not correspond with the presumed sincerity and severity of your words, and that's
yeah,
the
maybe
issue that I'm
not,
having.
maybe instead of presenting it as I'm addicted to this or I've caused family trauma or, you know, whatever, say, hey, look, you know, I reviewed at the end of the year my purchases throughout 2022 and realized I bought a lot of stuff and I need to slow down. So,
Mhm.
the beginning part of 2023, I want to focus less on buying and browsing. And then, you know, maybe at the national, have me a little target list or something going into there with a plan rather than, you know, present it as an addiction, because addiction is serious and it does happen. So I do get where you're coming from, maybe the trivialization of the topic of addiction
Mhm.
rather than just I bought a, you know, look, myself included. I talked about when we went to 2022 national, you know, I bought a lot of cool stuff. I got home and I looked at some of it and I was like, why did I buy this? And I
Mhm.
didn't need it. And so throughout the rest of the year, I kind of just targeted if there was something I really wanted, I picked it up, you know, but I'm having more fun right now. And this is also what confuses me with some of it on, like, there's different ways to look at it. I'm having fun right now with the player collection, the team collections, and that sort of stuff. Even small cards, you know, buying $1, $2 cards. You don't have to, and there's a lot more guilt involved when you're going out buying a 500,000, $2,000 card than there is if you're buying a $2 card that you really enjoy. So if it was a financial thing, that also confuses me why, like, uh, being apt and open to going after grails instead. If you want to still enjoy this, like, $2 cards are cool as well. So I don't know. Again, I don't know enough on a personal level
Yeah. Well,
or the full
I'm trying to
details
stay away
of
from
this
the idea of
script,
personal
but
level because I don't know the guy personally. I've chatted
right,
a couple
right.
with him a couple of times in a couple of venues, but that's again, I'm taking the video at face value. I'm evaluating the video based on the video and what's said in the video. That's it, because I can't go beyond that point. Brad, I want to bring you in as a purveyor of addiction, as someone who encourages this type of behavior. Should we be cutting dust enough?
No, I think he should have used a different word. I think when he came out and used the addict part of it, addict, like, that's a strong thing. We've all faced addictions. Well, most people have faced addictions of
It
some
has a
sort in
serious
his life.
connotation.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the only thing I do fault him on that. And, you know, I'm a big Dustin supporter. I think he does a good job at what he does. But yeah, when you're talking that, it came across like it was clickbaity, and I never usually say that, and a
Mhm.
lot of stuff is. But when I looked at it, I was generally concerned for a guy like, oh man, like I was kind of worried about him. I don't even really know him. I just know him from his YouTube videos. But I was like, oh, I know he's got a bunch of kids. Oh man. And then as the video went on, I listened to it. It was like, well, we have no debt. It was just from our extra fund money.
Yeah,
Like that all changed. It all changed the narrative of what it was. So I think,
but he
yeah,
literally said that he overspent his budget.
That's it. You know, like,
That,
and it
that,
was from money that they had anyways, so it could have been used somewhere else. But I think the point of the video, I think, Carlos, honestly, you summed it up very good when you just were analyzing the video itself.
yeah, just
Like,
the video.
just the video, nothing else to it. I think you did a great job on summing it up. It was a little all over the place, and I don't really know what the true reason why he did it was. I mean, I think he had good intent and he wanted to say, guys, because it is a good topic. Like, I deal every day with people that are addicts in the card space that
Yeah.
are buying cards on credit cards, jacking the debt, going through all
Yes.
this stuff.
And
Like,
that's real.
if you've seen the amount of orders that we have right now, not to get into anything on that side, but even I bet you I have 500 orders sitting here right now that people are just waiting to pay.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And it's a lot. And all of a sudden now it's kind of, I never thought about it. Like, I'm not worried the cards are worth more than the grading fees. Like, it's not like, but I'm trying to work with as many people as I can. And there's people like, oh man, just Christmas, you know, things are dead. All these things come out to play now, right?
Mhm.
So, but there is people that are literally addicted to this, buying box, all these breaks out there. Like, there's legit addicts. So,
And on, you know, seeing this from both angles, you know, obviously Brad and myself are bulk submitters for grading companies, you know, different companies, but people use grading not necessarily even as a collecting means or a financial selling point means. Sometimes it's an added element of the gamble to the sports card hobby is what some people, I'm not saying everybody, but there are people that actually just add in card grading as another element. Can I get that 10? Can I, you know, it's that suspense of spinning that wheel and what is it going to land on, sending the card in, what's it going to get? So
yeah,
there's
absolutely. You
people
know
that
what?
do get hooked on it just for that element of it as well.
That's a perfect thing. People don't realize, like, they think it's just the grading side. It's the ultimate gamble. Like, it's a high from gambling. It's like you get that box back. Or
Oh,
you get the great
we're back to having now we have to cut you off from cutting people off. Like, come on, man. What are you doing over there?
It's high. You know what I mean? Like, honestly,
Bubbles, he's not helping. He's not helping at all. Let me read a couple of comments. So Albert is saying, okay, so overall, you were at the World Juniors. How many games did you actually end up attending?
I went to 5. I went to 5 Canada games.
Mhm.
I gave away tickets to 2 games to a couple other people, and
Yep.
yeah, I was fortunate. We dispersed our ticket base to people that had a great time, and it was absolutely incredible. I even put it up there. I even compared it to 2003. That the Canada US game to me was more intense than the gold medal game, but you know, 10,500 people, roof blowing off. Just it was awesome. So,
Yep. Sounds fair. Big Scott made up content, I would assume. I would say clickbaity content. You know, get some attention content. Just a little bit of views in there. I don't think Dustin sells many cards. I don't think he does either. But I also, again, I don't keep too much track. I like this one though. This one's a good one, Bobbles. You can help me with this one. Can I point out when I mentioned the sponsor, Carlos didn't like? I don't like most of Ziggy's points. To be fair and consistent, I don't like most of his points about anything. But Bobbles mentions ComC Drip sponsor, and he finds time to agree. Look, Bobbles is full of sage wisdom. Come on. I love you, Carlos. I debate that piece. I can't wait to high five in person. That part I guarantee ain't happening. Hockey seemed absent at PSA Canada last night. Was he at the game with Brad? That's my suspicion. Like, I got questions. Luke and I had a nice little chat, but I didn't see any hockey. So I'm thinking, Brad, did you figure out who hockey is?
No, we have no idea. The elusive hockey continues.
All right. I can stop anytime I want. I just can't control what I want yet. Fair, Carlisle. I get it. I agree. You need to remain focused on your collection goals and avoid hype. Well, easier said than done. A lot of people really can't. But let's go here. I like this one. I think Dustin. Dustin understands cards until recently. I've never seen him sell or mention a story of selling. The second part is true. The first part, some people in this comment, I could argue, also don't understand cards until recently.
The sell thing he has sold, and he has mentioned it.
Which things are?
I don't know what it was or how much, but he sold some stuff to, I believe, Card Collector 2 at the National. That's how he bought that Luca and stuff at the National. He had mentioned that somewhere in a video. I don't know if it was a recap or what it was, but
yeah, I didn't really catch it. Yeah, Big Shot views. Yes, I agree with that. So let me scroll through. I heard Vince McMahon is coming back to the B. I'll be honest with you. I wish that this wasn't a sports card channel when it comes to this. This I'm enjoying. This Palace coup fascinates me. I'm thrilled beyond measure to pay attention to this. I want to seek more out of it. By the way, Logan Paul is also having some fun right now with his NFT project, and getting dragged. And I'm like sitting there like, this is good proper drama. This is good proper scandalous palace intrigue. And I'm like, it's Porsches. What do I got? This? This is all you could offer me? Oh man, lame. If a card goes up 3x, you might want to sell it, unless it's ultra rare. You can buy it back for cheaper. Yeah, that's the Neo. You can buy it back, and that is true. Historically, it's been true. I can't talk a moment, but I want to let you guys know you're all doing a good job with this serious subject. Wish I was there for the combo. Yep, no, all good. So I mentioned earlier, Eric is having a family emergency right now that he's taking care of, so that's why he's not on here right now. So best of luck. Hopefully things work out well.
Get the
But at the
fam
same-
taken care of.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, take care of business. Like I said, he's exempted. If he's able to join in later, great. If he's not, that's completely fine. We'll all be good. Carlos, I know you collect Favre. Any Rodgers, and what's your prediction on Packers Lions? I've collected a little bit of Rodgers. Rodgers just makes it hard to enjoy what he does, and honestly, I think his stuff is overpriced. Like he is a great player, but I sit there and I'm like, okay, look, Brett Favre's a jackass. He 100% is, but he was a great player in his day, and he was the leader in yards and touchdowns when he retired. So all things considered, you can get some nice cards for him pretty cheap, relatively speaking. So for me, that's been a lot more fun to pursue that avenue. Rodgers still has stuff being made today, but as a player, he just doesn't make it a lot of fun. And at the same time, so my prediction for Packers Lions, at this point, I think the Packers should win, but they've been known to let down. Like their destiny is entirely in their hands. They should win. But my point here was 3 or 4 weeks ago, I'm like, do you really want to sneak into the playoffs though? Because I don't really have a lot of confidence in you doing anything when you get there. So is there any point to running? And by the way, they needed circumstances to fall in their favor to get to the stage. They needed other teams to help them. So it's like, so you ran the table, things fell in your favor, and does that mean just a one and done when you get to actually play a real playoff team? That's kind of what I'm seeing for this team. And I'm like, against the Lions, probably, but I just don't know if in the end they didn't get hurt more by this than if they had just let it go and let Jordan Love either be good or suck, figure out what you have, and then figure out what you're going to do next season. That's what concerns me. I genuinely don't know. Let's see here. Yeah, Carlos, we're like, no, Orlando's smart. We like him. I would love to enjoy a conversation with you. Not going to happen. And the fact you have burners should say what your problem is. Just rebrand for the 542nd time. That's a burner in itself. Yes. Yes. The feeling I get when I see my tag rating box in the mail, it's indescribable. I have no doubt. I too am a big advocate. Listen, I got my cards order coming in, and I got myself a fine luxury coaster. I can't wait for y'all to see it. It's very exciting. It's going to be amazing. I bet my drink will fit right on top of it beautifully. It'll be incredible. It's see-through. You guys are going to love it. It's great.
So back to the topic that we started out with. I want to discuss something real quick, and I don't believe this person watches the channel, so they're not going to hear it. And I'm letting it slide. I didn't mention it in the video I uploaded before I got on here or anything, but since it ties into the topic, I had someone that felt the need to message me on Facebook at 2:00 in the morning last night. And then proceeded to try to call me at 3:46 in the morning on Facebook Messenger. And the reason that they were messaging and trying to call me was to tell me that they watched my YouTube channel. They were watching my most recent YouTube videos, and I had talked about. I went out to the Goodwill that's right up the street from where I live, and I was like, this thrifting thing's kind of fun. You know, you go in, you have no clue what's in the store, you look around, and it's fun to hunt, right? Part of sports cards is a hunt. You know, when you go to a show, you're hunting for pickups or what have you.
This is all a long punchline to his crippling addiction to money. Bobble's insatiable greed that cannot be
This
constrained.
person said that I have an addiction problem. Now, I guess that's the theme of 2023, and that's the reason why I'm bringing that up right here.
Yep.
They said I'm addicted to money, and I'm blaming the hobby. Now, first and foremost, I wish I had
By the
enough
way,
money.
don't stop. Keep telling your story. But as you're doing that, I'm going to do something. Please continue.
I just wish I had enough money to be addicted to it, right? I mean, I don't even know where this thought comes from. Another reason I'm, past the year mark of doing cards and that sort of stuff full time. So, like, I need to look for ways to create revenue, if that makes sense. And if I can go pick up an item for $2 and sell it the next day for 30, then that's supporting my family. That's not me being addicted to money. And it's also me having
Paul's right on
fun
this.
while I'm doing
Bobbles,
it.
you way overthink this. I literally, in your shoes, if I had gotten that message, I would have deleted it and I wouldn't have given it a second thought.
Oh, I blocked them and removed them from the
But you're
Facebook.
talking about it now.
But because the theme of 2023, we are 6 days in and there's been multiple videos and now someone messaging me in the middle of the night.
I like this response.
No, Carla, wasn't.
Just
the
saying.
thing
I think
is,
I think it's a valid question that he's asking. It's important.
it just blew my mind that somebody could piece these things together to just come out and tell me that I am addicted and addicted to money at that. Like, hey, if it's providing for my family, I'll be addicted to it to no end. So there we have it, fellas. I'm admitting it now. I have an addiction problem and I'm addicted to money. So there we go.
I don't know. I
It never
kind of
fails.
was I kind of was appreciating his addiction to money there, Brad. But any thoughts on this? I'm kind of enjoying it. By the way, two good comments. So first, we got old Justin. He's back in 2023. Justin, happy New Year. I like baubles and ball cards or baubles and cash flows. Valid. I think that's a good point. He's making a good point. We're getting some good comments on this one. I like it. Brad, please.
Yeah, I just put it in the back burner, forget about him. I agree. And I know, but I know it's hard. Some things are hard to do, but I think I've learned a long time ago, I don't exist on social media. I come on here as Friday nights and have personal fun, and we do a little bit, but just being in the hospitality and the restaurant and nightclub business, my entire adult life, I just realized, don't read reviews. Just people just put it behind.
This blew my mind that somebody actually, it wasn't even the messages that bothered me. It was that somebody actually tried to call me at 3:46 in the morning.
Right.
But then I think the biggest rub of it all, it wasn't that like what they said or anything. It was the fact that this person doesn't even know me and they're trying to tell me like what my problem is. And so I blocked them and I removed them from the group. I made a simple post in the Facebook group telling people, look, we keep an open line of communication, but please don't call me in the middle of the night. I do expect a little bit of respect out there,
Unless it's about Jason Robertson, in which case you'll field calls 24/7.
Yeah.
I just brought it up because of the addiction link kind of thing, and it was funny. So my motto for 2023 is to ignore ignorance. So
yeah, that's why I say, like, look, we talked about it earlier tonight, and like I said, I'll bring back this comment here. So Orlando, just be aware of this. I will never disagree. I keep Ziggy always gets obsessed with getting blocked. That's one of his great joys of his life. But I'm going to remind, in 2023, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. But Ziggy is not blocked. Because as long as he behaves himself in the chat, I have no reason to block him. But the fact he has a burner should explain to you what kind of person he is. He will talk all nice here. I've seen Ziggy talk a lot of crap. I wouldn't trust him as far as you can throw him. That's why I would never high-five the man. That's why I have no interest in having a conversation with him.
I have a serious question.
About not high-fiving Ziggy? He might be diseased.
No, about burners. How do people remember all the damn passwords? Y'all know me.
As Ziggy, he's got like 50 burners.
How in the
Ask
hell
Ziggy directly.
Ziggy, if you're still in the chat, how do you
keep track of all the
passwords?
Yeah. I think it's a valid question. I have 2 accounts.
Y'all know I keep tabs open because I'm afraid I'm going to forget what the web address is.
Well, that's an entirely different problem. That's a completely different issue.
There's no way in hell I could have burners on YouTube.
Yep. So Card Vibe says, ball cards, I like that. Videos like treasure hunting. I used the garage sales with my mother and I hated it then. Now it's nostalgic and fun. There you go. Big Scott is also addicted to money. I think that's what that one was referring to. Correct me if I'm wrong, Big Scott. Justin says, don't take it personal, Bobbles. Yep. Amen. Bobbles, you have great information, provide good insight, and SGC group submission and selling. Keep it up in 2023 and you'll outlast. Ziggy's info is useless. Facts. That guy's addicted to substances. Was
I
addicted
think
to
Paul
substances.
is right. I think the guy that did that was either drunk or on something. So I think Paul is in the right neighborhood.
Yeah. Yeah. Orlando says, I'm old, don't even know about burners. That's fair. Now, I will say one thing, though. Like I said, what I will advise, and I know Orlando has started up his YouTube channel. We talked about it. We talked about his YouTube channel. And by the way, I do recommend you folks check it out, Collector's Dream here, because Orlando has a great collection. Wonderful stories to share about a lot of stuff. He goes to card shops and checks it out. So I do recommend for you to check it out. But I will say, since Orlando, you're relatively new to the YouTube thing, a lot of people will talk a lot of nice things about you. I don't think you're going to have the issue because I invite some of it. With kind of the way that I do my thing. Let's be fair. Look, I'll call a spade a spade. I invite some of it. But I know a few people that hang around here for a couple of years. They're super nice until you say something they don't like, and then they'll talk crap all over the place. Some of the people that you were agreeing with tonight fall into this category. Just letting you know. And if you have any questions about that, feel free to reach out, and I'll be happy to tell you stories. Do people know you are the ball cards and your wife is Bobbles? That's true. That is the distinction that most people don't get. It's like we call you Bobbles just because it makes the most sense, but it is true.
Right.
Mrs. Bobbles is the Bobbles in Bobbles and Ball Cards.
Yep. I have a couple, but she is the bobblehead collector. Her name is Becky, so it actually fit in. If y'all don't know, my name's Brandon. Hers is Becky. She loves bobbleheads, and then she also collects cards and stuff too. But yeah, we thought the name would coincide with both of our first names starting with B, and it worked. You know, she does bobbleheads. I like the cards, so bobbles and ball cards. He is 100%. And I'm glad I met you at Chantilly. That's cool. It's crossed over to Carlos's channel now, and somebody I've met. So
now you got to be careful though. You got to be careful though
Nash-
because we already talked about Ziggy's switch to his burner. So how do we know Card Vibe isn't Ziggy? Could be a Trojan horse. Just look, it's like the Hockey 99 thing. We don't know who Hockey 99 is. Just saying.
That's true.
If somebody's really nice, I get suspicious. Brad, I get really suspicious when someone's nice. I like when people operate in that middle ground. That's a little more comfortable with me. Wait a minute, you're being too nice. I'm watching you.
And I have met Ziggy. For those that don't know, Ziggy doesn't live. I don't know where he lives now. He wasn't too far from me. So I have met him a couple times at Chantilly and elsewhere around the areas.
And your impressions of him are that he's a great collector and very sincere about the hobby, yes?
He has Ziggy takes. He says that I am. What was the word he used? He
Addicted
says
to
I
money?
am aggressive with him.
Okay. I thought addicted to money is what you were going with. There you go. Definitely not Ziggy. Fair enough. Look, I'll take you at your word. I'll take you at your word for now. We'll go with it. Sounds good, Drew. Have yourself a... Thanks for joining it. So Average Joe Card Collector here says, Carlos, is ship my cards worth doing, even for one large purchase or the fees high? So it's not bad. I feel like it might be time to do an updated version of it. I use it quite a bit. Again, if you're international, the value is there. Reason being that it gives you a US-based address for US-based eBay sellers. Then it opens up a lot of options. Really high level. It's like having a post office box available. Like just there. And you can let things consolidate for a bit. Like I've got about 30 different auction lots over the past month or two that all got consolidated, and I'm having them shipped in one shot. And because I'm having them shipped in one shot, I'm not paying shipping over and over and over and over and over again. And international shipping would be off the charts. The cost of me shipping this consolidated thing is less in a lot of cases than some of the higher end stuff that I'm going to have shipped. And you can control how much insurance you put on it. You can control what the customs fee is going to be a little bit because you can put the declared value. Now, you got to be careful because if you don't insure it enough and something bad happens, it happens. But you do have some control over it, so that's good. But I'm just letting you know that's for me, the answer is yes. I've gotten a lot of value out of it. But I might be time to do an updated video to talk about it a little bit more in 2023 and what that looks like today. But thank you for reminding me because I think that's a video I need to make. But for me, the answer has been yes. If you have any other questions, feel free to send a message to the Instagram, and I'll let you know. I'll tell you what I can. Someone who cleaned out the work 6 to 8 a.m. voicemails. You can dread the 2 a.m. voice call. Say, hey, let's get excited. Yeah, that's right. Wes says, I call Bobbles all kinds of names. True.
That is facts.
Wes says his wife is cool. There you go. Another plus for Mrs. Bobbles. How do we know Reckling is Ziggy? They're both insane. But the consistency by which he advocates for the Michael Jackson thing, though, I don't think Ziggy could sustain it. Not for that amount of time. He would have given up on it by now and renamed himself 14 times. I don't think so. Hockey 99 is the man. Interesting there, Justin. Interesting. Yep, so we covered that one. He goes, now you understand why I hate Brad. He is too nice and I don't trust him. Might be valid. Might be a fair point.
Oh, Eric.
Or is it because he uses burners to hit the like button 10 times over? True. True. 2 words for you. Heave away. I like
Some
it.
people, I like that. That was a good call by Sherry down there.
I appreciate it, Jerry. Good evening.
So could you guys, I should ask this question. Have you,
Sure.
I'm assuming I watched 2 Canada games at home, but I don't remember. Can you guys hear the heave away? Like the song Heave Away that went along with Canada?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, Brad, and I've been very transparent about this. I
You do?
never watched the World Juniors.
Really?
I genuinely don't care. Like,
Oh.
not even a little bit. I've never pretended. Not even for a second.
Out of nowhere has come Sherry, and
I was
she's
gonna
not
say.
happy with you right now. Right?
Yeah,
Look.
I accept this. I have I think I've watched a handful of World Junior games in the history of my life. I just don't care at all.
Yeah, hey, you know what? Everyone's got their thing. Baubles, to put it in perspective, the World Junior Hockey Tournament is my #1 event in all events I've ever been to.
And it's huge, by the way. Like in Canada, it's a huge event. Like because you got the Boxing Day game usually. Like it's huge. It's huge.
Yeah. And it's the
Big
kids that you get to see on a pure level, right? But it's like World Series, Super Bowl, you name it. I enjoy the World Juniors more than anything. So
I seen the highlight last night of Shane Wright's goal. I could have swore he already had like cards and everything, and I was like, why is he playing in that game? But it looks like he doesn't have the Young Guns or anything yet. I don't even know how I had heard of his name before, but that was a pretty
if you're in
slick
World
goal he
Juniors,
had.
if you're in World Juniors, you wouldn't have any cards yet because you have to play in the NHL. And I think at that point you're disqualified. Yeah, you can't play.
That's why I was confused because I was like, I'd heard his name. Like,
no,
Shane,
you can play
Shane Wright.
So you can still play in the NHL, but they held Shane Wright back because they he's going to be for Series 2. So the NHL loaned. There was 3 players on Team Canada that all play in the NHL, but now Shane Wright's not going back to Seattle. He's actually got sent back to his junior team, which I think is great for him. He needs some more. He needs a little bit of. He needs some more confidence, I guess you could say. He's a talented kid that was like the superstar all his life, and then his last year junior before the draft, and then at the draft he was supposed to go 1. He slipped to whatever number he slipped to, and he. I hope that this brings him around because he's a hardworking guy, but he's not the talent, from my opinion. Watching him, he's not the talent that everyone projected him to be. So it'll be an interesting ride for Shane Wright. But I mean, he put his heart on he was the captain of the team, and he did everything he possibly could do. I just think he isn't as talented as
with the
projected.
With that thought there, and you mentioned the pressure put on him because of, and I think it almost could translate over to baseball too when they're prospecting these young kids and everything. Would you say that some of this media attention and the pressure added to some of these kids at a young age is actually affecting them more? And for the card side of it, like if you wanted to pick up on somebody, that's under the radar that may perform better, be one of the guys that not so much talked about because they don't have so much pressure, because Lafreniere was supposed to be freaking amazing too, and he's not done much of anything. So
I still got a little bit of faith in Lafreniere. I think he'll get, once he gets out of New York, I think he has to go. He just didn't. Small French Canadian from a small town in Quebec, goes to New York during the pandemic, didn't really adjust to it. Gerard Gallant is the coach there. Obviously, he doesn't see eye to eye with them. And Gerard Gallant, he coached against me when I was young, and he's a hard ass. Like he's a tough guy. Either he's going to like you or he's not going to like you. So you can see he needs a new environment. He's got to move out of there.
I'm surprised at that team because they have a lot of young, talented players on that Rangers team. So I thought they would be great to come up and get better together. And
the thing though is it depends. Like being on a good team can work both ways. If you're on a great team, maybe if you're not playing up to the level expected quickly enough, you don't get enough ice time. Like, and I'll use an analogy back in the old days, Dallas Stars, when Jamie Benn was still a young rookie and still starting up. He came up. His rookie year was the last year Medina was on the team before he did the 1 year in Detroit. But he was like, it ended up being a bit of a handoff indirectly. It wasn't expected right away, but he had talent, and they thought maybe he could be good. Well, a couple of years into his career, they took the opportunity to send him because Dallas at that point was rebuilding. They were not the powerhouse team anymore. That team was done. But what they did is they took advantage. They sent him to the AHL for the playoffs, specifically for the playoffs. And he had a great playoff run with that Texas Star team, getting a chance to play in meaningful games for that Texas Star team. I got a chance to watch him actually play live as part of that Texas Star AHL thing. Still professional hockey. You're playing against other guys who are trying to get into the league as well, so they're playing hard. And that helped him. That helped his development. That allowed him to then come back and be a better player. And eventually he would go on to win a scoring title. He had some scoring touch. He's recovered some of it this season, which has been the joke, the Renaissance thing that you and myself kind of enjoy, the fun. But he was allowed to have that extra development time. This is after he had already started in the NHL. The potential was there. They thought, this kid could be good. But that helped. It was good to get him that opportunity. It's like, that's why I say, like, the example that Brad's using. The problem is Lafreniere was thrown in kind of the deep end. So it's like, all right, sink or swim. Not everybody is capable of swimming.
Mm-hmm.
And even,
Right.
like I said, Sidney Crosby, one of Brad's guys that he enjoys. Well, Sidney Crosby got to have Mario Lemieux. He got to live in Mario Lemieux's house. Like Mario Lemieux literally took him under his wing. He goes, I was a young guy who was touted as the savior. I can help you. And he did. And he gave him we don't even know how much sage advice he got handed over, and like they really directed him. Well, that kind of helps, doesn't it? Having somebody who knows
That could
exactly
be
what you're
part
going
of the
through.
Rangers' problem too.
Yeah,
'cause
like you don't
what
have
is the
anybody.
leader Mika Zibanejad.
Yeah, you don't have anybody
nice
equivalent.
guy, but
Yeah, but you don't have anybody equivalent that can go in and step in and go, hey, don't worry about it. I'll tell you what to do. I'll tell you where to go. I'll tell you what to eat. We'll train together. We'll do all this stuff. And by the time we're done, you'll be fine.
yeah.
And then that Penguins team came of age perfectly. Malkin showed up, and then they had suddenly had all this talent. But Crosby had also been groomed perfectly. Like they had moved all the steps. So he was allowed to be protected a little bit. And then when the time came, all right, take the training wheels off. Go do the thing.
Yeah.
And now he's fine.
Yeah, no, it's true. And you need that. And especially, I mean, some players don't, but some players do.
Yeah.
And you look at that talent now, like if you ask me my opinion on Connor Bedard, generational talent. Like no offensively, but defense. Every time he's on the ice, he's a defensive liability. But he's a 17-year-old kid playing against 19-year-olds too, predominantly in this World Juniors.
Yeah.
But he is absolutely generational talent. Like no question asked. He's cut offensively. He's age 17 to 19, the best player in the world by far. Like the way he sees the ice, the way he shoots the puck, the way he carries himself, but he is a major defensive liability. But that's what it's going to be. He's there to score goals, right? So it's pretty intense. But you guys got a Dallas guy coming, Bobbles. This kid is unbelievable. Logan Stankoven is his name. He was drafted last year, second round. He's a little guy. He played with Bedard on this. He is going to be a great NHL player. Like I can see.
Do you have enough bandwidth to pump two players at the same time, or you're going to have to like?
I'll pump the whole
duty
team. This is Team Canada. This is my time. I'll pump the whole team right now.
All right, real quick, Bobbles. Before you respond, hold on. Before you respond, let me read a couple of these comments. There's a couple of good ones I want to touch on. So Carlisle here says, "Where did Brad get the shells behind him? Are they modular, custom? They look like it'd be great for collectibles." So the shells behind you.
Yeah, those are on IKEA.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. I kind of figured, but I wasn't 100%. I figured it'd be good to ask.
I got them all in a bit. They go in a big circle all the way around the office, and they're IKEA, and they're absolutely perfect.
Nice. Eric here is being very bitter and grumpy. Hashtag on brand. So we do appreciate that. Card Vibe says, which team or teams do you think it hurts by the NFL canceling this game? There are a lot of implications. I actually didn't get a chance. I wanted to watch a video. There was somebody who did like a little breakdown. There's a lot of moving parts. It was a big deal. I understand why they did it, and I don't disagree with them canceling the game. I don't think it's fair for the two teams to try to trot out and then mess around with the schedules and everybody have to rework a bunch of stuff. Look, you could do it, and it does mess up certain things. It makes it complicated. But at the same time, I think it would have been very hard to ask them to go, hey, reset and play out the rest of the game. Like from the time you stop, just play from there, restart. It's not like baseball or a couple of the other sports where you're playing every game, every day or every other day, where you can be like, because baseball literally does this. You can have a game stop in the third inning, and if you decide you're going to finish the game, you literally start from the third inning. It's like, all right, we got a runner on second, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. We can literally just reset the conditions and put the people in the different positions, and there you go. But I think that's unfortunately in football you can't be like, okay, it's third down and we're on this spot and we're just gonna, don't worry everybody, warm up, restart. We're gonna restart right from the spot with the same score. It'd be a little complicated. Jay Candu says, do you think the 50 million cards graded between the 4 main companies, the 2023 market can sustain that at current grading prices at ROI for flippers? No. I think we got through the backlog, so that's going to take a chunk off. The price point right now doesn't lend itself out to sending big stacks, but people will still send in stuff to grade. There is still stuff that people can send in to grade, and Brad has experienced this firsthand. People are still sending stuff in. And the Pokemon and the TCGs have done very well. They're very strong. I know we talked a little bit with Kevin and that stuff. Like they've gotten a lot of stuff in for that. And the TCG was really strong this year. So it wouldn't shock me if that, I don't think they care as much necessarily about getting, $10 grading or whatever. Now, would it help? Sure. It certainly would offer certain bulk thing. And we're still not discounting the possibility of seasonal specials. You could still have a monthly special for this category or that category or set registry or whatever. So that's still in play. Hockey has that talent aspect. Yep. Thoughts on COVID stunning player development the last 2 years? Rewrite left for A. It definitely hurts. But again, if you have the right infrastructure, you could still have made it work. Mm-hmm. I gave that Crosby example. If Crosby had left to his own devices, he might have been further behind than he ended up being. By the time he was allowed to take the training wheels off, he was in much better shape for his experience dealing with Mario Lemieux, who knew what that was and knew exactly, step by step, how to get him where he needed to go. And it's paid dividends to this day. Hopefully Bedard grows a little bit more. So fair enough, Albert. A lot of 18-year-olds need half a season in the AHL. It wouldn't hurt for a lot of those guys. No doubt. It wouldn't hurt. Lemieux was a bad boy in 86. Yeah, the good part is that Crosby wasn't dealing with Lemieux in 86. He was dealing with Lemieux in the early 2000s when he was a little bit more seasoned by that point. But that's true. Reminds me of Michael Jordan taking LaMelo Ball on his wing. Exactly the same thing. Precisely the same thing. Bedard has special hands and sees the ice like Gretzky. He also likes to creep hang. There you go.
That's 100% true.
Hey, listen, you got to do what you got to do, man. Bengals voted against it. I assume they lost. Probably yes. Green Cardboard, absolutely. Good evening. Global Sports Card Investor, good evening. NFL cancellation affected billions in fantasy payouts and championships. Yes, they did. They probably also voted against it. Good evening, Steven. Absolutely. Thoughts on Trevor Zegras from the Ducks? That's very specific. All yours, Brad or Bobbles, if you want to take that.
Oh, Zegras is incredible. He's Bobbles.
There you go.
He's a shithead.
So you're saying he's no Jason Robertson is what you're trying to tell me?
No. So the last game, it was Ducks versus Stars. The Ducks are one of the worst teams in the league this year. Stars are one of the highest scoring, better teams in the league this year. And somehow the Ducks shut him out. But Zegras made a crap play pushing Wyatt Johnston up at the boards and everything. He goes to get up. He pushes him down again. And then the little asshole takes his stick and goes to use Johnston's stick. And Wyatt, smart enough for a young kid, goes to the ref and is like, hey, he's using an illegal stick. He took my stick. And so he got sent to the penalty box. It was just a poor play, poor sportsmanship there. And I know hockey, they fight. And
Brad,
all
this
that,
is
but
so
that
much
was
fun
just
for me.
Crap.
This is so much fun for me because Bobbles being a born-again hockey fan means he comes in with the zeal and it's like, I'm a Stars fan going back to the early 90s, but I'm super casual at this point. Like, I don't even pretend. Half the time, I don't know who's on the roster. Like, I have no idea. Now, you asked me about the 98-99 team. We'll go to Benoit Hogue, Richard Madvichuk. We'll go all the way down that line. Don't even worry about it. But it's like, nah, current team is like, I think there's a Jason Robertson guy. I may have heard of him before at some point. I like Ottinger. He's good. I enjoy him. Sagan is a little bit overpaid, way overpaid. He was good. He was. But
I'm not going to pump him, but I'm going to tell you somebody else that's really playing good and he's still young is Rupe Hintz.
I like him too. He has a ton of skill. He's very good.
And Miro Heiskanen, he's pretty good for a defensive guy. The kid that I'm not liking though, and that's what I was going to get to before you went to the comments.
Yeah.
Frederick Olofsson, they've allowed him to start playing and everything, and oh Lord, he's 26 years old, young kid. I think he's a rookie, and it's like every time the puck hits his stick, he's trying to shoot it, and he screws plays up so badly because he's so gung ho to shoot the damn puck. They're terrible shots, and I'm just like getting his ass off the ice because it's just terrible. So
I
do
love,
not
I
like
love
him.
for a new like hockey fan per se. I love your passion.
But that's why I said, Brad, right now you're getting the born again. The born again is so much more fun. Like they come in like hardcore. They're like, it's like, guys, as it says right here, it's like, okay, calm down. I get it.
Hey, listen, the last two games started at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. So, they were late, and I stayed up watching the whole game. And sadly, they freaking lost both of them. So it was the first time since December 4th they had lost back-to-back games in
Bobbles
regulation.
has got all the numbers. He's got all the stats, man. Like if I need to know
watch
what's
all
going on
the
with the Stars,
games,
I
dude.
just ask Bobbles. I just ask Bobbles what's going on.
Yeah, I watch the missus watches all the Kraken games. So yeah, we've been loving it.
There you go. Good to hear. It's difficult to sell any collectibles at the moment. I think Global Sports Card Investor, it depends on what you're trying to sell and what the price point is. Like I have stuff that I've had no problem selling. Like honestly. Now again, I've said already, I don't do a ton of flipping. There's stuff that I'll put up on eBay where I know the price is too high, where it's kind of like I'll field offers. If I get a number that makes me happy that I'm good with, fine. If I don't care. It just renews basically for free for me. I don't care. There's other items though that I price to move, and stuff that I price to move tends to move. Funny how that works. It's like if I price it appropriately, it moves. I just look at where things going right now, where the price point. I just put it right at about that level right there. No issue. I sold a couple of cards the last couple of weeks, and I didn't really do anything. I just made the listing, and it's like, hey, here's you received payment. Okay, great. Where am I shipping it? Done.
I've sold 58 cards so far in 2023. But just for folks wondering, like price points, my average sale price is $10.27. So the low end stuff is really moving, and people are buying cards. So
I agree with you, Bobbles. If you price stuff, same thing, Carlos. If you price stuff at market value, we are selling stuff like absolutely crazy.
I agree. Yeah, like people are willing. Like if you're not trying to gouge them for every last penny, if you have some flexibility in your pricing, people will work with you on this. Like they will. And it is a buyer's market. Like you have some flexibility. Again, you can. I think some people though are really used to. So it's both sides. I'll hear some people that say, "Oh man, these guys are being unreasonable." It's like, well, what are you offering? Are you offering like 10% of market value? Because if so, then they have a right to say to kick rocks. That you're not negotiating honestly. If you're being reasonable and you're right in line with like the current reality, I think that's reasonable. I think that's fine. But it depends on what you're doing. So Bravo's Journey, good evening. Good evening, Michael Ham. Jack Hughes is much watched too. And you should buy some Jack Hughes there, Paul.
I love that Paul is getting into hockey.
Jack Hughes.
I do love this.
Paul, you want to. Go hit up that Jack Hughes.
He's a hell of a talent too.
Yeah. Sean, finishing an episode of Ozark. Sounds fair, Sean. Thank you for popping in a comment. Bob's new nickname is Preacher of the Puck. I know. He's going for it, buddy. He's going for it. My fantasy split winnings, 50-50 between first and second place. The decision was made before the game was officially canceled. It was a 4-point difference. Interesting. Our league stuck with results as is. Yahoo took away all player fantasy points for the first quarter. Look, I think it's interesting the different kind of calls that you have to do. So it's like, So it's tough. Like if you again, there was a more serious matter at the hand. Like Bobbles was doing his live stream, and I was with him on the live stream when that happened. And it was tricky because it's like, all right, so how do you follow up with it? It's like, it's not easy. Like, because at that moment it was a very serious situation. Over the course of the week, it's gotten better. So the news has been good. It's been encouraging. So I think we'll see. We're not completely in the clear on that stuff, but it's gotten better. Things are moving in the right direction, and hopefully the young guy recovers and everything's good. But continuing the game was never. I don't think ever even a real discussion. Any reasonable person is like, you can't ask the players to reset. They're not going to be able to reset and go and trot out and play the game. The crowd wouldn't be into it if you found out exactly what was going on. Like at that point, you had already, the way I phrased it is you had already wrecked the competitive aspect of that game. You had already made it so that even if you played it out, you're getting like half-ass effort, half speed, anything else. It's like if you're talking about integrity of the game, that game almost wouldn't have counted anyway. So
Well, and
there's no point in trying to continue.
besides the emotional factor that of everything that was involved, to get ready for a football game, really any sport, to get ready for a football game, it's not like just turning the switch on.
Yeah.
They go in for halftime, but if it was like 2 hours or something like that, and then they're like, "Hey, go back out there," it's not easy to get those guys, physically ramped back up and capable of going back out there without potentially risking other injuries. And then you're dumb going into the playoffs with potentially one of your key guys hurt.
For sure. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like there were more risks at playing at half speed without all your focus into it. The potential. Look, I'm being completely serious. The potential for more injuries would have been substantially greater because everybody's a little bit distracted. Somebody makes, and it doesn't have to be as serious.
Yep.
And somebody doesn't have to be as serious as the situation, but somebody could twist a knee, because they're not running right. A tackle lands the wrong way. Somebody lands on somebody else, and not everybody's paying attention to it. It's like no way. At that point, it was like it wouldn't have worked out well. I don't think. I did hear about this. Devers signing for 11 years. I really don't like those long 10-year plus contracts. They make me uncomfortable because there's so many things that can go wrong. But Devers is a great player. Like, he's a great player. It's just 10, 11, 12 years plus. It's like, it's kind of tricky. I don't know, man. Bobbles, do you mainly buy in or auction? Which is your preferred method?
100% buy it now, unless it is something I just don't know, like even what to possibly price it at. And I do not, very, 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 very rarely will I add best offer. If it's a best offer, it's because I have the item likely priced high. The only time, if somebody messages me and say, "Hey, will you take this?" and it's reasonable, I'll work with them. But I just do straight look and see what the sales are, list it for buy it now, let it go.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think that's fair. So Bravos here says, when is Paul hitting up the live with you guys? That's always been up to Paul. I would say I would certainly entertain it. I think it'd be kind of fun to have Paul. Not all the time because Paul's got interesting takes. But I think it would be fun from time to time. And I'd even let him show one of his not a real sport, motorsports thing. It's a fake sport. It's not a real sport. Look, we already talked about this. It's only a real sport when they carry the tire across the fucking finish line for a mile. I have rules. Daytona 500? No, Daytona 499. You grab the wheel and carry it for the last mile. Do something athletic. Get out of the goddamn cars doing the work for you. Don't lie to the people. Don't lie to the people. It might be a little different vibe this week with the show, but don't worry. Carlos will bring the energy for that one. I got plenty of energy to bring for that one. Brad, I am in mid-season form when it comes to my motorsports takes.
I love it.
Mid-season form. Get into hockey. The Devils just sucked for years, so it was quiet about it. Yeah, like the Devils haven't been good, and they were a good team for a long time. Now it helped.
I'm just glad he's like getting in the conversation. I enjoy Paul's urgency for Jack Hughes.
They've got a great young team if they can keep things together there. And I had more hopes for them when Michael Rubin owned them, and now that he gave up his own ownership of the Devils, that was always one of the things that I said he could control from a sports marketing. Jack Hughes, Nico Hischier, these young guys. Mm-hmm. If you're the owner of Fanatics owns your team, and there was a deal at some point with Upper Deck or whatever, blah blah blah, you could really market these two young kids, and then he goes and gets into gambling and sells his interest in all the teams. There goes that idea.
Right. Have fun at the poker night. You better win something. Win, and then you can buy those Jack Hughes. Think about it.
Yeah. You want the future watch, Paul. Inscribed. Future watch inscribed.
Nice. Well, no, I told you now. Bobbles is pure pro. He got his Jason Robertson future watch, and now he's good to go. He needs one more, and then he can start pumping it to the moon.
I haven't even showed that yet.
Like, now's your chance. Now's your opportunity. Go ahead.
I got it.
He put in his own custom case, by the way. By the way, check out the side of the slab there with the little gas pump.
I like it.
It's all hashtag on brand. Yeah, Justin, it's a no-go in that football game. Agreed. Would have been played like a Pro Bowl game. Yeah. If you had asked the players, they would have been going through the motions. It would have been just like, yeah, just get to the end. Honestly, it would have been like, kneel, run the clock, kneel, run the clock. It wouldn't have been that's why I say, like, it wouldn't have been competitive. There would have been no point, like, I don't think it would have made the fantasy people feel any better. Like, it would have been like everybody would have been half-assed. Just get to the end. Get to the end of the clock. When Bubbles does a follow-up interview, is it called a rematch? It would be, but I don't know if he's going to get a follow-up interview. Just throwing it
There
out
was
there.
a comment on my video today, and I wanted to reply to the person, and the video disappeared, or the comment disappeared. So I don't know.
Jay Lee should have used a different burner. I mean, allegedly. Sorry.
I don't know what happened to it. I went to reply and it was gone. It kind of made me sad. I had a good reply I queued up.
Yeah, in Orlando, my team, the Panthers, lose every year to Lightning. Yes. Unfortunately, the Panthers had that one run, and that's been kind of it for the Panthers.
You know what's crazy, too? Look, from the Panthers traded to Montreal last year. Yeah, it was last year for Ben Sherratt. When they were putting that little push on in the playoffs, They traded their first-round pick this year. Not even thinking the Panthers were projected to be a top team in the NHL, and Bobrovsky, they're kind of, they're shitting the bed right now, to put it bluntly. It sucks for them. But potentially, you have your every 10-year generational player, Bedard. Bedard could have been traded for Ben Sherratt, which will go down. And us hockey guys love discussing all these bad trades that happen over time, which is great to see. So
nice.
I shouldn't rub that into a collector's dream to say, hey, your team gave up Bedard, but there's potential.
Look, there's still they haven't had the draft yet for Bedard, right? It's like the NHL can still fix it. There's still time.
Yeah.
It's like, now, here's the question though: if you're gonna fix it, do you put them in a more advantageous market, or do you put them in a market that you're trying to prop up? Like, do you save it like the Crosby draft, which was totally legitimate? Pittsburgh totally deserved to have another generational player after they had a bunch of number one draft picks. Totally deserved it.
Yeah.
Question, because I honestly do not know.
About the fix being in? Go on.
No. Does hockey do their draft based on previous year record, or is it lottery?
They changed it a couple of times. What's this format now? I think there's still a lottery, but how many teams are in it?
So it's like every team, but it's only the bottom 5 teams that have a shot at the first pick. It's a lottery. Okay. It's a lottery system, but it gets very complicated. But everyone gets their odds go up to, and in past years since they implemented this, it usually doesn't go to the top ones. It's usually another guy that had sneaked in and got it. But I think right now how it sits is you have Arizona, Anaheim, Montreal, Chicago, and San Jose, I think, are the 5 teams that have a shot at Bedard. And Montreal.
Question for you though. Hypothetically, so let's say that's the 5. If one of them's off, that's fine. It's not a big deal. But let's just pretend that's the 5.
Yeah.
You can fix it. Who are you sending him to?
Oh, I have an answer.
Montreal.
No, that's what I'm asking. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, if the fix is in, where do you put him? You put him in like an original 6 market that hasn't had that opportunity in a while. It's like, and to Montreal, it's like, what? You haven't even opened the envelope. Trust me, that's what it says. I haven't even.
But it's funny when you do them.
Suzuki, Doc, Bedard. I mean, yeah, you're sending
them to Montreal. They do it a draft. Bubbles, anyone would really enjoy it. Like, you see the guys from, I almost said PWCC, not Price Waterhouse Cooper, the accountants come
Price
out.
Waterhouse Coopers,
They got the balls up. The balls come flying up at the top, and you can see, and then that gives them their odds and positioning. It's quite an ordeal when they do it. It's interesting to watch, that's for sure.
So is it the little lottery tube balls?
Oh yeah, and that does it.
Okay,
but then that
I learned on. If you watched not Breaking Bad, but Better Call Saul, he showed how they rigged that with the magnets and the balls. There you go, Montreal.
Well, no, so what happens is that just the balls give them their percentages. So again, do I think things could happen in the past? There is 0 chance that the lottery that they use now is rigged in any way. It's impossible.
We'll see about that when the ball comes in. It's like the Bronx triple logo, man. What? Wrong one. No. Sorry, backyard breaks. That's yours. Take that. Had to do it. Somebody had to do it. All right. Let me read this. Baseball card conversion. MLB implemented a new system of top 10 picks this year. It was televised about a month ago. 10 teams who had a chance to randomize akin to a lottery. Yeah, that's fair.
MLB draft, to me, is kind of, I don't want to say pointless, but there's multiple different drafts. And, like, the international draft is like completely different than the actual MLB draft.
Yeah.
So you can like some of the best players, look at Tatis, Soto, all them, they came from the international signings.
Yeah.
So
Well, above bubbles though, in baseball, it's always been different because, and I think this is where I've tried to explain. I remember having a conversation several times with this, like, oh, why isn't like the baseball draft more like, why do more people not care? It's like, but let's say you pick the perfect first overall pick. Let's say you nail it. See you in 4 years.
yeah, pretty
Like it
much.
doesn't matter. Like it's not going to impact you today. It's not going to fix your if your team sucks. It's not going to fix your team this year or next year, or probably the year after that. Most of the time, they'll have to move through the minors. By the way, even if they're great and they move through the minors quick, it's still a couple of seasons away. You're not going to be. And in hockey, most of the time, even if you get the generational talent, you don't reap the benefits right that second. It's going to take a couple of years for things to kind of get in there. It's like we'll get there eventually, but not today. It's not going to fix a damn thing for you today.
I'd like to see if they implemented somehow in all sports that these kids go one. We all want to see them jump right in, especially us in the collector space, like the hype, the excitement. But 1 year in the American Hockey League or 1 year in the minors, just with the proper environment to give them, I think that would be huge for so many of the players. I almost feel like there should be some sort of a rule implemented to help them out.
I think that's fair. It's going to be tricky. It was funny because I wasn't expecting an email today, and I'll quickly show it. It kind of plays a little bit into what we just said. By the way, I loved it. They sent it in this envelope. It's barely the size of the card. I thought it was hysterical. I was like, whatever. I didn't pay a ton for shipping, but I just thought it was hysterical that it was basically the size of the card. And the card itself was nice. It was a good one. It was a late era, so it was a Medano, but it was a superscript. So I love the superscripts out of 25. Those are fun. These are little. They've kind of dried up, especially this is 0809. So the earlier ones are really tough to find, but even some of the later ones, this out of 25, they're still kind of tough to find. And it's a low end product, so there's probably a bunch sitting in boxes still to this day. So these are a little tricky. But inside of it is one of the fillers. They included this one. So we got the Pro Set Medano. We got the 1991 Pro Set Medano. But Medano in his first season got 75 points and 29 goals, which is really good. Like, for a rookie. And Medano started, when he started, he was like 18, 19. So, but that's not the norm. Now, he did win the Calder Cup because they gave it to almost a 30-year-old Russian guy. And then they changed the rules. And they're like, all right, no more 30-year-olds getting Calder Cup. It's like, you were a professional hockey player already for years. Yes, we probably shouldn't let him be the rookie of the year. So what I'm saying is Medano got screwed out of a Calder Cup, like a Calder Trophy. He should have won the Calder Trophy in his rookie year. But I thought it was fun that they included the Pro Set ones. I was like, hey, that's cool.
It's pretty good at the games too. I mean, all the players that were here in Halifax, like Yzerman was here the whole time, Marty Brodeur, and the interaction that they had, Jason Spezza, besides the regular fans, but these guys were in. Yzerman was awesome with all the fans. Like we all know Stevie Y is a class act, and even Marty Brodeur was sitting right in the middle of the section just by himself. It was so bizarre. Someone says to me, "It's like, is that Marty Brodeur over there?" I was like, "Well, I don't think so. Like, why would he be sitting there by himself?" Anyways, he sat for the whole game by himself.
Yep. So Justin here said that I don't know if Justin started drinking already. Dustin, you didn't need the middle word. You can just scratch out the middle word. You're close though. We're almost on the same page, but you got to fix it. Just fix it. Don't worry. I like this. What kind of hockey fan is Brad to do a live show last night during the gold medal game? That means you didn't watch the show.
Absolutely.
You fake fan. I think you're trying to send a Trojan horse, though. I think you know that Brad wasn't on the show last night. I think you know that. Don't lie to the people, Hockey 99. Just saying. There you go. Dustin got it right now. Finally. Jeez. Finally fixed it.
Speaking of Trout, I can't say he sucks. I have to give
I can. I say it all the time.
I
It's
have
part
to
of my
give him
brand.
some credit for one moment because I sold a Trout that basically paid for my Jason Robertson.
All I heard, Bobbles, is you ripped off a poor, poor soul.
Hey, whatever it took.
Why didn't you just sell him an empty envelope while you're at it? It was about the same. You could have just sent him an empty envelope. It's like, here you go. This is what you paid for. Nothing.
Well, I mean, it had to get authenticated, so.
If you had offered air, I think that would have been valid. All right. So Brad included a picture, and we got. By the way, I like the picture. So let me do the picture first, and I'll see if I can do the video. I'll see
Just
if I can
for
do the
hockey,
video,
hockey.
but let's do the picture first. So while Brad was recording the show, it was awkward recording. Let me tell you, these conditions were tough to work under. I'm just letting y'all know. All right, so let me grab it here. So look. Imagine trying to record something while we got all this nonsense going on. Just madness. It's nonsense. Like, what are you gonna do with that?
So yeah, Sherry and my daughter Summer, and we were absolutely rocking it out all night at the game. It was awesome.
Nice.
I don't know if the video has. Can you get a video have sound? Because
I'm gonna see if I can. I don't know if it'll let me, but I'll try.
Okay.
Let me see if I can.
Because if you do, Heave Away is the song that it's by Great Big Sea, but it was a song that was the Canada goal song. So they.
But here's the thing though. I'm not gonna play any copyrighted music. I wouldn't be able to play it. What's that?
It's not the whoever Great Big Sea is not actually singing it at the show.
Okay.
It's just some guy.
Just some random singing.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I'll try it. I don't know if it'll actually play any sound, but I'll try it. Cool. I can try it.
This is when we scored our
let me see what it is.
first goal.
Well, actually, hold on. Can I do it this way? Let me try this here. Let's try. I can do video files. So let me see if that works. Can I do it this way?
It's about 10, 14 seconds, but it just gives you bubbles. You'll appreciate seeing the environment of this. Like it's just
regardless. I can put the video on the screen. I just don't know if any audio will play. I'll give it a shot. Yeah. Let's just see what happens, and I'll make sure the audio is not too loud just in case. Let's see. Can you hear anything?
No.
Okay.
Because it's going to go through your mic source and not your computer.
Right. Anyways, like our rink holds 10,500 and it just absolutely rocks. But the song was part of, that's why I was joking. I was back and forth with Eric during the US game.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
And it was having some fun, but the song is Heave Away. And it's every time they score, they play the song, and it was just awesome.
Yep. There you go. The humanity, the injustice. It's true. Dustin, when he included the team instead of Mike Trout himself, it was an injustice. But he did fix it. So to Justin's credit, he fixed it, corrected himself. I appreciate that. We're starting off 2023 on a good leaf. You're learning. I appreciate it. Brad, what are your thoughts on the Carlos Correa situation? Any thoughts on losers selling Hamlin cards? Well, to be fair, some of them were trying to sell Hamlin cards, and I don't think it worked out for them because I think some of those bids were not legit. Let's just call it that way. Shill bidding that people don't complain about. Let's put it that way. But any thoughts just in general? Carlos Correa's thing is like, what team is he going to do? What team is he going to get? Can you pass a physical for anybody? That'd be good.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it's bizarre in the day and age that we live in. It's like, did they think they were going to, I'm no expert on this by any means, but did they think they were going to pull the wool over their eyes? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It was like, obviously it's unfortunate, but he is definitely damaged. And back to what you said earlier, Carlos, like, what are these guys thinking signing these deals anyway? Mm-hmm. Like, sign a 5 or 6 year deal with a guy, like 11, 12, 13 years. Who the hell knows? Right? Like,
well, I think they're trying to break up their risk because they're saying like, okay, if you do because if you're a player, you're sitting like that. Okay, so I'm still incurring the risk from my end. So like, okay, 5 or 6 year deal, then you'd be like, okay, I want more per year. And the team is like, okay, but then we spread it out. We're dragging our risk out over more time. So per year it's less. The final total is huge because in baseball it's guaranteed. So like if it was football, it's like, yeah, 100 million a year. You get hurt in the first play, you're done. Good luck. But in baseball, it's guaranteed. And for the most part, that creates some issues. For the Hamlin one, it's unfortunately too common. Somebody dies or is on the verge, potentially, medical issue. And the thing is, though, like, it was weird because who would want a Hamlin card outside of a Buffalo Bills fan otherwise? And, like, what value do you think it would sustain? Like, if somebody legitimately wanted to pay those why? Like, why? You had no interest in it. So I don't know what happened. Go ahead.
Here's another question on the Hamlin situation that's interesting.
Yeah.
So, and this is removing the cards from the equation.
Sure. Yeah, for sure.
But this is a young man in the league, and he had started that little toy drive thing he did prior to ever entering the NFL.
Yes.
He wanted to get back to kids or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Why did it take a tragic injury that happened on the field like that to get people to donate to whatever it was, $7 million or something like that right now?
Right.
When all he was asking was $2,500. that shows like he wasn't asking for much. And obviously, with that low of a goal, people historically must not have been donating much to it. And the young kid was trying to do something good, donating toys and stuff. So that take the card aspect out of it. Why did it take a tragedy for people to donate to him to give some kids some toys?
So to
Same
answer your question,
question.
look, Bobble, not to be mean about this, but most people don't give a crap.
But
Like, ever.
that's the point. That's
Yeah,
why I
like,
wanted to use it.
they
That's
need
the
to
point.
feel like, oh, karmically I'm doing something good. It's like Matthew Good is a bit of an asshole. We've joked about this, and he used to have a shirt that says Matt Good is kind of an asshole. I think I'm paraphrasing, but I think that was the phrasing he used. And the thing is, there was a lyric in one of his things before he completely lost his mind. He basically lost his mind, but before he completely lost his mind, there was one, I believe it was in the Avalanche album, and I'm paraphrasing it, but basically it was, people want to, donate all this money and show everybody off so people will think they did something decent. Like I said, I'm paraphrasing. That's not the exact lyric, but that was the underlying premise of it. Is people don't just want to donate; they want to be shown as like, oh, look at us getting together in solidarity. It's like when no one was watching, you didn't give a crap. Now when
Right.
it's the thing, it's the cause. Now, oh my God, look at how much money we raise for this cause.
I
Otherwise,
mean,
you
it's
give a crap.
great. It's great that people did it. It's just
Correct.
sad that it takes something like that to
Yes.
happen for it to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
But that's the way it is. And by the way, after this is done, if the guy heals up and everything, and he runs the drive next year, he might not get $2,500. Like,
yeah.
just being honest. Like I'm not gonna pretend. I'm not gonna make something up. I'm just speaking the truth on that one. I was at the game. Not much diversity at the game. Shh. Brad, you didn't bring in enough diversity. Hockey 99 is not satisfied. You should have run the survey. Terrible. US team had 5 or 6 kids who had Canadian fathers, so they're only 2/3 fully American. Terrible. Tragique. No Eric this week. A family emergency, Bob. So we give him a break this week. I'll tell you more about it later, Brad. He had a family issue he's taken care of, so right now he is where he needs to be. So somebody in the family is making sure to take care of it. So he was in the comments a little earlier, but and also just a couple minutes ago. He's kind of listening in, but he's where he needs to be right now, and that's all good. The Heat song was done by the Fables. Yep. Thank you, Doug.
I'm taking heat on that one. I didn't. So to me, Great Big C did a cover of the song. I didn't know the original was by the Fables.
Gotcha.
Terry and Dougie are giving me some. I like it.
Oh yeah, no, you're getting it. Absolutely, absolutely. So exactly, Bubbles, you almost died, so you almost died, so we donated to your cause. Yeah, and unfortunately, that's what takes sometimes. Sometimes that's what happens. From what we hear, the Buffalo Bills don't have fans; they have a mafia. They do, they do. And if you're not careful, they'll throw themselves through a table to teach you a lesson. Someone saw Eric at the pawn shop earlier. That could also be true, but in this case, he has a legitimate reason. But that could also be true. Like I'm not discounting the possibility that both things happen. Just to be clear, but they're unrelated. It's signaling how good of a person they are. That's correct. Correa isn't even that good. Hobby Champs. Avalanche is a masterpiece. I'd agree. I kind of oscillate between 3 albums. There's 3. Avalanche. What's it called? Beautiful Midnight. And The Audio of Being. And I keep trying to decide which one is my favorite. And it changes all the time depending on which one I was listening to at the time. Most of the time it's Audio of Being. But I do enjoy Avalanche and also Beautiful Midnight quite a bit. So, but those 3, that trilogy of albums, one after the other, I thought was his peak output. It's time for a little survey. That's right, Bob. That's right. Nice to know Eric has family that hasn't disowned him. True. That is true.
Can we ask Hockey 99, just what section were you in?
Yes. All right, Hockey 99. Show your cred. Let's go.
We can scan the crowd.
I'm just saying, like, look, man, I can say that Bobbles and I were there having a good time. We were watching the Team Canada game, and I did it while doing the live stream. Y'all can't prove otherwise.
You had a green screen. We've seen lives being done with green screens.
Look, let me tell you.
Different backgrounds.
Let me tell you. I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. But that sweet, sweet collector's money is slowly starting to come in. That Fanatics check is clearing as we speak.
You know what always cracks me up is people that have like green screens or like the phony backdrops.
Mm-hmm.
Like different times I've been on Zoom calls, and you look at some of these people that work in the tech business or that are tech savvy per se, and they have the absolute worst backgrounds you could ever see for someone. You know, it blows my mind away. I think it's hilarious. There's quite a few guys on YouTube that do it that have terrible green screens in the back. Like
right.
Just, I won't mention names, but it just, wealthy people should have a decent background. everyone should have a decent background. Sorry, I shouldn't have said wealthy people. I didn't mean it that way. But
I was going to say, Brad looking down on the peasants. Bubbles, can you believe the way he is showing disdain for the peasants?
well,
I
look,
mean, I was
we-
sitting here thinking I might need to like change mine up a bit because it's been the same thing. Like I've literally had those cards on the wall back there for 5 years, I think now. So I was thinking about trying to get creative and freshen things up, and then he throws that and just tosses me under the bus.
Well,
I'm
look,
like,
Hey, I'm
well,
putting
look,
the pressure on you.
Bobbles, you have no excuse. You're part of the elite. You're sitting over there pumping your Jason Robertsons, you know, increasing your wealth every minute that goes by, increasing your personal wealth.
Let me be fully transparent. My Jason Robertson, if anybody wants to know why it's in a custom slab with a funny label, is because it has multiple dinged corners, which gave me a pretty good price discount. I wanted the card. Looking at it, you can't tell. I am ecstatic about it. And so, yeah, I'm not balling. I'm balling on a budget. So,
Don't believe all his lies.
Hey, but it's true.
He's like, Bobbles looks down upon you peasants too. Don't lie. Bobbles looks down.
No, I
he just
don't.
doesn't want to associate himself with Brad's
join
taking
them.
the first shot out there. Bobbles is like, psh. Before we even start, it's like disdainful. These uncouth masses.
It's funny, Bobbles.
No,
You're
no.
talking about thrifting, right? So I'm like, look on my shelf. I always say, I got this at a thrift shop.
Yeah.
What more could you get better than have an elf on my IKEA background shelves, right?
There's always
$40
something
each.
there. There's always something there, Brad.
So you gotta have elf.
All right, let me grab a couple of these comments here. All right, so Hockey 99 says, Carlos, what do you think of WWE's Sasha Banks cards? A rising asset, a decreasing asset? I think in the short run, realistically, it's going to be decreasing, although I don't think it's taking too much of a hit yet. Right now, the thing is there's still speculation about where she's going. The expectation is that we know she's doing the thing with New Japan. That'll be interesting. But then if she goes back to WWE, it'll probably hold or get back to where it was. If she goes to AEW, it'll take a hit. But the AEW fan base is pretty rabid, so they do enjoy their stuff. But it'll be like probably focusing more on AEW related cards. Now, here's the problem. Even if that comes to pass, even if she comes in and is a catalyst for getting that division more on the map and gets more attention, let's say the ratings go. I'm giving you the best case scenario. Everything works perfectly. Upper Deck won't be able to get her into a set for like a year. Because all the sets that have come out, a lot of those photos and stuff are like from a year ago. So we're still on a time delay. We're still on a time warp. So like if you look at the like from the the AMG collectibles perspective, Brad and I talk about it. We kind of joke in the background is that metal still not going to come out for a bit. Well, that stuff's already printed. You're not going to be able to retroactively change up that checklist now. And then we've got the what's the other one? What's the chrome one? Allure. Allure is the other one. We know that one will be coming out. And Allure also is, we don't know what the checklist is, but you can assume we're not going to be able to just randomly throw somebody in that's coming in now. Like in January of 2023, there's no way. So that means you're not going to be able to see any of that until like the end of the year, early next year at the quickest. Now, will they produce cards? Yes, they can do the similar to the debuts. They can do online versions of the cards and get her a card. That is possible, but you're not going to get it into packs and boxes. So I think it's going to be short term. I think it's going to be decreasing. If she goes back to WWE, I think it'll hold. I don't think it'll rise because the problem that Sasha Banks has is that in WWE, even if she went back to WWE right now, there's a lot of uncertainty about a WWE. The Vince McMahon thing is uncertainty. The fact that she wouldn't be at the top of the pecking order in WWE right now anyway. You got the two champions. Who the hell would she be above in the pecking order? So she'd just be another character in a sea of characters that are kind of lost in the shuffle. So Bob Jackson says, Brad, I was in section 3.
There you go.
Hagaga says section 37.
All right, we got Sherry scanning now the internet for section 37. She's
That's
on the
right.
mission.
Yep. When people leave WWE for other companies, the casual fans think they retire, which is true. Very true. In a row, yep. I even have a green name in chat. The peasants can't even do that. True. That's right, Bob Jackson. That's right. Good evening, Paul. Some might have a green screen, and some have green video game chairs and super tall office chairs. All legendary channels. I don't know legendary, but I get what you're saying. Alf, he's back in pog form.
I know. I was gonna say you gotta have a box of elf cards as well.
Well, you got it to go along with the plushie.
1987 O-Pee-Chee.
Well played, sir. Well played. Any good ECW sets? There are a handful that I've heard of. The problem is like as cult as ECW is, you're talking about those are deep cuts. I feel like I saw a set. I want to say it was made in Japan, and I actually saw pictures of them the other day. I thought they actually looked pretty cool, but I think they came inside of another product. I want to say the action figures, but I don't think it was the action figures. There was a product that I think some ECW cards came out of that I thought was very interesting. I have to look. I would recommend WrestlingTradingCards.com. Check that out and see if you can find it in there. They've usually got checklists of a lot of obscure stuff. So we'll have to see. I think in the long run, people will treat the early Banks WWE cards as most coveted, similar to the Austin WCW card. I agree with that. Just because they produced so much stuff since then that I think the early stuff is usually going to get favored. Again, assuming, regardless what she does, assuming she has success with some stuff in Japan, that'd be great for her. Assuming she does other movies and TV shows and stuff, that can only help her brand. That's not going to hurt. And if she does that in addition to doing some other stuff in wrestling for the next couple of years, that's great. That's going to be icing on the cake. But if she does TV and movies and stuff, like, it's not going to hurt her brand. She could still hold a lot of popularity and still be very strong. But I just think in WWE right now, she would be like 5th or 6th on the depth chart. So I don't think it would like do anything special for her because she's not going to get promoted as a top person. Which is probably a mistake, but she was. Yeah, some from Toy Maker's Toys. I think that might be right. Let's go, Sherry. That's right. There might be some super obscure stuff from Japan. That's the one I'm thinking of. I saw some pictures of some stuff. Like, I've gone down the wrestling card rabbit hole quite a bit because for me it's fun. For me it's now I won't say it's untapped because there are people talking it up, and I'm keeping an eye on some of those people that are trying to talk it up. But I'm having fun with it, and I've spent a pretty penny on wrestling cards. That's the joke, is that I don't cover it as much as I could given the amount of stuff that I bought. But I'm also not selling the stuff. I'll just tell you this, and I'll show it later on. I paid almost $400 for a wrestling card on ComC today.
Ooh.
Oh yes.
And he says I'm pumping Jason Robert. I spent less on my.
Did I
Future
say
Watch.
what character it was? Did I say what card it was? Have I said anything about? Have I done multiple thumbnails? Do I have it in a border around me as we speak?
I'm gonna get the
sir?
thumbnail ready.
You should.
When that mail day comes.
Look, I will do. Look, Bobbles, I will use that thumbnail if you make the thumbnail. But you better make the fucking thumbnail. I better see it. I need some of that Bobbles and Ball cards pumping energy in the thumbnail. That's what I need.
Hey, I don't know if y'all have seen my thumbnail for today's video, but I embrace it.
That's what I'm saying. But Bobbles, that's what I say. Like, I will not hear one word from you until I get a Bobbles and Ball cards personally created thumbnail to pump the hell out of it.
That's awesome.
That's what I want. I know I've seen some random RVD cards that are early. Yes, I think that's right. Jericho's first card comes from Mexico days. I think that is correct. I think that's correct. Yeah, Joe Sakic here. Absolutely. 100% it's a Britt Baker. Yes, it is. But it's a dual autograph. It's a dual autograph. It's not just Britt Baker. But you are correct. I'll show it in a little bit here. I'll show it in a minute. I have wrestling cards from 1888. That is true. That is true. Going back to the tobacco days. It's not quite wrestling, but, still wrestling card from 1880. That is facts. Brad, what do you think of Card Collector 2 pulling out his pulling hits time and time again? Well, the fix is in. So other than that, what are your thoughts, Brad?
My thoughts are the guys that keep on showing because they open the most product. That's just honestly, I know there was the box scandal or the whatever. I'm not going to get into.
Look, I have an NFT thing with Logan Paul that's amazing that could involve a lawsuit, and I have the Vince McMahon thing, and you want me to pretend that this is a scandal?
Yeah.
I laugh in your general direction. These are peasant scandals. I want the good one. I want the real one.
Right. But honestly, the guys that open up the most amount of boxes are going to get the best hits.
It can be, but let's be fair. There's also the reality that blind luck plays into this too, and the fact that it's being recorded also plays into it. If you did a video, like if you open a box and pulled absolute garbage, are you necessarily putting it on your channel? You could, but like, is it worthwhile for you to do? How much stuff is he opening relative to how much is being recorded, relative to how much is being presented on the channel? If I only show you my hits, right? Like, let's put it this way. I'll give you a silly example. I understand it's a silly example, but I'm just giving an example here. Instagram. I like to use Instagram. It's a great method of communication with folks. It's a great way for me to keep in touch. I'll share cards on Instagram. I have 2,400 plus Medano cards. I've made many posts with Medano cards in them. But am I showing you a 1996 Fleer base card of Medano? Probably not. Does that not mean I have one? I have one sitting in a Z folio right now. I think 96. But regardless, I'm just using an example. Am I going to show that, or am I going to show like one of the inserts from the same set in the same year? or like a numbered parallel or whatever. Like I'm not doing 2,400 posts on every individual card that I have for Medano. I'm going to share, but usually I'm sharing the highlights. Like a lot of folks will share highlights. When I did the last couple of weeks, the last couple of days, it was like a triple patch card. It's a nice triple patch card. It's
like
numbered to 40, but it's a nice patch card. But I'm picking and choosing. I'm doing highlights. Otherwise, like, yeah. The superscript card I think is cool, but will it make it into an Instagram post? Maybe, because I'm not picking up a ton of singles right now. And it is numbered 25. It's a cool card, but it's highlight. It's a highlight reel thing.
Yeah, it's true. I had a box of SP. I gotta make sure I say SP game used for Christmas. And there's the 6 cards I got. You don't even have to zoom in at them because they are completely irrelevant. Mm-hmm. It's a $200 box that I'm going to get back about 15. So, but I don't open up much product. And, I'm not going to show that to anyone, just like you said, Carlos. Like, I think Card Collector 2, he opens up a lot of product. And I think how he gets that product, he may be given some from promotional aspects or whatever it is. But I think he opens up a lot of stuff and he shows his hits. That's my opinion.
Can I take a quick second on the video that was showed with Blaze Jordan and Card Collector 2 pulling a Blaze Jordan auto that got attention, we'll call it. Mm-hmm. For anybody that is tinfoil hatting the set boxing, that product was from 2021. It was a base Blaze Jordan auto. Just for the audience, if you're not aware, that card last sold for $55. Okay, it's not like he hit this massive card. Also, if you type in 2021 Bowman Chrome Blaze Jordan auto, it brings up over 220 results. It's not a rare card either. So it was pure damn coincidence that they got it. Was it a loaded box? Hell no. And like Carlos said, they could have been sitting there opening 2 cases to get one and just showed, the one with him sitting there. Oh my God, we got one, but it's a $50 card. So it's just silly.
That's what I mean. Like if you're gonna do the fixes in, that's probably not the one you're gonna use as the example that I would cite. Like
it would have been a red or at least a blue out of 150 or something like that. It was a simple base Blaze Jordan auto. It's just nuts to me, man.
Yep. Now I like here, by the way. So here, so this was a guess here. Table for 2. Does it have to be? Does it have to be? Perhaps.
Table for 2, number 1 of 12.
Mm-hmm. Maybe. Just maybe. Maybe you're right. Who knows? Anyway, moving on. People only show their winners, never the losers, which is true. Yeah. Like gamblers only win and never share a story about the 80% of their bets that lose. That is true. Why doesn't Sabu get more love? He was considered an ECW legend. Yes, he was. I agree with that. Very, very true. Yeah, in all forms of the moment. That's right. Because Sabu's, well, I think it has more to do with the fact that Sabu, he is an ECW legend, but the problem is, as niche as ECW is, as passionate as the fan base is, that's not going to carry over because Sabu was nuts. He was very entertaining, but it's one of those deals where it's like, it's very niche, the fan base that you're going to get for that. Go ahead, Brad. I think you were grabbing something.
Oh, no. Yeah, I was just kind of preparing at some point. I was going to make fun of myself here, but I just got this back for me because I like the Raptors. Anyways, it's a Vince Carter SP Authentic rookie, PSA 8. Just came back. We talk about, so this was in an original, and I sent the label in for them to cancel it. I was going to do the set just raw. Mm-hmm. So it was a PSA 9, but it was in one of the original labels. And I said, I'll crack it. And I just wanted to keep the set raw. And then I said, maybe I'll grade it. And I already cracked it out. So I sent the label into PSA so they remove it from the pop report. Then I sent it back in and I got back an 8. They're bad karma. Bad karma right there. Nice. And then to go along with it, I sent it a Cal McCarr rookie that I thought was absolutely perfect. And I got a PSA 7.
Wow.
I don't know what I did.
So
we talk about our winners and losers?
Use PSA Canada services for your submissions. Do not use Brad's pre-grading services. Don't use them.
I've sent 2 Macars. I've gotten a gold label and a 10 with SGC, and then I sold my gold label finally, and I do have a clear cut Young Gun. So
There we go. I was going to have some good banter. I'd have some good banter with you, Bobbles, offline.
The problem is between our two bulk submitters, one of them is a little bit better with the tools of the trade. The other one needs to practice more under the master.
So this is a question.
By the way, Carlos' question is a very good question, sir. That is a superb question.
This is actually a question I had that when I read the authenticate thing on his, because I don't know this either. You bought that card from ComC. Does that then still have to go through eBay authentication, or did you buy it straight?
No, I bought it on the platform. I bought it directly on the platform. Because they did have it, they did have it on eBay. But if you go to ComC directly, and again, it's cheaper, yeah, it's cheaper. But also you can make an offer. So what I did is already it was discounted, but then I made an offer anyway. So I said, okay, well, here's what I'm thinking. So I'll give you guys the numbers. It was on eBay and it would show as closed, I guess, because it was ComC consignment, whatever. So what they did is, I think on eBay, I want to say it was like $400 and change is what it went to, is what they had it on eBay for. So I'm like, okay, so if it's on ComC, let me go look at what it's at. So they had it, I think, at 371. I want to say is what the number was. And then I offered 350, and they knocked now the 371 was because they put it on sale for their overall port. So it was already discounted a little bit from what it was. And then eBay, you're getting the maximum price, and they're tacking some on top for ComC's commission. So you got to remember, you're paying a higher price on eBay. But so I went and I had a discount, but I go, let me try 350. And the guy said 368. I'm like, you're just being an asshole now. But fine. Because on eBay it was like 420, 430. So like it's still way less. Like it's whatever. So I had already put in the amount that I needed to cover it, to more than cover it, even at full price, quote unquote. So I was fine there. So I go, fine, I'm not going to quibble with you. So I said, fine, done. So now it's sitting in my ComC, inventory, so to speak, and I'll get that shipped out to myself. But that one, because of the fact that's there, suggests to me, most likely, they pulled it on EPAC. Because the Spectrum product has just gotten to EPAC, and there is some fire coming out of the EPAC. I'm like, are you sure y'all didn't hold off? Like, there was one on eBay. One of those on eBay. And it was $1,200, and then they put it at like $1,000, and then it was pulled off of eBay. And it wasn't the same one. It was, I think it was 12 of 12, and this is 1 of 12. So this is a different one. So I think this one was pulled on EPAC and then transferred over to ComC, which you can do. As soon as it's available, you can transfer it over to ComC, and ComC will do the fulfillment for you. So I ended up offering them this one. I got it for a fair price, but the physical boxes haven't yielded a lot of those. Like that's the second one of those that I've seen out of the 12. So I'm like, did you guys just stop opening boxes? Like, where's the rest of them? And I'm on some Facebook groups that are AEW based with 1,000+ members and whatever. Not seeing it yet. So I'm thinking there's still a number of them to be open on EPAC, because I'm seeing some really low numbered stuff coming out of EPAC right now. So the fix is in.
I had a good call today I'm not a soccer guy. I did enjoy obviously the World Cup, but a guy called me up and he pulled yesterday, and he's like, I buy the odd pack here and there, but there was a Panini World Cup product, maybe just made for the World Cup. I'm not sure. Called World Cup Qatar. Anyways, he pulled the 1/1 black auto Lionel Messi, which is the number one. The guy lives in Ottawa, and he called up. He's like, I want to sell it, but I got to get it graded, and I don't want it to leave my site. And he was telling me the whole story, but pretty cool. Like that, the number one, that is the best card out of that product that you possibly can pull. Nice. And yeah, a guy in Ottawa just bought it.
Of that pulled.
Yep. So while you're doing that, I'm going to read a couple of these here real quick. Is this a hot take? 51 Bowman Mana looks nicer than 52 Tops. It's a subjective opinion. I don't have a problem with that take. I would disagree. I do prefer the design on the 52 myself, but the 51 Bowman is iconic. So like, respect to the 51 Bowman. I have no problem with this take, if that's what you believe, but I prefer the 52. Just design wise, I prefer the 52. Give me a thumbs up if you're good, Eric. He made it in. How are you doing?
Hey guys, how you doing tonight?
Good. We were good to give you the night off, but thanks for popping in. How's it going?
I need this. This is good.
All right, sounds good. Let me read a couple of these here, and I'll integrate you in the conversation. All right. I opened 2022 Update Mega and got a bunch of crooked cards. Scream 2. Yeah, the quality control has been bad on some stuff. Like I feel bad for folks that open a ton of product. I'll open some here and there. Like Brad, no. But to be honest, most of the boxes that I've opened maybe in the last year have come via Brad. Like that's like because I don't open boxes very much anymore. Like it just doesn't make sense for me. If I still enjoy it and I want to, all right, I'll take a chance. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a try. Most of the time, my answer is like, nah. I'll buy singles, man. Like that, but that card that I showed you plays into what I just said. Oh, but Carlos, you said earlier you're operating a budget. I am. The purchase of that card means that I'm not going to be buying much the next couple of weeks because it's like, no, I got to chill out. I got to wait until basically because right now I got other things that I'm saving up for. So basically the rest of the month I got to put some money aside. But it's a shame though in the original conversation that an opportunity was missed to discuss some good tips and tricks to help people who are having some budget control issues. There are things you can do. This is a more of a do as I say, not as I do, because I said that I intentionally blew past my budget because the opportunity was presented to me. Yes, Eric?
That dipshit up in the corner. Just
We're all in corners.
Did you not see his?
go up. You're down. You're the dipshit down in the corner. He's the dipshit up in the corner.
Did you see Eric's little wave he just did there? I had to send him a little text message.
Oh, I bet he did. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Hi guys.
Exactly. But no, like, so real quick, before we'll get back to the standard nonsense in just half a second. I just want to actually say something useful and then we'll get back to idiocy. But I'm saying that I know that I was not able to sustain that indefinitely. And the good news with the market cooling down is that actually a lot of the stuff I already bought. So it actually makes it easier for me to kind of lay off. So for me, I'm looking at, all right, I'm not interested in getting 5,000 cards in a month. I'd rather just pick and choose certain ones. So I'd rather buy that Britt Baker card, pay good money for it, and then just chill for the rest of it and wait for the next good opportunity and then get something next month versus grab $105 cards. Like between the two, I would rather have the one nice card versus the $105 cards or the $50 $10 cards or whatever the case may be. But that's me. Other people are going to be like, oh, I want quantity. You do you, man. Whatever works for you. It adds up to the same $500. Just to be clear, it's the same amount spent.
Eric shows up in the girls for XYZ.
I know.
Pop in the chat.
I have questions.
They follow me everywhere I go.
This seems to be an issue. This seems to be a thing. Interesting. It's only early. A little hobby drama to start the year. Always. ECW is not age well. Like I said, the fan base is passionate, but the cards it's going to be a tough sell. Most 90s wrestling aged like a glass of milk out in the sun in the middle of the desert. I like the analogy. Brad, that's an SGC 9 all day. Facts. especially after old Bubbles. Helps you out there a little bit.
Well, the only way I'll
Fix
ever
it.
find
You want to cross it over, Brad?
You know what, Bubbles? The only way
Gold label? What?
I would send it to you. If that's the only way I would ever send a card, I would go through you. 100%.
There you go. I like it. Justin, best two in the game, Bubbles and Brad. There you go. There was a Max Caster 1 of 1 that got pulled and posted yesterday. I'm jealous of whoever pulled it. Yeah, that's fair. Messi's going to be a big sale. I agree. The Star is returned from Timeless Cardboard. Look at you, Bougie Eric. You're getting the Star treatment. Welcome, Eric. Good evening, Eric from Michael Ham. Justin says, Eric. Nice to see you, Eric. Happy New Year. Oh, the love. So much love. Great to see you tonight, Eric. There you go. No worries. Unfortunately, I'm the only mod. I should probably get some mods, but unfortunately, I'm the only one. Hit the like button for Eric. Yes, Gary. Facts. Eric is home late with the raccoon fights. I hear the craft dinner boiling in the back of the rolling truck. Yes. All the girls in the chat like Eric. True. That is true.
Which, of course, there is none.
Sherry, how dare you? Well, not now. Now that you ruined it.
Oh, yeah.
Nice job, Eric. You got here 4 seconds. You're already alienating the people. We had such a wonderful, sincere conversation off the top. It was great.
It doesn't take much for me to alienate people.
That's true. That is true. That is true.
Thanks, Bob.
Yep. All right. So if you want, you can always share it. I'll give a little time. Let's settle in first a little bit here. And then if you want, you can share a little bit. If you want to. That's completely up to you. I'll leave it to you. But just chiming into the conversation. Since you caught a little bit of it, I think you were listening in on a little bit of it. I tried to focus in on kind of the video itself. I did think there was a good conversation to be had, and we can still have it, but maybe later on or maybe another night, whatever makes the most sense. I'm not going to worry about it too much. But I focused on the video itself and kicked off the conversation. And I was disappointed.
Did a really good job.
Yeah. And I was very disappointed that in some ways it trivialized a more serious issue by overplaying what wasn't the issue that was being discussed, in my opinion. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I've had my hands full, and I have not had a chance to watch the video. I've heard some people talk about it in other platforms that I was listening to today.
Yep.
I know that we touched on it briefly, I think, on Monday on Bobble's show.
Yep.
And I was hoping to get a chance to watch it before tonight because I know we were going to talk about that, but I just other things came up. So I can only, if my opinion is if people are interested in my opinion and my take on the overall subject matter, I can give that, but I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment on a video I haven't watched.
No, that's fine. So for that, we can save it then for later. We'll give you a chance to check it out and give it. My opinion was based on having seen the video, and I just think I think there is a real definition. There is a real symptoms and things that involve like a legitimate addiction versus general impulse control and overspending. And like I said, if we had had the chance, I had pulled some articles that outlined that consumer credit went up 15% year over year since kind of 2020 in the start. And that means across the board on anything. People spending and buying all kinds of crap. And that's not stimulus money, that's credit card debt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know if that
was another psychological study that needs to get done. And it's really about how everyone was miserable during the pandemic and trapped home alone, and spending that money and having Amazon deliver everything made people feel better for a small amount of time. Everyone likes getting presents. Everyone likes getting things, in the mail.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of that was that sitting at home. Same thing with the cards. People had nothing to do and they actually had no way to spend their money. So they found ways and bought themselves little presents and had deliveries, and that made them feel good. And then when that, after 10 minutes of having your new juice maker at the house or your weight set, because I don't know if you guys remember this, during the pandemic, you couldn't buy exercise equipment. It was all sold out. So I'm not joking about your weight equipment. Everybody ordered it. So it's the same thing with the cards. We just did the same thing, but with what our interests are in. We spent our spare time and our spare money trapped in our house, and we made ourselves feel good by going on eBay and other auction sites and spending that money and getting little gifts in the mail with Gordie Howe on it or whatever, and being like, that's awesome. And then quickly we said, all right, that was fun. I want to do that again. And we went back to eBay and bought 10 more. So that was what people did psychologically to have some type of control also during the pandemic. If you're buying things, it's the same thing with why did people go out and buy hundreds and hundreds of rolls of toilet paper? Well, it's not that they needed it. It's because in a crisis like that, people feel as if they have no control. By going out and buying toilet paper and paper towels and tons of water, psychologically, they start to feel as if they have some type of control over something they have no control over.
Now, to be fair, we're not counting you buying it to TP someone's house because you're immature.
No, this is completely.
Yeah, because you were doing that prior. I just want to be clear that the toilet paper purchasing level was equivalent. It stayed steady the whole time. It actually stayed fair. It's like a straight line.
Yes,
through the whole period.
Back to the ceiling.
Yeah, it was by tractor trailer full. It was a lot.
And what I do have to do is collect gas, cans and cans of gas, so I can drive to Halifax and display my toilet paper in the proper way. But I digress, of course.
Right.
So, I'll kind of re-summarize what I did. What I said on Bobble's show on Monday is that addiction is about negative consequences.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You participate in a behavior that results in negative consequences. Now, what's negative to me is not negative to you, and what's negative to you is not negative to Brad, because Brad has no morals. As a Halifaxian, he has no morals and doesn't care.
That's what I like about Brad.
Bobbles has
Bobbles is a shameless pumper. We enjoy that about him. We appreciate that. That's
Bobbles
like
has
the minimum requirement to get on this
moral.
damn show.
Unless it comes to Jason Robertson, then his morals go out the door. So, so we all have different ideas of what's negative, okay? But addiction is you do something negative happens, and instead of saying, "Oh crap, that's a problem. I can't let that happen again." Which when you were talking about earlier, and I was listening about what's the difference between addiction and like kind of just blowing your budget and getting yourself into a jam.
Yeah, just being irresponsible, like generally irresponsible. There's a big difference between the two things.
The difference is you do that once, you say, "Oh crap," you deal with the consequences, and you make sure it doesn't happen again. Addiction is you do that, and the way that you deal with those negative consequences is to go dig deeper. And then you're like, "Oh crap, well, I'm going to dig deeper." And whether it's gambling, whether it's cards, whether it's drinking, whether it's drugs, it becomes this cycle of abuse. And it's very difficult to get out of that cycle once it begins. And that's addiction. Where the other one is, I'm human, I made a mistake, now I got to deal with the consequences of it. I'll learn from those mistakes and I won't do it again.
Yeah.
And there's lots of people.
And so like half jokingly, but also half not. If we're dealing with the more legitimate addiction side of it, and you identify it as a problem, then the suggestion to work on it would not be to then put yourself in a position to be tempted by the very thing you're claiming to be addicted to.
If you are an alcoholic
and you go to the liquor store to review liquor bottles.
Listen, I have sat down with people with a map. I know that's some people like younger people like what's a map. And I have traced a line from their work to their house on back roads, right? The long way, each way, to show them they can travel from point A to point B and not pass those 4 liquor stores and the 3 bars that they do every day, taking the direct line and on that main road through downtown. So yeah, you have to avoid those things.
So you're saying that running a YouTube channel reviewing liquors would probably be a bad idea, is what you're saying?
I can't.
If this is a legitimate addiction issue, using this analogy, then reviewing bars on a YouTube channel would probably be ill-advised.
I would say for the majority of people, I would recommend they not do that. There are some. I have a friend, very close friend. She's been sober 30-something years. She's a bartender. She is the 1%. And I still worry about her. And I still tell her this should not be your job. And she's sober 30-something years. She comes home with liquor all over, stinking like booze every night. Doesn't drink a drop. She is the 1%.
Was she
99% of the other people, I'd say you absolutely will not be successful if you become a bartender as an alcoholic.
Was she addicted to the alcohol though, or was it the environment?
Yeah, she had a lot of things going on in her youth, but now that she's 50, high 50s, she has a much more stable lifestyle.
I was just curious because in that scenario, it could have been the environment led to the alcohol, but it was the environment that she enjoyed, so that's why she could detach from the alcohol. And as a bartender, still enjoy the environment.
But that's the reason why, though, I'm making a distinction. I am making a distinction between a legitimate addictive personality, addictive issue, addictive whatever. Like, I'm being serious. I understand. Well, also, I'm saying that theoretically, it would be ill-advised for you to then leave temptation within arm's reach in that scenario. Like, that's a terrible idea. If that is actually what we're talking about, if that's what you're describing, and you genuinely believe that's true, then it sounds to me like you need to get rid of the alcohol in this analogy. You need to stay away from the bar, and you need to not discuss this matter every single day. It would probably be wise not to do that.
Discussing the matter is a discussion about discussing can be had, because that is what you do at AA.
Yeah. A discussion about promotion of the alcohol would probably not be a good idea.
Again, for the majority of people, I'm really got my professional hat on, and I don't want to cross the line because I don't know this person. I have not talked to this person.
Yeah, we'll get more context when we see the video. I'm sticking to the analogy. Sticking to the analogy. In most instances, it would be ill-advised.
The majority of people, I would say that you need to find something else to do with your free time.
Correct. That's all I'm saying. I'm sticking with the analogy in our scenario and just sticking at the strictest definition.
Real problem where negative consequences are continuing to disrupt your life, and you are in that cycle of abuse, you should not be treading in those waters.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I said I'm sticking to high level, and we're sticking to the subject at hand, and I'll answer Zach's question here in a second. But really, I'll read a couple of these comments first. First, Kathy. Deserves all the love. Our family could not do without. We are blessed. Love you, honey. And I hope I hope that we do not have this level of sincerity ever again, because it deeply disturbs me. It's justified in this instance. It's justified in this instance. But let us not make a habit of this, people.
It's not what our show is based on.
Let us not make a habit of this, folks. I don't want to be seeing this all the time. I'm a little bit more comfortable with.
Yes, much more. My hope is that next week everything will be back to normal.
That would be the hope. That'd be the expectation. Yes. But thank you, Kathy. Appreciate it.
My mom's awesome. I love her.
So, Eric, are you still a therapist for drug and alcohol? He does it at the cart shop. He tries to help other people with new addictions.
Due to a comically long, if I told everyone here what the last, say, 5 years of my life would have been like, nobody would believe it. You're like, no, that's not possible. Seriously, I should write a book. They'll put it in fiction. They wouldn't believe it.
Can you include a chapter about who scored the first 3-pointer in NBA history? Because it's changed so much. I want it in writing.
Chapter 1. So, due to my family's health issues and lots of other things that have just been going on the last 5 years, 3 years ago, I believe, I had to take a hiatus, a sabbatical. And I just don't think I'm going to be able to go back anytime soon. So I'm working at my buddy's sports memorabilia place. It's the largest sports memorabilia shop in New England. And Brad's been there, and we're a good sized store, and we do a lot of business. So it keeps me out of trouble when I have the free time. I can come and go as I please because of my schedule. And it's been great. It's fun to go and do that, make a couple extra bucks, and do stuff that you love with your friends. But I can come and go as I please, and so I can take care of my other responsibilities.
Nice, very good, very good. Yeah. So so kind of answer both of these a little bit. Off the top of the show, we did and you can check back the conversation initially that precipitated it. It came down to Sports Card Dad did a video outlining what he described as kind of an addiction to sports cards, and kind of analyze it. I broke down the video a little bit. I gave my opinion. I would recommend that you check out the video yourself. It's one of his more recent videos. It's got a lot of views, so you can check it out. It's 10,000 plus views, I think, at this point. So it's done very well for him. It's one of the recent ones. You can check it out for yourself. And there was a follow-up video to it as well. And I want to make clear that I'm analyzing the video, and I'm taking what was said in the video at face value based on what is stated, because I don't know what the situation is. I'm not there, and I can't check up on it and fact check it. But my opinion was that it was representing one thing and bringing up a valid discussion, which I think can be valuable. But to me, it was more describing a budget issue. And I think a lot of the way it was presented, again, I'm talking about presentation strictly, just strictly presentation. I think the presentation undermined the seriousness of it, and it kind of annoyed me. And I'll be honest, and I'll tell you this, Eric, I wanted to make like a video 5 times in like the last 2 days. And every time I did it, I was like, this is just going to come off like being super snarky on this video. And I'm like, I'm just going to wait until I have the chance to bounce it off some folks as we go, because I could present this about 100 different ways and outline my issues with this. But the first thing I would get is like, oh, you're just a hater, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, I think I think the presentation undermined the seriousness of the issue and the discussion that you're claiming this is trying to start.
Well, I
And
know
I'm not a fan.
I know we're not used to being serious here, but I'm glad you did, and I'm proud of you. I appreciate it. I hope to think that maybe you had me in mind at one point, and realizing that I wouldn't be a huge fan of that either. And you know, I do take this stuff extremely seriously. I've worked with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people with all types of addictions and watch lives be ruined. And the subject matter is extremely serious. I take it very serious. And I again, I can't comment on the video. I hear what you're saying. I've been friends with you long enough that I trust your opinion. Usually we're on the same page on most things. So I will watch it. But yeah, I don't think going, negative on it does the subject any justice. So I think, having an intelligent conversation like this does, focusing on that, telling people to be aware of their behaviors. We've built up a pretty good size audience in the last couple of years, and I think you may have like 2,000 subscribers or something like that now.
I passed that a while ago.
Well,
44. It's all the burner accounts, but we're up to about 4,700.
See, so if 40 something, 4,000 something people are listening, I would guarantee that there's people in there that have gotten themselves in a lot of trouble because they can't stop this. And we've touched on it before, and this is one of the things I was discussing when we joke about it last January when I made all my predictions and talked about July, and I was talking about people who are going to get hurt and who've got themselves in trouble financially. They better start selling, because if they hold thinking that this bubble's not going to burst, they're going to be screwed in July. Some people hopefully listened, others didn't. But I saw a lot of addictive behavior in this hobby in those couple of years, and it worried me. And and we've discussed it. So it is a very real thing. Endorphins are popping off all the time, and it's you get high off this stuff, especially the breakers.
Well, I blame AMG Collectibles. They just deal and deal and deal and provide, like, hey, we got some of those packs. It's like,
yeah. But Eric, you know what, Eric, honestly, at the end of the day, just to sum up the video, and I'm not the hater, I'm the positive poly type of person. That's
Absolutely.
who I am.
Yeah, absolutely.
The video has nothing to do with addiction.
yes, yeah.
Zero.
And there's actually a couple of good comments.
That's the point, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's
just say that again. My ear popped. No, I'm being serious.
my take when I watched it, I was actually concerned for Dustin, who I like. I don't know him personally really well at all, but I watch his videos. It has nothing to do with addiction, and I didn't like. That's one thing I didn't like. Like I deal with people every day that have addictions in this hobby, like major addictions in this hobby that we deal with, and we try to. So that, to me, that was a slight against them. Using the terminology addiction should have been, like Carlos summed it up perfectly. I blew my budget. Absolutely.
Yeah. I went too far. I figured out I spent too much money on it. We looked at it and rectified it and came up with a plan not to do that. That was the video to me.
That's not. Now, again, I didn't see it. I have a lot of faith in you guys. When it comes to get serious, you guys are my friends, and you wouldn't be if I didn't trust you, and I do. That is not the definition of addiction. That's being human, making an error, making poor choices, and now there's a consequence. What happens next determines whether you have an addiction.
Right. But Eric, there's not even consequences with this video. That's why it's kind of so irrelevant.
Yeah, the issue that I have, and I don't know this is the case, so I'm not going to assume it is. My question would be, was that video monetized? Because if it was, and it got multiples of the normal amount of attention, it's like, even if in your mind you think you're taking this from a sincere place and you're trying to offer a message and open up a line of communication and discussion. Let's assume that. Let's give you the benefit of that and assume that's the case. If you monetize it, that undermines it. You played your cartoon intro, that undermines it. You used a very dramatic thumbnail and a clickbait title, which actually didn't reflect what the video was. That undermines the sincerity and severity of the message. It wasn't you just presenting yourself. And just, if I was giving a video like that, and this is the message I want to deliver, we're not doing any of the frills. It's just a camera. It's a conversation. Video begins, video ends. That's the end of it.
Just like right now, we're not doing our little bits, and we're not doing any of that nonsense. And
I want to wrap up the seriousness because, for God's sake, I got bits.
Yeah,
I want to play some bits.
Listen, you know, I'd love a good laugh today. I need it, but I won't joke around while the subject's being discussed. I've seen too much damage. I've put in too much time, and I take it very serious. So, and I appreciate the three of you doing the same, and that's why we're friends. So,
yeah. And Eric, I do say again, I'm going to go back into my normal role, positive Polly here. I don't think that was his intention. I think if he looks back at it, I think it's oh, you know what, that was a mistake. That's my presumption. That's presumption or assumption, one of those two words. That's what I was thinking. So,
and humans make mistakes. We make mistakes all the time. It's what you do after you make those mistakes that matter. And in the case of spending too much money and getting into debt and getting in trouble with your family, and what it isn't what got you there, it's what do you do next? Do you try to get out of that jam by spending 5 times more so you could sell and make up? No, that's an addiction.
Yeah.
If
sure.
You say, I need to sell my entire collection, I need to make that money back, and then I need to go get a second job and make that money back to replace, you know, the money that was lost and to pay the bills. And that's just humans.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
I think it's to be fair. Like, look, I want to kind of top off the topic on this because, again, I focus specifically on the video itself and obviously the greater implication. There's a really good comment that Michael Ham has here. I want to get to it because it's a good one that pertains to this. But I will say very clearly, all you have to do, and I'm taking a very cynical view. So I'm outlining that I am taking a very cynical view of it, and you can disagree with my take on it completely. Totally with you. All I'm saying is that it was structured in the way that a normal video would be to get maximum attention. It got it. There was a follow-up video almost immediately playing off of it. It also got more attention. Great. If those things were monetized, and then in addition, that channel has sponsorships. I have one thing that I do on the channel with Brad, and that is on a separate channel. But it's not a sponsorship in the same way. That channel has sponsorships that pay out, whatever it is. I don't know. I haven't asked, and I'm not interested in checking invoices. It's not my concern. But any money that's made on that, honestly, could be used to fund the card funds without any problem. It's like it literally would sustain itself. Simply the existence of the channel and the sponsorships could pay for whatever collectibles you want to do. So it might just be an issue of just cutting back and making sure that the inputs are at least equivalent to the outputs, and then you're no worse off. And then great, move on about your day.
Just real quick on it. And this is a question for you guys because this is something that's kind of churned, spun my wheels on it. Could it be a simple matter that, and Dakota made a comment in his video that said he felt pressure to buy bigger cards because he was doing YouTube and people didn't want to look at $4 cards or whatever.
Mm-hmm, sure.
Could this be a notion of things are down, first of the year? Dakota's already said that he wants to ship all of his stuff to ComC. Could this be just a situation of, well, I still want to do YouTube, but I don't really want to buy the cards?
Okay, real quick. I know we talked about this. Hold on. I know we talked about this, and I actually like the subject, but it actually disconnects from the discussion we were having a second ago. Happy to have it, but let me just put an end on the first one, and then we can go on to the second one. I'll read a couple of these, and we can touch on your very specific point. So Bob Jackson here, like I said, we're going to put a little quick stop, and then we'll get to Bobble's point, because I think it's a valid one. No one would believe the amount of bugs Eric has eaten. Facts. He'd have the world record by Mike. Thank you, Bob. How big is a pickleball card collector yet? The biggest. Just want to read through a couple of these comments quickly. Got my 2-week batch, no cardboard, but I'm at my breaking point. Could be. Paul says, New Year, new Carlos, passing on with snark. Nobody. I don't pass on with snark. But it's very difficult to incorporate snark properly when somebody invokes a more serious topic. You wreck the whole thing because there's no way that I can properly snark on it without having the deeper, more nuanced discussion, because you wreck the ability to do it. You wrecked it. So I can't snark on it properly. And that was the issue I ran into. It's like, I want to dunk on this so hard, but you took a serious topic that I can't dunk on. So therefore, you kind of shielded yourself from the snark in a way, but it doesn't mean I can't assess the content itself of the presentation, because yes, I can. And it doesn't mean I can't have a serious discussion on the topic, which is a more pertinent topic, because I can. But it wrecked my ability to snark the specific thing. It kind of, because again, the way it was presented kind of wrecked the whole thing. It reminded me of someone saying buying the dip. It happens. Yep. Here, this was the one I was talking about. So Michael Ham says, I work at a substance abuse facility. I think Dustin does not know just how much the word addiction actually carries and how much harsher outcome, which is yes. That was a very pertinent point that I wanted to make sure we did it here.
Obviously, Mike understands.
Yeah. But that's why I say, like, look, I'll put the analogy. It was like somebody who got a paper cut acting like they had to amputate the arm. Like there's a much more serious connotation to the thing, but you're playing it off like you had to amputate the arm when it's like you got a paper cut. Yes, it hurts. Yes, you bled a little bit, but it's not the same level. Like there's two different scales of what we're actually talking about here. One has more long-term consequences and it's a lot more serious. The other one is something you still have to deal. You don't allow yourself just to keep bleeding if you get a paper cut. You take care of it. But it's a much simpler fix compared to the alternative. The other one is a much more serious issue, a much harsher fix. And you need to do something different. Dustin seems like a really nice guy. In a lot of cases, I think he is, but sometimes I think he does miss the boat like a lot of folks do. And I'm concerned that a lot of his audience gives him a pass and is giving him kudos for this. And that's the other part that bugged me. And that was the other reason I didn't make the video talking about it in the way that I wanted to do so, because I know that someone would be like, it's like, oh, well, it's like, but he's bearing his soul. And I'm like, good point, Michael. So not sure about being professional. Dustin has no idea the weight of that word. Yeah. That's why I say, like, just let's understand the weight. Let's use our words correctly. That's all I'll throw it out. If you decide you're going to play this straight and you want to have the serious video, then your words have to mean more. I can throw out a lot of things flippantly if I'm talking about Mike Trout or Tom Brady, because we know the context in which I'm having my fun with that. I can go in a lot of different directions, and in a more serious conversation, I can't. We have to know what the difference is. But if I'm doing a serious discussion, then I have to weigh the words a lot more carefully, because the words do have meaning, and we got to make sure we assign the right amount of weight to the right words when we're having that discussion. I know nothing about what addiction really means until working where I am now. Very fair. His message was a serious delivery, could have been better without the plugs for endorsement. I think he did it purposely to upset. I don't think he did it purposely to upset anyone. And I'm not suggesting it did. I'm just saying it wasn't considered as much as it probably should have been. Yeah, so real quick here. Friends don't let friends collect cards. Facts. He also did a follow-up pretty quick. Yes. I only buy cards with money I've made from selling cards, which is great. But like, there are legitimate mechanisms to keep the thing in check. There are real legit ways. And I'll give you a different one in a second here. This conversation great. Also makes me wonder if I should get a new hobby in all seriousness. Like I'm not the one who's trying to keep anybody unnecessarily. I think it works for some people, and if for whatever reason it does not work, then maybe you should step away. I've always been very clear on this. For some people, it probably doesn't work. I talk to people who it legitimately makes them unhappy, and I'm like, if it makes you unhappy, why are you here? I don't understand.
You know, one thing that I just want to add, I agree with. When I read that comment there with Hockey 99, you do not have to buy anything to be in this hobby and part of it. You do not have to spend money when you don't have it. Like, you can be a collector. You have your collection. We talk about it. We enjoy it. In 15 years time, I'm probably going to be on here on a Friday night, and I'll pull down Alf off the shelf and I'll show him again. I didn't spend any money on that. We're talking about collecting and hobby. Like, you don't have to spend money. It's surprisingly how little money I spend on my actual collection. You know, we buy thousands of dollars of cards every day, but for my own collection, like we're not spending this outrageous money. Like if I'm going to buy, I always say, if you're going to buy a card for more than $500, there's a select few people, and people go, what do you mean? I'm like, no, true collectors, to buy a card for more than $500, that's a huge purchase. like to buy something for 500 and to stick it in a box, that's big. You know what I mean? Like it's and we get all caught up in it and think that happens all the time. It's like, oh, there's $1 million sale and this and that. And it's like, no,
For most people, that's not anywhere connected to the reality, the reality of day-to-day
I agree.
life. I got a couple of comments here. So first, Bob Jackson, speaking facts. Appreciate you, Bob. Speaking facts. Completely agree with your take, Carlos. Felt like an awkward combination of sincere and clickbait. And that was the issue that I had, is that you tried to combine two things that are jarring when you stick them in the same place at the same time. It didn't work for me. Just watch it, don't know what the fuzz is about, which is also the problem. You took what was a very serious topic and presented it in that level of seriousness and sincerity. And I'm like, but what you're saying, it doesn't match the two. You shouldn't be like, not that way. If you want to present it that way, then present it that way. If not, don't. I can't watch the channel. The thumbnails turn me off. That's fair. Colin Murray, good evening. He said right off the bat, this is not going to be a fun conversation. Well, it wasn't. I don't think for the reason he was implying. I was worried he was going to start tearing up. Do you think people who create content on YouTube can get hooked on engaged and positive today? 100%. 1,000%. Yes, totally. I spend maybe 3 figures a year on cards. My want list is tiny. It rarely shows up at this point. Bob Jackson is a baller, though. He did join the channel. He's got the channel membership, so it's being spent in the right places. So appreciate you, Bob. Just share the live in my Discord group. Hope that's good. By all means. Past the minutes have been brilliant. Appreciate that. Thank you. 95% of thumbnails are clickbait. Yes. Yeah. But Albert, my point wasn't the clickbait thing, because that, like I said, it's not a criticism. It is simply a statement. That is pretty standard for the channel, and it is pretty standard for the genre. We all like clickbait and have a little bit of fun with it. By the way, that's okay. I prefer that you at least deliver some of what you promised, though. But you can't go like a sincere, dramatic, like, my life is about to change. Guys, I got a new cover for my cell phone. That's not life-changing. That's two different, like, stop it. No joke, this channel support doubled my hobby spending for the last 5 or 6 months. Still properly spent, Bob. Still properly spent. Still a wise statement. A wise #investment. Nonetheless. Shut up. Shut up, Bougie Eric. Be quiet. We let you have serious moments. You will let us have this.
To speak on DR's comment there, and
Yes.
as someone else that does YouTube, it can get, it can get to a point where you worry about, are you getting views? Are you getting subs? What's the comments and all this, right? That can weigh on you. And to be honest, like if you go to my channel and look at the history of it, there's periods where I was pretty consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Then I would fall off with doing videos. Would start up again. I'd fall off. And you could also just tell my mood in the videos. Like there was points where I'd be happy and then I'd be pissed off and just angry and defensive. And then, maybe go into another mode. It changed. And it was over the past couple of years, I learned just have fun with it. Like
Sure.
just do it. Just have fun. The thumbnails, that's something that people actually comment or message or even text me now about, man, you're having too much fun with these thumbnails, because I have been. I've literally been making funny thumbnails. My thumbnail tonight literally says, "The pump continues," and it is me photoshopped looking like I'm pumping up a Reebok pump. Okay. And it was a male day showing my Jason Robertson. I'm embracing and having fun with it because people like to, joke with me that I'm pumping Jason Robertson. It's literally just fun. If you do it that way, it's a great thing to add to your hobby. If you get zoned in on what people think, it sucks and it can actually weigh you down. So just my 2 cents on that topic. It can go both ways.
No, completely fair. I'll read a couple of these and then we'll get back to the topic you were bringing up, Bobbles, because I do think it's a good one. I think it was actually a good subject. I want to discuss it a little bit here. So Jim Hansen here. Good evening. 23 years sober. Started drinking again during COVID. Been under control. Cards keep me so busy. It's great for communication with fellow humans. And the collecting aspect, like building sets, keeps sharp. As long as you're getting positive value out of it, that's good. It's like I said, it's only when you allow it to do. I gave the personal story off the top where I said the last couple of years I've overspent my budget, but I did it on purpose. Because I saw a certain opportunity with things becoming available, and I got some of the grail top of my want list stuff that was made available the last couple of years that this environment fostered. Now, funny enough, as I got through the checklist and kept scratching off these top of the checklist things, and it started whittling down, And I spent good money on it. Don't get me wrong, I did. But now I've got them already. I don't need two, I don't need three. And if another one came on the market, I don't need another one. So now it's like, okay, so this year I got a big vacation that I'm presumably saving up for. I'm gonna have to renew my mortgage, so I got to look at, you know, the roof and everything happening here. Those costs are going to play. That's coming out of my disposable income, so I got to think about that. So I got to rerun my own budget. But I was planning for that at the end of last year. I didn't start it just, oh, new year, shoot, I should just rethink my budget. No, I started planning that. I started taking my foot off the accelerator a little bit. Does that mean I'm not going to buy anything? I literally just showed you a card that I bought. But that also means that for the next couple of weeks, we got to just take her easy, because I'll wait. But then next month, I got stuff sitting on the watch list that's sitting there buy now best offer. I can make an offer right now. Or I could wait until February rolls around. We've run a couple more pay cycles. I put some money aside. Okay, now we're ready to pick up another card. Now let's select something that is cool, something that'll make sense. So I won't not have mail days, but they'll be more selective. There'll be fewer and further between. We'll pick and choose. We'll pick our battles a little bit more. That's what running a budget means. Go ahead, Eric. You got to unmute yourself first. You got to unmute yourself. Can't hear you. I didn't mute you.
I was chewing. I didn't want to be rude. Thank you. So I just wanted to say, Jim, you're not the only one. Many people had a difficult time over COVID. Get through the next hour and a half, and you'll have today, and you start again at midnight, and you focus on tomorrow, one day at a time, and just keep it up, and you can get another 23 years going. All right. So keep your head up. Keep up the good work.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you for that. Zach says, my dad introduced me to cards. He thought it was crazy to spend $20 on a card. He made a good living too. Hey, it is kind of, look, to be blunt, it is kind of crazy to spend $20 on a card. It's the same joke I make for the luxury watch market. Like, I'm a big watch guy. I enjoy them. I haven't bought a watch actually in a couple of years. The Instant Revolution podcast, our buddies, Dave, Steve, and Vinny. Vinny enjoys watches too, but he was talking about a couple of different watches we're looking at. Here's the thing. I haven't bought a watch in years. Do you know why? Because the ones that I like and the one that would interest me would probably run me about 5, 6, 7, 10 grand. So it means if I want to buy one, well, then I have to start saving, put the money aside, put the money aside, put the money aside, put the money aside, and then eventually I'll get around to it. I can't buy one right now, even if I want to impulsively. I don't have that option because I'd have to make sure that I have everything else set up in such a way that makes sense. Does that mean I'm never going to add another watch to my collection? No, I will. But I'm going to have to plan for it. It's going to take me time to figure out exactly the path to get there. Yeah, so it's going to be that or Jason Robertson's. I hear that's a big one. So we'll have to think about that. It probably costs about the same, to be honest. Probably costs about the same. Yeah. My girlfriend keeps trying to show me TikToks from literally across the room. I'm like, this is live. It is. We haven't seen 3 a.m. bobbles yet. I don't know if he can handle that. It's closer to his final form. It's craziness. Crazy talk. At the end, I watched Mus let a handful of card channel now. He didn't make the cut. Fair enough. Appreciate it, Albert. I couldn't agree more. I've added some absolute top cars the last 2 years, but I had to strike while I could. But that's why I gave that analogy. If any of you guys are familiar with the car thing, I said it's like putting your foot on the accelerator and hitting the red line. You can go to the red line. You can hold the red line. But at some point, you're going to have to take your foot off the accelerator or you're going to damage the engine. You can't actually keep indefinitely. The reason it's a red line is if you're actually hitting it properly, you can't keep it going forever. You got to stop at some point or slow down. And if you slow down, by the way, you don't have to stop the car. You can actually just slow down and just keep going down the road, but take it easy. Back off a little bit. The U.S. government has a spending condition. I don't think you're fixing that one. That one ain't getting fixed. Not today, tomorrow, or ever.
No.
Can Justin buy cheaper cars? Yeah. Like, honestly, yes, he could. Yes, that is an option. I'm like 98% of the time, all in cards. I love them. The other 2%, I'm like, they're literally just little picture people. What are you doing? Fair. That's a fair duality to have. Got to keep with the Joneses, and that's a big issue that a lot of folks do have.
The FOMO? Oh, God.
Yeah, huge. I'm just buying and not selling. It's easy to fall into the overspending group. You just need to sell and make a good balance while still trying to improve and upgrade your collection. Very valid, Jim. Very valid. Look, I'll make a suggestion. And by the way, you can have your own version of this. I'll just show it because it's literally just a card. So this is a card that you can get in Canada. These are PC Financial. Brad, you're familiar with these, right? The PC Financial thing? So this is a debit MasterCard. It's literally a debit MasterCard. Now, you can attach it to PayPal. You can attach it to eBay, do whatever. But it's a checking account. You can't overdraw it. You can't overspend on it. Like, what's in there is what you can spend on it. I've had this for years, and I was using it prior. And the last couple of years, like I said, I was going beyond the budget anyway, so there was no sense in using it. However, this year, I dusted it off and brought it back because I can put money in here that I can use for my cards, but the money's got to be in the account. I can buy it on eBay. Boom, paid, done. Oh, and I do get points for this. Actually, I can pay points and buy groceries with it. So, bonus. But the point is, it's a checking account, and it's separate from the regular checking account that the mortgage gets paid on, that the groceries get paid on. This is just for the cards. That's it. So it's its own separate deal. You can just do this. Your equivalent. Well, your mileage may vary. Get your own. But that's a way. That's a legitimate, straightforward technique. Then you're technically operating only in cash, right? If you're operating cash, then what's the problem? Your problem solves itself, doesn't it? Because you had to put the money in the account in the first place, and that was your budget. You don't have enough? Well, then you're either going to have to find more and put it in there, or you're going to have to wait. Your choice, whatever works. That make sense?
Hey, you have to be able to hold it when all of a sudden you're at the card store and you throw that across the counter to buy a card or a box or a pack or whatever, and they're like, "Sorry, there's not enough funds in here." You have to go, "All right, maybe next week." But
that's true. We're
instead,
gonna have Brad there with the box. He goes, I bet the big hits in the other pack.
so
A couple more
instead,
packs in that box,
somebody who's having some control issues is going to whip out, the credit card and further their debt, or they're going to just grab their smartphone, the little hand computer, and transfer the money right there and hand the card back over.
Oh, Eric, I didn't say there aren't ways to circumvent the
Yeah,
issue. All I'm saying, I'm only
Plan is
offering
fantastic.
I'm only offering an alternative. The reality is, if you're hell bent on doing it, you're going to do it anyway.
Yeah,
Like I can't stop you.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's sticking to the plans is what is difficult for some people.
Yeah, correct. But that's why I say, like, look, that at the end of the day, if you really can't prevent yourself from doing it, then maybe you should step away and do something else. Like that's the thing. Like,
Absolutely.
nobody can physically stop you. Like, so it's like you're gonna have to figure out what makes sense for you.
Oh, if I drain my bank account to buy cards, my wife would physically stop me.
Yeah, but see, there's a mechanism in place.
Yes.
There is a mechanism in place.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Brad. You were gonna say something there?
No, I just agree. There's a mechanism, like we all have that mechanism in place, and that's all part of it, right? But it's just like anything. Again, I know Michael's in the chat, and Eric, you guys are experts in this field, and I feel like I've dealt with an awful lot of it in my lifetime as well. But like, if someone's addicted to buying sports cards and they seriously got problems, then if they weren't buying sports cards, they were probably, the odds are they're going to have an addiction to something else because they have addictive personalities, and that's
100%.
how a lot of this goes.
100%.
And that's including myself. I have an addictive personality, and some people are able to control it and some people aren't, and it's unfortunate at times, but it's all part of it.
I agree. So DR here said, do you think more people will start selling cards in the year? I think they'll try.
I think
The problem is trying to catch a falling knife. It's like, ironically, you should have been selling prior to this year. Now is ironically when you should be quote unquote buying. You got it reversed. Now is not the time you should be selling. Now is not the time where you wanted to have the cash to be buying. But like I said, I gave the example where, like, hey, I love stuff. I've always been very clear about this. I love stuff, but at the same time, for this year, it doesn't make sense. The enforcement is like the money tree. I still don't have the money tree until I get the money tree access to it. Like, I can't do both. I explained the national thing. It's like the math is easy for me. The hotel, it's refundable, so I have an out if I need to. I can pull the ripcord if I need to. I haven't committed the rest of it yet, but the hotel is $1,200 US, so that money has to be allocated, right? You got to put that money, get money out of somewhere. Well, okay. What about transportation? That's a cost. Do you intend to eat while you're physically in there? I assume yes. We're probably gonna have a pint or two. Well, that's a cost. If you want to go anywhere, do anything, that's a cost. By the way, I haven't even touched on spending $1 on a card yet.
Right.
So, like, that's a fairly expensive vacation. You have to take that into account. Well, that's coming out of disposable income automatically. Where else can it come from? It's not coming out of my mortgage payments. By the way, I intentionally increased my mortgage payments when the new year rolled over so that I could apply more to the principal, because when my renewal comes in, if my principal is lower, boring financial stuff, but if my principal is lower, then my next deal will be better.
Right.
So I am investing money into something that will help me long term, because in January 2024, I will have had to have done that renewal. I don't have a choice. So I'm on the clock to put myself in the best possible place to get the best possible deal so that it doesn't affect my 2025, 2026, 2027. So this is the year that I have to do that. So I had to plan that out in advance. I can't just show up on January 1st and go, oh crap, I don't have a plan. I have to have one.
Having a plan is an extremely important part of life.
Yeah. But you have to know that in advance and understand that, hey, that's part of the deal here. So I'm actually thinking 6 months, 12 months ahead out of necessity. Because otherwise, well, then we're not doing anything in 2025 because we'd have to fix the errors that we made in 2024, right? So Carlisle says, while browsing cards at the LCS, I can't tell you how many times I've overheard transactions that were done in cash plus credit plus trade. No one seemed to have enough money. Yep.
Oh God, at shows, card stores, everywhere. Yeah, that people are begging, borrowing, stealing, and dealing, and
well, it's even at the high end though. Like remember, PWCC has borrowing mechanisms. You can put cards in the vault and borrow against them to pay for your auction.
Yeah,
that's a credit mechanism. That is a credit mechanism.
Yep.
That's why I say, like, the folks that talked about the whole card boom being fueled on stimulus money, and I was like, you guys do realize that during the time that stimulus money happened, your consumer credit went up, which is to say you didn't just use the stimulus money on that and then pay it off. You used the stimulus money and then ran up the credit card bill too. That's why consumer credit increased. You did both.
Right.
So it didn't matter if you had the stimulus money or not. You went past that.
Yeah, I think I don't know if I honestly I'm not an economics major, but I wonder if the credit card companies are happy about the pandemic or unhappy, because there's a lot of people defaulting and saying, sorry, you're not getting a cent. Or is the credit card companies going, we have so many people by the neck and we're getting so much money in interest that we're going to be good for 100 years because of COVID.
Mm-hmm. They have guys that literally spend their time running the risks. They run risks on default. They assume a certain amount of default. They know that given the nature of the product, there's going to be X amount of default, and they ask themselves, how much money are we going to make from the people that can at least make the minimum payment, which will keep the money rolling in? That's the question. It's like an insurance adjuster, because when they charge you X amount on insurance, they know you will die. They know that the likelihood of you getting some kind of a disease or getting sick is plausible. What's the percentage likelihood? Bougie Eric, 150%. Your insurance payments, $1 million a month. Somebody else who's perfectly healthy, $100 a month. They're looking at the relative likelihood of having to actually pay some money out. So they adjust the number accordingly. But they've got literally people sitting there with actuary tables trying to figure that out. At the credit card company, it's the same thing. What is the likelihood that Joe Bob's going to default? Real high. All right, you better charge him a super high interest rate then. We got to make sure we got this covered as long as we can get it. This other person has really great credit. Give him a break because it keeps him in the system. Give him a break. We'll work something out with them. We're more likely to get the money back that way. Mm-hmm. It's just math.
Yeah.
I've been selling on a smaller scale for a while. Last month, decided to buy a scanner and a card identification software. Ooh, you're following the JMac. We were talking about that the other day. I tripled my store to 20,000 listing. I plan to keep selling more in 2023. Well, congrats. Hope it works out well for you.
Yeah, best of luck.
20,000 listings. That's big. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's building up a pretty good inventory.
And ship them all out. I don't know how you keep up with it.
He'll get Bobbles to do it. He's got free time. Rock cards are holding their value nicely. No discounts. There you go. Nicely done, Colin. Thanks for the entertainment tonight. Absolutely. Tons of people are horrible at business, don't understand cash flow principle. It's true. But to be clear, I'm not giving a lecture. I'm only giving suggestions. People can take it as they will. And by the way, every time you check anybody and look at the comment section or whatever, everybody is financially responsible. Everybody has got their financial house in order. And I'm like, so then why is there any issue? If that's true, then no one should have any problems, right? Because if I look at the comment section, there isn't a damn person who says, oh God, I'm in debt up to my eyeballs. They're about to foreclose the house. They're going to take the Lambo. That doesn't, I don't hear that in the comments too often. It doesn't come up. Weirdly enough, seemingly everybody in the comments, everybody knows that. It's like, really? Okay. So you have no consumer debt at all. You're cool, right? Okay, fine. I'll take you at your word.
Before COVID, the average American had $15,000 in credit card debt.
Yeah,
that was before COVID.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is now, but I'm gonna guess it's much bigger.
I am below average.
Well, until you buy the Jason Robertson, that's at least 10 to 15 grand. So that's like, Couple of cup cards. I don't know. They're bobbles.
Nope, it won't. It will not be going on plastic.
What you're saying is that
No,
Mrs.
no,
Bobbles.
no,
You're
no.
saying is Mrs. Bobbles will take care of that for you. Thanks for giving us card chat and life lessons.
No.
Absolutely, no worries. We Americans are great at spending money we don't have. Your entire economy is built on it. If credit went away, the economy would grind to a halt. It would be the Great Depression 2.0. So Bobbles blink. He's still awake, perhaps. Everyone's giving a bad vibe. Send him home. He is home in the rolling truck in Manila. Bubbles is in alligator mode, 1 breath per minute. Love it.
Sorry, that's good.
I like it. Sounds about right. The man did rise as a result of great marketing. A few okay hype men, yes. Do any of you still enjoy looking through old Beckett where you can actually see the picture of cars that are priced in inserts? I actually bought some old Beckett's really cheap on eBay a little while ago. I haven't had a chance to go flip it. I flipped through a few of them. It's actually kind of fun to go back and going, oh, that's quaint. That's hilarious.
I have a Cal Ripken from '92. I don't remember what issue it is, but I have the #1 basketball behind the Nats flag back there, and I think I have the Bo Jackson issue for football back there too.
Yeah, I have about 5 or 6 of the baseball ones that are all from that mid to late '90s period. But it's kind of fun to go back and look at them and flip through. By the way, I like the old Super Collector article. I was always a fan of the Super Collector article. That was fun. Like that was the heyday of those. I thought those were great.
And when they had the actual people like write in, and they would put like the user articles and stuff in there.
Yeah.
Who's on the cover of the first basketball? Is it Jordan? I think I can picture it.
Yeah,
I think it's Jordan hitting a free
Jordan.
throw.
I'll
If I'm
grab
not
it
right.
real
Yeah,
quick.
he's hitting a free throw. Yeah.
He's holding. Yeah, that's it.
So definitely Michael Ham, 100%. I do enjoy it.
I have
Go
the
ahead.
first 10 or so Beckett hockey still, I think, in my closet
Mm.
that they were mine. I
Yep.
didn't repurchase any of them. They're still, they were mine originally.
Yeah, I only used to get the magazines once in a blue moon. I don't have any of the originals anymore, so it's just fun for me to get the lot. Yeah, so it was Jordan hit a free throw. Yep,
That's
nice.
all.
Yeah.
That's solid.
And then
I
it's
like
got
it.
Ewing on the back.
Oh, nice. Okay, makes sense. Who's guarding him? That looks like Seattle. So who's guarding him?
It's Milwaukee.
Oh, sorry, Milwaukee. Okay.
I thought it was Seattle too, by the way.
The green with the green color. I thought it was Seattle.
Yeah,
I thought it was
Seattle.
Supersonics.
I'm not exactly sure who it is.
Oh, if it's Milwaukee, don't worry about it. I thought it was Seattle, and
keep
maybe it was
going.
one of the interesting players because Seattle in the '90s was really good. They had a really good team with Sean Kemp and those guys.
Oh,
Robert here says, "I've never had a debt problem. My son doesn't have an income problem." Facts, Robert. I feel those feels. I feel those feels.
Yeah.
The amount of sports betting ads I get is insane.
Oh
True.
my God.
Good evening, Jeff. Bobbles is the people's CEO. There you go. I have one that Ray Bork guy on the cover. It's my bathroom reading rotation. Hey man,
Oh.
you should read the article on Ray Bork. He hit the first NBA 3-pointer. It's great.
Okay, so we're done being serious, obviously.
Oh, we finished right around the time that we were like, we're good now. We're good now. Look, I tolerated a lot of seriousness on this show tonight.
I just needed to know. I don't know.
We're talking about the guy Ray Bork, spelled this way, who hit the first
Okay,
3-pointer in
I
NBA history.
I saw.
The Beckett Carr Plus books are the ones to get. They don't make them like that anymore. Fair enough, Michael Ham. I like it. Okay, so I'm going to get a refill, but before I do, Bobbles, you were saying your question. Your question was if it's a matter of whether it's I forget how you phrased it. It was the content thing, and it was whether it's a case of wanting to create content without participating in cards. I'm paraphrasing, but that's kind of the general idea, right?
Yeah, it was just kind of a question of could this scenario of reason behind it being, hey, they're not that interested in buying the cards anymore necessarily, but they still want to be connected with the content of the hobby space. And there's a lot of channels out there, let's be honest, that do sports card content, but never really talk or show anything to do with cards. So, I mean, could this just be and it's just a simple question. I'm not insinuating that's the reason. It's just a question.
No, I think it's a good
Could this be a
open-ended topic.
scenario,
I think it's a good open-ended one. Let's kind of tackle it from this way, because like we've got less card channels now. Obviously, right now it's not the hotness anymore, right? But the people that hang around have to kind of adjust their way. Now it's funny because like believe it or not, predominantly still a collector channel. I had the 2 mail days that came in this week. But no one gives a crap about those videos. I always joke about it. It's like, no one cares really. And I only make them for me to keep track of what comes in so that I can do my year end and figure out, okay, what actually came in this year? Otherwise, I have no idea. I like what we included in there.
Oh, good Jesus.
But the thing is that no one really cares about those. I do those mostly for my benefit. The odd person is interested, like they'll comment, "Oh, hey, that's a nice card. I like that card. Whatever, that's fine." Um, but I like talking about the industry. I like talking about different topics when they come up. The conversation tonight was fun, even though it was a tricky conversation. We had to navigate it carefully to try to get what we, have a good discussion on it. But I like that. But on the live stream, I have way more flexibility to be able to do that. We can have that kind of an open debate discussion. It's easier. I appreciate that, Bob. Like, hopefully some people get something out of it. But like comparatively though, if PSA does a thing or Beckett does a thing or SGC does a thing, guess what? I'll make a video on that if it's timely enough. Hundreds of views. You make a thing talking about, 50 views, 100 views, maybe. But like, relative speaking, no one really cares. Mm-hmm. But then you talk about the topic du jour for the moment. Oh, but why does everybody talk about the drama? Because more people care about the drama, man. If I could do the Logan Paul video, I would have done the Logan Paul video because that would have been so much fun for me. I would have enjoyed it. I've got opinions, but it would be so out of whack with the sports card channel because the angle, it's not really, it doesn't fit. It would just be shoehorning it in for views, but it'd be fun. The Vince McMahon thing with WWE, I'd love to have, I've got thoughts on that too, but it doesn't fit here. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't make sense. Maybe I'll throw it on the other channel and have some fun with it, but it's different. It's different. But I have to understand what I'm trying to do here. Same issue, mint 80, Tops Henderson's, 30 cents. Do the Packers beat the Lions on Sunday? Probably, but I could totally see them completely screwing it up. But for God's sake, if you're going to do it, just run the table and be done with it. All right, real quick, I'll read these last two and we'll get into the topic again. I still buy, but very picky. That's fair. Finally snagged an awesome Bianca Andreescu, exquisite RPA for a reasonable price. Excellent. As Canadians gobble up stuff up? Yes. Yes.
I wonder what that could, if he kind of, I want to ask a question. Sorry, who said that?
PK.
Yeah. Just curious. It's a card that I'd love to have. If you don't mind putting, what is the rough value? I'm not asking what you paid for it.
Sure.
I don't want to get into that, but I'm curious.
Yeah, the going rate. Yeah. It's like mail posts on forums are fun to look at, but no one ever replies, so people don't post them as much anymore. Yeah. Like you see that disconnect between like, oh, we want more collector content. It's like when somebody does a collector video or collector content, you don't pay attention to it. You don't engage with it. You don't do anything. Now, we do a live stream. We talk about nonsense. We talk about chocolate sticks. I tell you to hit the like button and I'll charge Eric. Boom, done. What do you got there?
I got to put it up just for Mork and Mindy. I was grabbing that card. Nice. He called me out. I love it. That's what I was grabbing. Signed by, I know obviously Robin Williams, but I have no idea who Mindy was.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. Eric, I feel like you know that. Who played Mindy?
Pam Dauber.
Yep, Pam Dauber, attaboy.
Did she put the inscription first 3-pointer in NBA history? It's pretty exciting.
Yes, Pam Dauber played for the Celtics in '79 and hit the first 3-pointer.
How do we know she did? Don't assume she couldn't have played for the Celtics in the 70s, Eric.
She absolutely could, man. Women's rights.
Absolutely. They didn't have the WNBA at the time. She did what she could.
That's why we have a WNBA, because women are just as good as men.
Careful, Bougie Eric. I was like, it's like, you didn't have to do it, and yet you left yourself open to it. I'm going to leave it be, but I'm going to leave that on you. You're all by yourself on that one. I only really watch Carlos pickup videos for the stream. Fair enough, Paul. I appreciate it. Yep, Pam Dauber. Yep, perfect. Just hit the like button. Thank you, Michael. Hey up. Carlisle, do you like the Monday night at the National? Who do you like Monday night in the National Championship game? The Dogs or the Frogs? You got any thoughts on it? What are you feeling? Because I think it's what, TCU and Georgia, I think. I haven't been watching the playoff yet, to be honest. But I thought TCU was in it, so I could be wrong. Am I getting the wrong school? Am I right or am I wrong?
No, it's TCU.
Okay.
It'd be cool to see them win because they were really good 5 to 10 years ago, but they could never get into the championship games because of the rankings and all that crap, because they weren't getting any respect. So it'd be cool for them to beat Georgia.
Yeah. I still prefer at least the Final Four. I still prefer having at least some playoff versus the old one where they would just pick 2 teams and those are in the national championship game. Like at least at least it gives you a chance to play in a little bit.
TCU was really good and they could never get the respect. They could go undefeated and be 6th. It was like, right. And they were like, oh, the strength of schedule. They didn't play the tough teams. And yeah, they got screwed over constantly. So it'd be cool for them to win.
That's fair.
Who is TCU? What's TCU?
Texas Christian.
Texas Christian University. Carlos, thoughts on the one Paul brother signing with an MMA organization? I assume it's not Logan, the other one.
Jake.
Jake Paul, yeah. Well, he's already been in fixed boxing matches, so does he join like a fixed MMA organization? Look, those guys demand attention wherever they go. They get it now. They really do. I think Logan made a mistake kind of picking a fight with the guy that he's picking a fight with right now because he has a lot more to lose. And he has ways of generating revenue. He did the thing with WWE and he actually did very well. Like he actually was very successful. I was impressed. But it's one of those things where like they can't help but shoot themselves in the foot. That's what they do. It'll be a spectacle. My thought is that it'll be a spectacle. That's what I believe. I hear you with the cost benefit analysis and cherry picking topics to carry me away as far as interaction versus confrontation. Yeah, but look, if it's your channel, then do whatever you want. But like then you also have to be willing to take the good with the bad. Because if you're always focusing on negative topics, you're also going to get into basically arguments and battles in the comments. And honestly, I don't have enough time for that. Anybody at this point, most people don't even bother arguing with me about Trout or Brady because they're wrong. And I'm 100% correct. So they've just given up on the correctness of my words. But there's plenty of third rail topics in this hobby that people will fight over. Plenty of third rail topics. Trust me, pick the one that you like if that's what you want to do with your time. Her nicer autos in today's climate raw go for anywhere between 300 and 600. Keep in mind she's a rising superstar that got hurt and was out last year with lingering injuries. She's finally healthy and looking great. Cool. I like it. Wrong. The correct answer is dogs. Paul should walk out as dressed as a G.I. Joe. That's a great idea. See, I like
that would
what
be
you're
Logan.
thinking.
So
I still think he could come out dressed as G.I. Joe. Like it doesn't matter. Bring it. Keep it in the family. I still like it. Either way, Logan could come out dressed up as a Pokemon box, sealed. Look, just go with the theme. Roll with it.
Awesome.
All right. Anybody want to touch on? So now that we're at the end of the comments. Thank you all for the comments. Appreciate it. Thank you. So any thoughts on the idea that if you're a person who made a YouTube channel and you're a person, that's what you're doing. The difficulty so I'll kind of parlay it in two ways. The difficulty of it, trying to find a way to make content while not necessarily participating in the hobby on a regular basis, which by the way, can totally be done. But it is a little trickier because you're disconnected a little bit. So Brad, let me get your perspective. I'm going to get my refill here, but let me get your perspective as someone who watches some channels. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like you really have to be in the trenches to like really be able to offer insight or value? Or is it something where like, look, if you study up on it, you can still offer something. You can bring something to the table. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I don't know what you guys think on it. I don't think you can be in the hobby and be a true collector, but you don't have to keep on adding. You don't have to keep on buying. You have your collection. It doesn't matter what it is, if it's worth $5 or $500,000. If you're a collector and you're passionate about the hobby, that's great. Talk about what you have. You don't have to always be adding. And that's the perception that so many people get. It's like, oh, I need this. I need to add this. No, you're a collector. I think I mention it on here all the time. And me and you talked about it, Eric, is we have people that come in the store that buy nothing. They don't have to. They come in, they hang out, they talk about it. They got a collection at home. There's one guy that I know in particular, like I don't think he's bought a card in 10 years, but he knows more about the hobby and the insides, outs and everything. And he's got his collection at home that he loves. And that's awesome. It doesn't matter. We put this emphasis so much on it. Show your pickups, show what you're buying, show this. Why don't we sometimes just show what we have? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why it has to be so complicated all the time. Just enjoy what you have and be fortunate that we're all able to do something that at the end of the day is
the reason I brought that up,
Yeah.
because flipping over to the other way, Eric, what he said earlier with COVID and the pandemic, obviously we've seen the hobby grow, right? And you mentioned something about people didn't have anything to do, so they were sitting home, they were buying cards, yada yada. But many folks were already buying cards before the pandemic. Really, in honesty, the pandemic, like Carlos mentioned with his Medano collection, it opened up cards that he had been looking for because they finally appeared. For my end of it, I had stuff sitting here like that blew up, like Prism basketball and all that stuff. It was opportunity presented at the time that I was like, okay, people are paying silly money for this stuff. let me go ahead and move this and pick up some of this other stuff that I never thought I would own. So that's why I'm wondering now, like when when the pandemic brought the people in, are we seeing, because there's a lot of new, the channel space blew up as well during that time frame, not just people coming into the hobby, but the content space. Could it be just a matter of, okay, there's other things to do now, there's other things to spend money on now, I want to continue doing this, but how do I do this without still participating of sorts or buying or what have you, kind of thing? And it's okay to do. It was just like, I was wondering if that couldn't be some of this restraint. They got into something because of the pandemic. Now they want to try to figure out how to still participate, but without the purchasing aspect of it.
Yeah. And I'll interject one thing. I didn't get a chance to hear Brad's piece, but obviously Orlando responded to that. So good. Perfect. Glad to hear it. I'll throw in one more. So Colin is also correct. There were some prices that were already going up prior to that. So because there was already an upward trend in some categories, not everything, not across the board. And obviously it went on steroids after the fact. We know this. So, go ahead.
I'll tell you one that I clearly remember because I was actually at a card show that Blowout was holding. One that insanely spiked, and it was before the pandemic and everything, but Ronald Acuna. He went stupid crazy, and that was one of, I don't think it was the first one, but was one of the early ones where people were pinpointing Gary Vee as responsibility for inflation of prices because he had posted a tweet or something, I really like this Ronald Acuna kid or something like that, and Acuna's prices went insane.
I think that's fair. That's a good call out and timely as well. Absolutely. Now, the only thing I'll add as well is that, kind of to your point, Bubbles, and a little bit of the general idea is that I think also in kind of not FOMO is the wrong verbiage for this, but I do think that there are some folks that were making the content on there that got used to having a certain amount of viewership, a certain amount of notoriety, a lot of these things to it, and they wanted to maintain it. And maybe to your point, they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. They're like, okay, I don't want to have quite as much involved in it. I don't want to have to keep investing more of my money into this to kind of keep the wheels going. But at the same time, I still want the attention. I still like having that aspect of it. And like, I get the idea, but it's like, you just kind of have to accept that maybe it's not the right time for you to do that. And you could realistically, like, unless for some reason it's your job, and if you're in this niche, it's not your job. Unless you're literally working in the industry, this is not your job. It can't be. It's got to be a side hustle at best. It would make more sense probably just to slow down the videos. Like, why put so much pressure on yourself to make more videos? You can take some more time to think about them. Take some more time to talk about. Some more time to talk about specific topics that interest you, instead of being like, "Oh crap, I haven't made a video in 2 days." Topic. I need a topic. That's a terrible way to operate, and it's like that's no fun. I've made as many videos as I made because I have stuff that I'm interested in talking about, and as other things come up and I hear things, or hey, that's a good idea, I can talk about that. It's like, but if I don't have ideas for a while, I just stop making videos. I made 209 videos last year, so obviously I didn't have a problem with it. I found enough to talk about, but it doesn't mean if this year I have less stuff to talk about, you're going to get less videos.
And I think we are going to have less to talk about. I think.
I can make up some scandalous trout facts.
Oh no, I'll make stuff up. I'm going to start in Halifax.
No doubt.
I'm going to start in Halifax. And
we're going to spread rumors. We're going to move to full-fledged rumor mongering.
Oh God,
Jason Robertson's an all-star. Damn it! There's plenty
I'm going to have to rebut all of Bobble's videos on Jason Robert. Brad, I think I can clear 500 videos this year. I think I can easily, and that's just going to be Bobble's rebuttals. I'm going to have a whole playlist.
Brad, 409.
Look, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to do 500 videos rebutting Bobbles, and it's actually going to be 1,000 videos on the channel because Bougie Eric's going to be, I need a spot. I just need a spot. Just give me a window here. We'll record it, and I'll just talk. It's like, do you, Bougie Eric?
You'll love this. I had a guy, I won't mention his name, but a good friend of mine, big hockey guy here in Halifax, and I told him Bobbles. I didn't say Bobbles, but I said, Jason Robinson got more overtime goals than Wayne Gretzky, and he didn't even reply to me. He just kind of looked at me like idiot, turned his head.
I have started something.
He's an influencer.
I loved it, Balls. I think it's a great little tidbit per se, but he completely.
Speaking of which,
it is a factual statement,
because
sir.
Of my banner. Fix your banner, Carlos. You've been having Saturday streaming the entire episode.
Oh, has it been? Yeah. Oh, it's true, actually. So why did you say anything
You have
earlier?
the right date, but you have the
Why
wrong
did you say anything
date.
earlier? Come on.
I meant to, and we were in that deep discussion. I didn't.
Yeah, I
like,
actually,
hey,
to be
your
honest,
banner's wrong.
I forgot because it's also gonna be Friday the 13th. So probably something bad's gonna happen to Bougie Eric. I'm not alluding to it. That's literally foreshadowing, but I'm just saying something could happen.
Bad happens to me daily.
No, but it's Friday the 13th though.
Eight is.
Like,
means
imagine
nothing.
if I was to get in touch with like all your enemies right around that time. Imagine if we came up with something special.
You could
Just for-
spend every minute of every day for the next year calling my enemies, and you'd maybe get half.
I don't need quantity, I need quality.
Well, I've pissed some pretty scary people off a couple of times. So
Who said you have to walk in? You've already gotten your hip replaced once. We can arrange things. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
remove it with a pocket knife.
Massive Peter claim a collection located in Massachusetts basement of man known for causing a scene at a grocery store regarding turkey. Facts.
Bob. Bob, I'm
Facts.
on the edge today, Bob. I'm just saying. Had a day.
By the way, my favorite thing this past week was when we were having a legitimate conversation. I sat there just chilling. Let me set the scene. Hold on. Let me set the scene. It looked a little something like this. I'm sitting in the corner. It's not my show. Sitting in the corner. It's not my show. I'm just sitting in the corner chilling, playing the role of J Mac will be Brad Hartland of PSA Canada and AMG Collectibles. And I'm sitting here just chilling. And all of a sudden we get Bougie Eric on the Balls and Ball Cards channel, and I have nothing to do with it. And it's fantastic. It was great. That was my favorite thing. It was wonderful. I enjoyed it. It was a great moment.
It wasn't my fault. I was playing it straight.
And it literally wasn't my fault. That was the best part.
Oh, you had, and I had to admit that live that Carlos cannot be blamed for this.
It was great. I enjoyed it.
Oh,
It was a good one, Brad. Like it was a good one. It was a good one. It was great. I had to set the scene so we could visualize. Bobbles, did you appreciate like I set the scene visually so we could all get it right?
Yeah, I figured out where you were going when you switched me up there
Oh,
and you down there.
I had to set the scene visually. So
Yeah.
there's visual learners out there, man. We had to like visualize the scene so we could
Brad,
get
I
it
was
right.
playing it straight, man. I was being respectful for being on Bobble's show, and
He was
none of this
innocent,
Friday night
and-
nonsense crap, and they just kept poking the bear until the bear growled. But Carlos was just I did nothing wrong, which pisses me off even more because I couldn't even blame him.
I am a man. I've said it once. I've said it 1,000 times. I am a man of peace.
Yeah.
I did find it was weird when I clicked on the Bobbles and all of a sudden I seen you up in the corner and I was like, it completely caught me off guard.
I was trying to give the people insight. I was trying to help out and contribute to the conversation. Just chilling, doing my thing. All good. If Gary Vee tweeted, pumped his card tomorrow, would anybody run out and buy it immediately still? There's an audience that would. Back in that time, we had arguments about how big that audience was. And I said, there is a big audience, but a lot of the bumps that a lot of that stuff got was always very temporary. Like you would see a bump. Now, have those folks moved on to other things? Probably. But like I said, the hobby tends to pick certain people and just identify and say, oh, this is why. And specifically, this is why. And I'm like, but you keep forgetting even the biggest people in the space are small. So like, yes, Gary Vee has a big audience, but most of them don't collect cards. Most of them have no idea. Most of them don't care that much. They're focusing on other elements of it. You have to remember the guy has also written a bunch of books. Maybe they're reading one of the books. They're doing other stuff related to it. They're making content in other categories. His original claim to fame was working the wine shop that they built up, and then also doing a lot of YouTube videos back in the day, more OG days, where they did that wine library, and he was doing those videos for a long time. And a lot of people still kind of remember back from those days, from the wine library. I forget what they called it, but it was like he would do these wine reviews all the time in like a quirky style. And this is early, like more OG YouTube days. So it stood out from the crowd because they were doing it all the time. They were consistently pumping out content. And now they pump out content in other things. They move on from one thing to another thing to another. But he owns a bunch of businesses. His job is to promote all the businesses, not just one.
The man hustles. You got to give him that.
Yeah.
Oh,
But-
man.
Like
Like,
one of the wine, the direct to consumer wine brand he did, he sold to Constellation Brands. And that was a 9-figure deal. Like from all indications. So he created a wine direct to consumer brand out of nothing and sold it for I think it was a 9-figure deal, if memory serves. But like they never fully reported what it was, but it was like a larger deal. Constellation Brands has a lot of brands underneath it, so it's like, all right, you made a lot of money. Congratulate, like in that, and he's made a lot of money in these other things as well. And people are like, yeah, look, if the guy wants to pump some cars, he can pump some cars. But in relative terms, the money he'll make from doing that is small potatoes compared to just buying a business and selling it. He'll make way more money doing that, or selling a bunch of books.
Yeah, I mean the guy's not dumb. I might not agree with everything that he says or does or promotes or makes, but the guy's not dumb. That's for sure.
But you know what? The number one he just promotes is like self-awareness. Go out there and work and make money for yourself. Like, you know, like that's his number one promotion. Not getting into, I don't want to get into it too much, but like he just says, if you want to be successful, go to work. Don't be lazy. Go to work. Do what you got to do and get out there. Like, that's his number one thing. I get a question. If anyone, we talk about this is a. Have you guys heard of this YouTuber? This is kind of a little bit off topic. I don't want to, but
all right. I'll get it from you. Give me half a second. Let me read a couple of these, and I'll get it from you. Kobe's death was just before the hype of The Last Stand spilled over, and the craziness began in the Gretzky PSA 10 sale, December 13, 2020. Bumped hockey. There you go, Colin. Gary who? Gary from Indiana. He scored the first 3-pointer in NBA history. Ask Eric. How could anyone have a problem with Eric? He's the teddy bear of the hobby. He's something. I legitimately have no idea who he is. Guess that's a good thing. He's scored the first 3-pointer in NBA history. We just talked about that. From wine to poopy ponies. Facts. All right, Ziggy here. 34 million pickleball players in the United States. Pump those cards, Ziggy. Make it happen. Sport card collectors are maybe 5%. Isn't that crazy? Wine text. Very smart move. Gary Vee doesn't talk about cards anymore. Doesn't need to. Look, the irony is there's two things can be true at the same time. Did he pump up cards? Yes. Did he deserve the amount of hate he got? Again, I think collectors like to complain about very specific figures and forgetting there is a whole industry operating on this. It doesn't matter what one person says. There's a lot of other pieces to that puzzle.
That should be another rule. Collectors like to complain.
Oh, they do all the time. Where Gary Vee duped his supporters into buying so many of his books to get NFTs, and that went bestseller because people were buying hundreds of thousands at a time. Pepperidge Farms remembers. I appreciate that you included Pepperidge Farms remembers. What do you think he got from Aoki since he introduced Aoki? Gary also introduced the guy on NBA, but then we got a beautiful documentary, like one of the greatest shield pieces in hobby history. So, hashtag appreciation. Just got home. Good evening, Josh. Wanted to say good evening, everyone. Wanted to remind everyone to smash that like button for Eric. Thank you, Josh.
Josh, I swear I said this last week. I'm saying it again. I am going to smash you in the face. I swear. Next time,
a little aggressive.
So much anger from Bougie.
We're in a room together. I am going to smash you in the face.
Indeed.
You got up lucky in November. I'm coming for you.
I'll brace Thunderdome. We'll make this happen. I like it. But yes. Yeah, it's one of those things though that the collectors do like it, and I keep sitting there like, okay, if your hobby can be moved specifically by one person leading one specific group of followers, then there's not much to it. Mm-hmm. You don't really have much of a market then, because then you're saying one player can pretty much manipulate it. Well, then why don't you just keep manipulating it? Keep manipulating it indefinitely. Do it right now. Right now would be a good time, right? Prices are low. Pump it up. Pick something. We can't just rely on Bobbles and Jason Robertson. It can't just be that. We gotta expand beyond. Like, we got something else. Maybe the pickleball thing. Give it a shot. Is Leaf busy? Can they make some pickleball cards? I saw they made a bowler card the other day. They were promoting it on Leaf. They actually made a card for a bowler. The name totally escapes me, but it's for a bowler.
I saw that and I was like,
hey, the guy that did it's whatever he said.
I wish it was Pete Weber. If it was Pete Weber, that'd be amazing. But it's somebody else. I don't know who the guy was, but they made a card for a bowler.
Pete Weber's like the only person I've ever heard that's touched a bowling ball.
But the best part is Pete Weber's insane. He's entertaining. Like he'd be a good one. He'd be a good get. Get Pete Weber.
He is energetic.
That's what I'm saying.
When he gets a strike, he goes bananas.
Oh yeah, it's good.
Perfect guy to put on a card. Book it, BG.
Yeah,
let's go.
But the other guy's just standing there like with his bowling ball. Hi. It's like what? Then he has another one that's exactly the same with the sticker auto at the bottom. It's like, no, thank you. I'm good.
By the way, I heard about this. Mojo Sports has their podcast, The Hype, and I was actually listening to it earlier today, and I thought it was great. They were talking about. I didn't realize this. Leaf apparently is opening their repack product or something on Whatnot. And I was like, wait, BG's opening crap on Whatnot? I'm amused. Tell me more. Now they did make a valid point though. They were like, what is the optics of a manufacturer opening up their own product on a breaking platform? And it's like, shouldn't you get the good stuff given that the guy who owns the company is opening the product? It's a break. It's a break you can buy into. I'm like, yeah, you buy into the break. Brian Gray apparently has the red button for, hey, here's the good hit. I mean, allegedly.
Because those things don't happen.
No, it doesn't happen. I was like, what? Amazing. I just loved it. I was like, it's good. I like it. I just thought it was very funny. I was like, I'm surprised no one brought this up prior to. That's the first I'd heard of it. I had no idea that Brian Gray was doing shit on Whatnot. I was like, I'm amused. I don't know. Why is Sanderson grumpy? We don't have another 6 hours for that. We don't have another 6 hours to cover that. Earl Anthony was the best bowler in life and on TV from 1975 to 1982.
I have his card.
Oh, so now you're a bowling card expert.
No, I've said this 100 times. I've shown them. I got the 1970.
You also said who the first person to score an NBA three-pointer is 100 times, and the name keeps changing.
It was Mike Trout.
Settle down, Bougier. I know Mike Trout can't hit three-pointers. That would require athleticism. Stop lying to the people. That was cute. You tried to do that.
It was Tom Brady.
Even less athleticism.
He's less.
I was going to say, he's on the bench while Trout is trying to do the three-pointer. I'm surprised that Thompson, Mud Spack, Tobacco really hasn't stuck to Thompson all in the hobby. No. So like everyone totally forgot about it. That usually happens, yes. So Michael Hamm is saying Jason Belmonte is the bowler, okay, and he's the Mike Trout of bowling. So should I ridicule him without mercy? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't know if that's a good thing. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Just Maddie went to buy a dozen chocolate sticks and they only had 11. That's a good reason.
How would you feel? Stupid Bob.
There you go. Yeah. Stuff keeps happening in the hobby all the time, and that's like, yeah, we just move on to the next thing, on to the next one. What else you got? But like I said, even the biggest stuff, the worst stuff, and I'm saying that, like, have you guys seen the Logan Paul shit? That's really good. Like, there's some really good stuff in that. If you like drama, amazing. I appreciate it. Earl Anthony was Carmelo Anthony's real father. I can only hope. That'd be great. Then I have a chance of knowing who that is. Leaf are the only ones who make pickleball cards. Lay Waters is the star. I like it. Colin Murray with Bo Burton is the bowling goat. Are we having a controversy over who the bowling goat is? I didn't think tonight was going to be the night. And here we are. Michael Hamm invoking forces. Bobbles, look at this. Michael Hamm is invoking some dangerous forces.
Oh, boy.
That's like saying Beetlejuice 3 times. Settle down there, Michael Hamm. Settle down.
Stop it. We don't
Watch out. Watch out.
We don't need that kind of heat.
It's like Bubbles already played around incurring those forces, bringing up old Michael Jackson there. Just saying. Okay, let's see here. Yep, so trying to pump pickleball cards. I know. It's shameless. Not Jason Robertson pumping shameless, but still shameless.
Gary V's got to make drawings of people playing pickleball and sell them for $2,000.
Oh, I'll buy that shit. No question, no doubt. I'm currently collecting Roxanne Perez WWE rookies. She's already a champion at 21. That's true. That is true. And yeah, there's a lot of for wrestling cards. There's a lot of player collectors because honestly, unless you really like the sets, most people do that. And I would say for WWE, the Chronicles product they did, if you like certain people in WWE, they got a lot of cards for each person. So if you're into it, you're gonna get a lot of brands, a lot of different designs. Have at it because I wouldn't want to try to collect that. It'd be miserable with all the parallels and stuff. There's a lot. Scary. I know their pickleball cards. There's cards for everything. Leaf makes cards for everything else we can't think of. The dude was the go-to bowling. Oh, now we're getting into some serious business here.
The dude abides.
Does. Yep. There's no way Ross is Jackson's mom. Listen, you can argue. You're invoking careful force. Be careful. Careful?
Hey,
I don't think you want to be messing.
There's research done. That's all I'm saying.
There's been deep research done by individuals that don't like you. Look, all I'm going to say is there's been deep research done by individuals that already don't like you. Is that the game you want to be playing? I leave that to you, sir. You're on your own. You're going to need a lot of burners to get past that one.
I have not seen the birth certificate, but there was research done.
Yeah. It's like you're gonna need a lot of burners to get past that
And
one.
if you don't like the outcome of the research, you can beat it.
Disgraceful. Which is it is disgraceful. Utter disgrace. Moving on. Roy Munson is the bowling goat. There you go. I like it. Big
Oh,
Lebowski and
yeah.
Kingpin trading cards. We need them, probably.
Definitely need them.
Yeah.
I will spend stupid money on those. I
The
don't
funny
care.
thing is, so Pete Weber.
So
is
wait, so you're
rookie-
saying Zero Cool can get your money if they made those cards?
Yeah, they could.
Well,
Oh
Pete
my
Weber's
God.
rookie is 1990 Kingpins.
No,
He does
like
have
there
a
is a
rookie.
Pete Weber rookie. That's a real thing. Yes. Yeah, that is a
Yes.
set.
I'm on here looking at them actually.
Yeah, like, no, that is a real thing. You could totally buy that. Yes.
If I can get a Bill Murray like hair, a piece of Bill Murray's hair from the movie in a card, I'd pay an unbelievable amount of money for that.
There you
That
go.
that was the funniest part of the day. You guys all seen the movie 100 times, I'm sure. And he's bowling, and his comb over is like straight up, and it's kind of, oh my God. I just die every time I see any part where Bill Murray's in that movie. I lose my mind.
I'm just secretly hoping that that we do in fact get these cards from Zero Cool. So all of a sudden you're like, they're great. They're great. I bought 10 boxes. I
Yeah.
bought 5 cases.
Yep.
I don't want to talk about it. Did you open them? Yes.
Speaking of Zero Cool, I bought those damn Stranger Things boxes and they still haven't shipped.
When were they supposed to ship?
I don't know. I bought them in November.
So, but are they out though? Like, are they actually made, or they just haven't been made yet?
They were pumping all that stuff, all the advertising and everything. Had them. It didn't say pre-order. So
Okay.
I thought they were ready for sale.
Gotcha.
Big mistake.
Yeah. So Dakota's joining. Good evening. You spelled Eric wrong. We actually have a freestanding already joke about that. You're late. Very late. Eric, is it true, Walter? I think this is true. I think Rod Carew is Michael Jackson's dad. Ooh, they're incurring some serious points here. I need a 23andMe. I know there's still DNA available. Michael chilling with Elvis and Tupac. True. Is Sports Card Reckoning coming?
no,
Only for you.
Tupac.
Only for you.
Just don't read Ziggy's next comment. I'll vomit.
No, he's on his own.
Oh my God.
I think Ziggy decided to imbibe. I think he's got a different addiction.
Oh my God, Ziggy, no, Ziggy.
Oh wow, the branding.
Oh God.
There you go.
I'm gonna regurgitate my dinner just thinking about it.
A lot of people read Ziggy's stuff and hear it, and they throw up. It's normal. It's standard. Stranger Thing cards are out. Dustin Sports Card Dad showcased so much. Yeah, I thought so. I thought that was true. I thought he showcased a bunch of cards. Is it from the same set, or is there a different set?
No, it's the Zero Cool ones. He has some from the National, but Zero Cool did the release on the Netflix store. It says it ships in January, so I guess sometime this month.
Oh.
I like that we're getting all the new names talking about Reckoning. I'll leave you all to discuss that on your own. I'll leave that on your own. Ziggy can start a war with the guy anytime he wants. He's on his own. Y'all can discuss that. I know what you're talking about, but I'll leave you guys to discuss that on your own. Cool.
Are they making PMG cards of Kingpin? Because I want one.
Oh, now you want a PMG, huh?
I need a Big Earl PMG.
Eric will mortgage the truck.
Yeah.
He'll be like, I will sell this truck right now.
If there's a Big Earl PMG, I need it.
There you go. All right. So right now, I think we're pretty good. Yeah, realistically, I think we covered a lot of topics I wanted to talk about. If there's anything else that any of you guys want to touch on, we definitely can. But otherwise, we'll start winding her down. I'm pretty happy with it, so I'm pretty good.
Can anybody educate me on Leafs' newest possible lawsuit with Ronaldinho? And
Oh, yes.
I only heard a portion of it and wasn't able to fully understand it from a different
Video.
genre of communication.
Different genre of communication. Interesting. So you mean
it was
Clubhouse?
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, of course, it was Clubhouse. My understanding is that Ronaldinho and their team are suing for a variety of different things related to the brand. It's not dissimilar to what happened with Giannis. Now, I know that Brian Gray in his Twitter thing posted, like, as I think they tried to make a claim that he didn't sign any sticker autos. Like I said, that was something I caught where I think that was the thing. But then Brian Gray showed a picture of him signing sticker autos. So like that's Brian Gray's retort. It's like a picture of him literally signing sticker autos. So I think they're kind of doing the back and forth thing now, public posturing back and forth. Well, that's my understanding. I think there's a disagreement about what was signed, what can be used, how it can be used, likeness, all that kind of stuff. So that would be
My guess would be that Ronaldinho has absolutely no idea about any of this, and it's his handlers, agents, people, whatever you want to call it, that are doing it because they got to deal with someone else for more money, and want to give another company the universal rights and likeness and autos, and that's what it's all about, I would guess. And that this guy, and I do know who Ronaldinho is. I watched him play. This guy has no idea who Brian Gray is, doesn't remember him, doesn't remember doing any of this because it was just another day in his life and doesn't care. That would be my guess.
The interesting thing with that is I wonder how those contracts are laid out. Like if he agreed to sign for Leaf and let's say 10,000 stickers and he signed them all,
right.
But then he goes and let's say he signs a deal with Panini, does that then null and void Brian's rights to use them on Leaf cards? Because there was like some similar thing happen
with Giannis,
with Kevin Durant,
but also with Giannis, because Giannis had signed a bunch of stuff early in his career and Leaf was still using it along with the Greek Freak trademark, kind of the Greek Freak, terminology in reference to it. That's the thing about stickers is that you can have somebody sign a bunch of stickers now and dole that out for years.
Doesn't mean they're always relevant.
Yeah. But I'm saying you can also dole that out for years. That's the reason Leaf can still make Gordie Howe cards, or they did make Gordie Howe cards for years after he died because he had already signed the stickers.
10 years, man.
Yeah, like they now I don't know how many stickers they got left, but if they dole them out slowly, they could theoretically be making Gordie Howe autographs for years to come. They just design the card and slap a sticker on it.
Well, I know the Durant thing, Gray obtained, and this is a crazy situation with it, but he obtained Upper Deck stickers that I guess Durant had signed, and then he bought a bunch of Topps Chrome cards and refractors and stuff like that, and was slapping the stickers on them. And for a while, PSA was slapping them and authenticating them and everything, just the sticker portion, the autograph. And I know now they won't even, PSA won't do them.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that has anything to do with.
Just back up. Who was responsible for doing this? Who did I say? Brian Gray did this.
Brian got a bunch of stickers. They were Upper Deck stickers.
Yeah, autograph stickers.
And how does one get from one company get autograph stickers from another company?
Oh, you go to the black market. It's where Jason Robertson cards come from for Bobbles.
Oh,
you go to the secret guy.
I believe they were sold when Upper Deck lost the rights to the NBA stuff. And Upper Deck sold them off. Leaf bought them. They were Upper Deck stickers that he put on Topps cards, had PSA slab, and then he was putting them in repacks.
He basically created a Frankenstein card that had never existed. But he bought disparate components and slapped them together.
But why would I'm trying to figure it out. Why would Brian Gray put these stickers that he purchased on Topps cards and not Leaf cards?
Because then it made it look like a Topps Chrome rookie auto, which did not exist, keep in mind.
Nope.
And if you really look at the card, it's an Upper Deck sticker that Kevin Durant signed on a Topps. Most of them are Topps Chrome. There's some refractors, etc. But most of them are Topps Chrome cards that then he sent to PSA to be authenticated, and then he was putting them in his repack products.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like that's illegal and against copyright law or something.
Well, that was part of the legal challenges and the discussion, right? So real quick, I'll touch on a couple of these comments here. So, like, to answer your partial question, because he's Brian Gray. If somebody's going to be like, what kind of legal confusing combination of things can I do that are going to make, like, can you even do that? Yes, I can.
Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, like if anybody's going to be like, what? Look, the best part, like I enjoy Brian Gray in a lot of ways,
Oh, I hope.
but he is like he is in much the way that I am a life troll. Brian
Yes.
Gray is a hobby troll. He's literally a troll who has a card company who's like, how can I fuck with everyone? What can I do? What could I come up with?
You're not
What kind of a turducken of a card can I? What monstrosity can I come up with that someone will have to grade or look at or assign?
Here's the scenario: if you're not going to let me in your clubhouse and play with you, I'm going to stand outside the clubhouse and just throw rocks at it and just.
No, the problem is he's throwing feces. He's not even throwing rocks. He's just like, I'm just gonna mess with you now.
Yeah,
That's all I'm doing. And I appreciate it. Look, as a lover of like horror and greatness here, like I'm like, I kind of appreciate it. I do. I kind of appreciate. In some ways, it's like,
one of a kind.
yep, that is a thing you could have done. You didn't have to do it, but you chose to.
Yeah.
It gives us something to talk about, so it's kind of fun. Shocker says, I have one of those Topps Chrome KD autos. Interesting. Let me ask you a question. Serious question. And he says, it looks kind of weird, but do you like it? You obviously got one. Do you like it for what it is? Is it interesting to you, or is it just kind of a curiosity and a talking piece? Curious why you got it. Be curious about
I
that.
don't know if people realized what they were for the longest time.
Oh, I'm sure.
I think because it looks like a Chrome card with a sticker auto on it. So,
Yep. Let me read a couple of these here. So Ziggy Sayer says the law firm is active in sports and they reach out to players in a person with potential lawsuit. Yeah, basically the ambulance chasers of the hobby. Same idea.
Yeah.
Remember the bar cards? Yes. Eric, ACEO cards. I've seen those ones. Has a low dollar Bill Murray Kingpin card and a 1970s baseball sporting news design card. They're like custom art cards, kind of, if memory serves me. these
I
ones.
will be a looking. Thank you.
Yeah.
I
Usually
need
not too
a
expensive.
Big Earl card.
There you go. I like BG's candidness, but I hate his hobby decisions. Yes. He would
Yeah.
literally do anything for a buck is gross. Yes. That is true. I
which is
feel
why
that's
we
fair.
love him.
I feel like Dakota is trying to fight you, Bubbles. I think he's challenging you to Thunderdome is what he's doing.
what? How does he not know this?
Here's Bubbles, can I ask a more serious question? Can I ask a serious question?
Go ahead.
I'm impressed he knows who Jonathan Chichu is. Mr. I don't know anything about hockey. But Jonathan Chichu is a deep cut. That's a deep cut. That's not like a standard. That's not a standard. That's a deep cut right there. You have to unmute yourself.
Dakota, just buy Robertson. You won't regret it.
So Baubles, do you know Jonathan Chichu by any chance?
No.
I'm thinking no. Perfect.
No.
So he has way more goals in a single season than Jason Robinson, just to let you know.
Not way more.
But does
Come
he
on.
have 3 overtime goals?
How many goals did Jonathan Chichu score in a season?
Wasn't it like mid 50s or wasn't it like 56 or something?
You know what? That's very good because I'm going to say high 50s.
I feel like it was. I'll double check.
But
I
does
know
he
it was
have
in-
3
I don't know if
overtime
he'll ever
goals?
get.
He had one season. He had one season that was like really good, like a really good season.
56. I love it.
Yeah, was I right? Yeah, 56. So he led the league in goals one year for 56 goals. Then he had
well-
37, which is a good follow-up season. Decent, very good. It was basically, he had a little run there where he scored 28 goals, 56, 37, 23, and then fell off. He was retired by the time he was 30.
Yeah.
But it was a good little run there. But he literally led the league in goals. 56 goals is an amazing season. Like it's a great season. But I
a
also
great
think that his team and
We
the
aren't
line
falling off. We're going to keep climbing.
keep climbing.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
it's a
I
great
was gonna say
trivia.
accurate.
Yes.
Yes.
50 goal scorers from every team. It's a great trivia for hockey fans.
Yep. I know you guys are talking about the game, so I'll leave that there. You can't push back Colorado would impact the Super Bowl schedule. You can't do that. It's not an option to replay. We'll have to see. From a repack, yes, that was very true. He's throwing clubhouses at the clubhouse. Facts. Game probably get more views than the Super Bowl. I doubt that, but it'd be fun. Let's see. Chichu fell off. Or you're just talking to. I just appreciate that he came up with it. Yes. So the guys put in 56. Yep. Train from the Chichu train. That's right. Chichu train. Yes.
Eric, I just sent you a message on Instagram so you can see the lovely label and the craft.
But listen, I do want to know though. I do legitimately want to know though where Dakota pulled Jonathan Chichu out of his ass, because that, my friends, was back in the 05-06 season, and Dakota claims to be young. I think he was in his late 30s back then, but he claims to be young. But I'm sorry, that's a deep cut, man. That was a 50 goal scorer from 17 now years ago. 17 years ago. It's a deep cut, man. Just saying. That's right.
I don't.
He's not
do you know-
denying it. What's
Do
that?
you know what happened to Chichu? I don't know. Did he get like concussion? Was it? I'm assuming it was injury.
Well, the thing is, like, here's the thing. I assume there was some kind of an issue because the thing is, he went from now when he scored 56 goals, he had a really good line. Like the line was good. It was a good combination for him. That's what helped. But it wasn't like he was a terrible scorer. Like he had some talent, but like he fell off very quickly after that. Like his last season, he had 5 goals, but he played 61 games. So I'm assuming there was some kind of an injury issue. Like you can't go from 56 goals to 5, and like unless something happened. I genuinely don't remember.
Yeah.
Here we go. Chichu had 2 sports hernias and a major groin injury all at the same time. That would make sense. Like that would totally debilitate you. You wouldn't be able to play. Yeah.
Boys, I
probably
gotta
have,
take
like,
off.
6 goals.
Sounds good, Brad. We'll talk later. Have yourself a good night.
Thank you,
Yeah,
fellas.
buddy.
See you, Eric. Bob.
Now, Brad, just to be clear, next Thursday I expect you back to work. No more of the part. You got to stop your partying by then.
Oh, hey, you know what? I was 6:30 this morning back at it. I never missed a beat. So
Yeah, we also need updates on the outstanding orders.
Can you? You know what? Honestly, I was waiting for you to say that. I said to Sherry today, I was like, we have to make a choice.
Mhm.
Do we start invoicing these like 1,000 people that we need to invoice, or should we take the time to do the updates? And I said, updates will be done tomorrow. I said, I guarantee you, Carlos is going to bring that up tonight at some point. Say, where's those updates?
Hey,
So-
I wasn't gonna let you escape before I said it. Hey, we got to do the updates.
So your economy order has been completed.
That's what I
It's
thought.
not here yet, but
All
I
right.
do have your grades. and
When it
we
shows
can
up, though, we'll do a reveal. It'll be fun.
start- I love it.
Sounds good. All right, man. Have yourself a good night. All right.
See you, fellas.
Take it easy.
Night, bro.
Thank you for Brad to joining us here. I thought he was surrounded by talent those great years and had some injuries. He did definitely have some talent, especially those years when he was, like I said, he had 2 pretty good seasons back to back. It wasn't that he was a bad player, but the talent around him helped a lot. Robertson point per game is at 1.07. This season has been very good for him. He has slowed down, but this season has been good for him. When he came back, his skating was complete crap. Before that, he was already mediocre best skater. That is true. It wasn't a bit amazing skater. Go to hitting the hookah to come up with Chichu. Where's his name when we need him? Facts. Yeah, Cheech was mid-30s pre-jumbo. Yep. When he came back injuries, he was shell of himself. Yep. But it was a hell of a season. I do remember it. Like you don't score 56 goals in that era, and it stands out. Like he led the league. It was a big year for him, and like I said, after that it was a drop off, big time. And the other thing you can tell is when somebody struggles like that, their shots also go down. Like that's the key. Like if you're like a 50 goal scorer, like that year I've got in front of me, he had 317 shots. When you're shooting on a regular.
One thing I like about Robertson, and again,
just one thing?
This
Are you sure just one?
This isn't pumping him, nothing like that. But watching him
I'm ready. Go ahead.
No. Seriously, on a serious note,
Mm-hmm.
watching him play, and anything could happen because things happen out of nowhere. But he really puts himself in a position where he avoids a lot of contact, and he plays aggressively shooting to try and score, but he doesn't play aggressive with the physicality side of it. So I think that could help him for longevity and potentially, avoid risk of injury and that sort of thing. Hopefully.
Mhm.
But we'll see how it goes. Anything can happen, but he looks like he's pretty good, plays smart. How about that?
I see. Interesting. Fair enough. Go on. That season was a fun one to watch as a Shark fan. I can imagine. Yes. No, like I said, sometimes you get guys like that. There you go, Orlando. Stop having balls. Orlando, I love it. Coming from you, I love it. It was a beautiful
Hey.
thing. Wow. Chef's kiss. Robertson is way better than Chichu. Let me do it.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you.
I think that's fair. I like Robertson's game. We like to give Bobbles a hard time because frankly it's funny. But yeah, no. But like I said, it was a great season by Chichu. I do remember it. But it was the right combination of things. Sometimes that happens though. Sometimes a player, the right combination of things will happen. They have the right teammates, the right line, and they go off. Now, usually that's not sustainable. The Ovechkin thing is unusual because he's a pure goal scorer. Like he's scary what he does, and he just keeps chugging along doing his thing. It's different.
So, something I meant to chime in on earlier when y'all were talking about Crosby with Lemieux taking him under his wing and everything.
Yeah, in the early part of his career, yeah.
I can't like confirm whether this will play out or not, but and the Reverend Rips, I think's how his name is. He normally chimes in on here, but he mentioned it, and I've also heard this, obviously being local to the DC area. But McMichael for the Capitals, they've said that Ovi has taken him under his wing. So, one to, again, I'm not pumping anybody or nothing, just tossing that out there. I have heard this. Rev also mentioned it. So, it is, I have definitely heard this that McMichael has been being groomed by Ovechkin. So, see how that plays out. Nope. I don't think I have a green PMG of McMichael. I do have reds. Just
Wait, what was that last part?
Do I have to bring
I
the
said I do
picture back?
have
I'll
red
bring the picture back. I
PMGs.
swear to God, I'll bring it back.
You said you didn't have green, but you had what?
I do have red PMGs of McMichael.
Multiple, plural. God
Hey,
damn, son.
I'm
God
not
damn.
hiding anything.
Yeah, you're clearly not. You're clearly not. My God, Lord. Oh my goodness. All right, DR. Quick grading question. To be clear, we're idiots. We did have moments of lucidity earlier in the live stream. That pretense is gone. Back to standard operating procedure, y'all. Back to standard. Quick grading question. If a vintage card has a tic-tac sized paper loss on the back, but the front looks great, do you think it would still grade a 1? I would grade it a 1. Because if you got enough paper loss that you can count that, I would grade it a 1. I don't know if they would treat it that way. Yeah, so you got it on the back there on the card. Yep.
Right. Yeah, right there.
I can see
there's
there.
a little
Yep.
spot.
Yeah. So what do they give it?
Front is beautiful.
And it came back a 1.
It is
Yeah.
a 1.
Yeah, and I think that's appropriate. I think a 1 is appropriate for that card. I would consider that paper loss a 1. If you consider a pinhole a 1, which they would usually consider a pinhole a 1, I consider that type of paper loss a 1 myself. That's my opinion, but that's the way that I would call it. Colorado is trying to pump up a car. Dakota said, "You're literally pumping, just own it." I think it's facts.
I am not denying. I have fun. I embrace it. No shame. No shame.
Clearly no shame. His stats aren't the best for Bob. When your first name is Connor, you have to be good. There you go. Eric has it right. Yes. Eric, calm. Jerry's trying to get you to calm down. Bobble's out here pumping more than Hulk Hogan. Small paper loss, I think 1.5. No, Robert, you're too kind. You got it with a paper loss. Like for me, a paper loss is a 1. That's me. Again, that's just strictly my opinion. That would be the way that I would treat it. But look, you do you. I don't think a 1.5 is a ridiculous counter. I treat it as a 1. If I was grading it for my own personal purposes, I would act like a 1 and price it like a 1 and offer price for
I
1.
think half points are ridiculous and stupid and shouldn't even exist. So whether you call it a 1 or a 1.5, who cares?
Yeah. But I'm also taking it from the perspective of like if somebody showed me the card and I was trying to figure out what to offer, I would offer 1 price. Because to me, it's a 1.
I think it should be a 1.75.
Look at you
Well,
being
you have the
knowledgeable.
100 million scale. So what are you talking about?
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, why not? If I can start a new company tomorrow and I can stop making a 0.75 because I want to. I mean, the whole thing is so stupid.
Bob Jackson, would you rather have paper loss on the back or a pinhole? Ooh, I like pinhole because pinhole allows you to have a decent front and a decent back. No real paper loss on it. Again, pinhole. We're talking about like literally pinhole. I'm thinking like a T3 Turkey Red, like at the top, they would have a pinhole because they'd just tack it onto a wall. You could have a really nice card otherwise, outside of the pinhole. I think that's not a bad trade-off for
Pinhole.
me. Yeah. And you could have a really nice card for that. Like you could have a great card, but the pinhole would obviously knock it down to a 1. But I think you could get a great card out of it. What would Poopy Pony grade it? He already said 1.75. Bob had 1.62. Facts. What's the difference between slight paper loss or a pinhole and a rounded corner? Ooh. Let's get our subgrades going. Make it happen. Paper loss on the back, that's a Kiss Vinnie Vincent grade.
That is the first time Bob has brought up Vinnie Vincent and Kiss, and I agree with him. That is a Vinnie Vincent grade, a 1 or a 1.5 or a 1.75. All Vinnie Vincent grades.
Interesting. I think a tag 85 rounded up to 100 or 1. Fair. And Charity's giving you support.
Ah, she's a sweetie. She has horrible taste in men, but she's a sweetie.
Oh, mostly because of you, in fairness. Pinhole kills the front. I think, again, this is a situation where you're talking about eye appeal now. Because in all our scenarios, I believe them to be I consider them to be poor cards by definition, by technical grade. So my question then is, what you're asking here kind of is, what do you prefer as a collector aesthetically? What defect are you more comfortable with? That's really the question you're asking. Like, what defect are you more comfortable with versus which one bothers you more? I guess it depends, right? Rick Vintage All Ball Cards. Good evening, Rick. Chichu was paired with Jumbo Joe. Thornton was an assist machine. I'm trying to remember if the timeline coincided. That seems right, but I don't remember. I know Thornton was with San Jose a long time. I feel like yeah, and I feel like that probably would have worked because he was an assist machine. Like that's literally what he did. He was really good at it.
Which is why he got kicked out of Boston. Because when you are that big and that talented, they threw a captaincy on him when he was like 20, which I thought was a huge mistake to put the weight of the franchise on a kid like that, but they did. This kid would not stand in front of the net. He would not go banging in corners. He wanted to be, 5'9" and weigh 185 pounds and be fast and be an assist machine like Adam Oates. No, you are Jumbo Joe. You should be scoring 50 plus goals a year. You should be destroying people in the corners or standing in front of the net and blocking the goalie and doing tip-ins. But he didn't want to do any of that. And the fans were sick of him. And then finally they kicked him out of town. And we got like Marco Sturm.
So most of you were responsible for kicking him out of town. And
yes,
do you regret your decision?
At the time, called Harry Senden and said he's got to go.
Do you regret your decision?
No, not at all.
Interesting.
No. With him around, we wouldn't have won the 2011 Cup because
wow.
I'll tell you why. I honestly believe that any Bruin who wore the number 6 at any time in their career was cursed. I think 6 is a cursed number, and any Bruin who's ever worn it has had bad luck, injuries, or has had major problems. So if you wear the number 6 in Boston, you're screwed.
Interesting. Robert here says, super clean front and back is my preference among poor grades. I'm trying to think of this, Bobbles, because he's arguing against the pinhole thing. Okay, super clean front and back. So what defect are we doing to get a poor grade here? Are we saying a corner's chopped off? Like, what are we doing?
He said bad back. Super clean.
Oh, sorry, bad back.
I have one of those.
Yeah, he's got one of those, yeah. So basically, as long as the damage is on the back, you're good with it. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, Robert, I misread the comment.
Some pinholes are very hard to even spot, though. It's not always the case where it wrecks the front. This has a pinhole in it, and you can't see it.
Right. Well, I think that's why I said, like, when I'm talking pinhole, like, it can be a small pinhole, but by definition, it should be a 1. Like, or authentic, whatever. But it should be lower grade because of the pinhole. And I think that's legitimate.
That actually, I requested authentic on that because I knew it had a pinhole. And I did, it's too nice of a copy to just get a 1 slapped on it. So,
all right. Boston ended up with a cup. Thorne will be in the Hall of Fame. That's true. Joe has an attitude problem in the locker. Bob's backing you up there, Eric. He's backing you up.
I don't
bracing to strike before.
Yeah, he maybe he is. I don't know. I just know he was a disappointment here, and wasn't. We thought we were getting one thing, and the kid wanted to be Adam Oates, and it's like, you're not Adam Oates. You're Cam Neely. No, go score goals and kick some ass. No, wanted nothing to do with it.
And his latter career, gigantic beard, did nothing for you, huh?
Oh, I think he's utterly ridiculous.
Interesting. I like the strong take.
No, I think that whole thing is. I'm like, you look ridiculous. Then it started coming in gray and all, and it's like, come, dude, you're ridiculous. I'm just
So
glad.
Eric says, "Shave the beard, Joe Thornton." That's what.
I'm
that's
just
what
glad
Bushy
he left Boston. It was a good thing for everybody.
There you go. Fair enough. As much as I like Joe, his lackadaisical attitude was the problem. The other team pissed him off. He was a world beater. Fair, Bob. Like I said, I'm concerned that Bob's backing you up a little bit on this. I'm waiting for the sword of Damocles to fall, but we'll see.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not getting excited. He sets me up like this all the time. Eric's great. Eric's right. Eric's this. Oh, and then whoosh, cuts me off at the knees.
Well,
So,
it's like he'll do all that. It's like the way you deal with Shaka 6 is perfectly acceptable in civilized society. And then BAM!
yeah. So I'm not falling for his traps. No.
All right.
Even if he's being nice, I still say, screw you, Bob.
There you go. I picked up a Nolan Ryan Rookies Stars card. It has paper loss on the back, and I'm sending it out for grading with SGC. I'm thinking of one, but I don't know. Talk to old Bobbles. He'll take care of it for you.
Oh,
No matter what, the best
No.
part is this back damage is still, we got the scissors. It doesn't make any difference.
My Nolan is PSA. Thank you.
Ooh, he's trying to. That sounds like a. That
He
sounds
admits it.
like a decoy.
He admits it.
I know. Sounds
Pure
like a
evil.
decoy.
It's pure evil. He's my nemesis.
What, Bobbles is not your nemesis?
Oh no, Bobbles is evil and my nemesis also, but Bob is my ultimate evil nemesis.
You seem to have issues with a lot of Bobs.
I do.
What kind of battle are you trying to start with Bob Lewis? I'm just curious.
I'll come up with one.
All right, we'll fabricate something. You. This will be like the Jordan thing. You will fabricate some kind of a slight. Bob Lewis Bob Lewis didn't acknowledge you fast enough. He'll be like, and I took that personally.
He did. Oh yeah. He didn't. He didn't give me positive feedback on my last IG post, so he's dead to me.
No, Bob. My scissors are better than Brutus Barber's original. Those are cheap scissors. Like if you go back and look at it's like, where did you get those scissors? Where did you get them? Those are safety scissors. That's the worst. At least these are Amazon scissors, man.
These aren't safety scissors.
The handle looks like safety scissors. Like I don't. Why do they have are they ergonomically
They're
like correct
Fiskars.
scissors?
They're Fiskars. They're cheap.
Yeah.
I gathered that.
You hear what
And
I
then
said?
if that
That's
don't
all
work,
Mrs.
you
Bobbles
bring
will
out the
have to play.
blade.
I got one of those two on the desk somewhere here. It's pretty standard. Boston would have dozens of Stanley Cups that they traded for Tom instead of Chicago. At this point, I don't even bother with the last name. Tom. If they had traded for Tom,
Well, yeah.
good old Tom.
Lysiak.
There you go. Did he say they were fisters? Lord knows. I don't know what he said.
Oh, stop it.
I don't know what he said.
My mother's watching this. Stop it.
I am merely reading the comment. Tell it to the guy from the Mexican Protectorate State. Safety scissors are so safe they can't even cut paper. True. Safety.
But they
Safety.
work great on cardboard.
Yeah, they do.
I bet you know that, don't you?
He and Brad share trade secrets of best ways to trim cards in their basement.
Look, that would be like my minimum expectation. That is like I hope they have a symposium. It's important.
But
These are important things.
Since Brad's in Canada, he has to. Everything's backwards up there. He has to use lefty scissors.
We could totally confuse you with that.
Oh,
I'm okay with getting that narrative. So like next November, I'll be like, so Eric, did you bring the? It's like what? It's like, oh, I got to sign for this. No, you got to sign with your left.
Yeah, it's crazy up
Sign
there.
with your left. I'm left-handed. I have to change nothing.
But gas pumps don't work right. The speed signs don't work right. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, we child-proofed all of it. So, Bobbles, we child-proofed the country to keep Eric out. We just said, it's like, make it so that a 5-year-old can't hack it. Don't worry, that's good enough for Eric.
I am still,
You know-
would love to know how much money I gave that nice young lady at the pizza counter when I emptied out my pocket of all that change. She seemed extremely happy.
That's because she just bought a mansion.
She's like, listen, I don't know what the hell this is, but I don't want it in my pocket.
Look, I will send reports. I will send reports when she finally sends us a message back from her world tour on the Learjet.
I have no idea. I didn't want it. This is crap to me.
I'll send you the Instagram handle so you can go check out her world adventures as she traveled the world.
Yeah. I probably gave the girl, she's a sweet kid, but I probably gave her like $15 to give me a slice of pizza. I have no idea. I'm like, I don't know what this stuff is. Here, and I just put it in the can. She was so excited. I think I paid for her
Stupid
college.
American.
Now, like the best part is that Eric always tries to do the exchange rate thing, but I'm like, dude, I will play with your exchange rate if that's what you want to do. I will humor your exchange rate. Don't worry about it. I will give you $15 American. I want like 10 million Canadian. Hand it over. You must provide this to me.
Oh my god.
Yep.
I would love to know how much I gave her. That was so funny.
They only have left-handed hammers in Canada. True.
Yeah, how they
Eric
good?
Bill Russell wore number 6. You see, he's
I
cursed to
said
this
for the
day.
Bruins. I said for the Bruins.
How do you know he didn't play for the Bruins?
I think that
You can't assume Bill Russell couldn't play for the Bruins.
I didn't
you
say
jerk.
couldn't. I said didn't.
Are you sure he didn't?
I am sure.
Well, how did one of the Bruins go to play for the Celtics and score the first three-pointer in NBA history? You have a lot of conflicting stories, sir. A lot of conflicting
That's
stories.
because I make most of them up.
True. How many tooties were there? I don't think he can count that high.
I don't know. I just had a pocket full of stuff, and I'm like, I don't want it, and I dumped it, and she was very happy.
I appreciate the world building we're doing here. During that time, Eric would slick off and smell his schoolmate's shoes. Well, you know, it happens, man.
Didn't everybody?
Well, most people didn't do it in their 40s. That might be a little inappropriate. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying that might not be appropriate. That might not be right.
That was something you could age out of.
Oh, no,
I
you totally age out of it. I'm sorry.
I did not know. Now I know.
Yeah.
I'm not going to stop doing it, but now I know.
Probably not. No, I didn't think you would. Look, we talked about addiction earlier on in the show. We talked about the dangers of addiction. You do you. So does that mean a Bruin number 66 is double cursed? Ooh,
Never been a Bruin 66.
maybe there should be. Would they be double cursed though?
Maybe.
It seems like reasonable logic to me.
It very well could be. I hope no one ever tries to find out.
Because we had Gordie Howe was number 9, and then Gretzky was 99,
That's right. And then the next
and he scored almost twice as many points.
999, and they'd be the next greatest player.
Or 666 and they're triple cursed. But does the curse offset a curse which restores the curse? These are important questions.
I don't think they should have a jersey with 666 on it.
Why not?
That would be one hell of a number.
Bill Russell, size 19 skates. There you go. I like it. I like it. What happened? He got from one side to the other in one stride.
Yeah, like Chara.
He's a very tall man. Sounds good. All right, guys. Anything else you guys want to chat about here as we'll wind her down? We'll start winding her down. Thank you, Bobbles, for joining us as always. We appreciate your Jason Robertson pumping, as shameless as it is.
Well, y'all were talking about jersey numbers and just a little known fact. So Robertson's 21, and my birthday is 7/14, which just coincidentally is 21. So.
Oh, I thought you was 7/14/21.
He was using numerology on us here.
I
He's
thought
using
he was gonna tell
numerology.
us he was born in 1921.
No.
Wow.
He just hurt me.
He did. He really did.
I've never been hurt before.
Well, now you have. Another historic moment in 2023, the year of our Lord. We've done it again. First live stream of 2023. We did it, y'all. That's early candidate for first clip of 2023.
Oh.
I'm writing this shit down.
Yeah.
Jeez. All right, then. All right. Last comments and then throw them in there, and then we'll go from there. A question for you then, Mr. Jason Robertson, pumper guy. Obviously you got the new card. Are you looking to get anything else, or are you just kind of chilling for a while, enjoying that one, or what's your thoughts on that?
I have two other cards coming in the mail. They're nothing big. One's a Ravens card, and the other was my first card purchase of 2023, which happened to be Jason Robertson. The Freestyles insert blue parallel, which are a retail parallel. Outside of that, I don't really have anything on my target. I got a big mail day that will be here. Speaking of, when you're doing the consi shipment and stuff and it says items ahead of my order, is that number of cards or number of orders?
Number of cards.
Stupid question, probably.
Number of cards. My understanding is number of cards. I did ask them in the past. I think it's number of cards.
Okay.
Yep.
So in approximately...
They don't get that many orders. A 100 card order knocks it down by 100.
Yeah, there's like 175,000. So
yeah,
like,
no, it's number of cards. Somebody could have
Oh,
a
yeah.
500 card order, somebody could have a 1,000 card order, somebody could have a 200
Yeah.
card order, and it adds up like that. Yes.
So, but yeah, that'll be coming. That's a little over 100 cards I have coming from ComC. So that'll be a fun one to dig through and share. And but nothing on my target list. I would love a cup RPA, but that's not gonna happen.
So for the record, I think what interests me, like I'm genuinely interested now. Dakota has referenced Chichu, which out of left field. Like I don't know how he specifically came to Chichu. First, I'm curious about that. Secondly, he looked up that he wore number 14 and played 7. Like there's been research done here. How did we arrive at Jonathan Chichu? Did someone mention Jonathan Chichu? How did we get there? I'm interested.
I'm new to hockey. I figured it was a hockey player, but
My point here is that my point here, Bobbles, is that was a deep cut. And this is accurate information. But I'm confused as how we ended up here. That's the part I don't understand.
I hope nobody
don't
tells
know.
him about Tutu.
Yeah, Jordan Tutu, yes.
Oh, that really blow his mind.
The Tutu train. I have a tie cup card with a pinhole on his forehead, and PSA gave it a 3. He totally missed it. Made a video on it a year ago. Yeah, no, that'd be missed. I consider that a 1. 21, the number of Raybork autographs Eric has.
I got way more than 21.
Ooh.
Especially since I was just with him on Wednesday.
Ooh.
I don't
Now,
know.
are these certified autographs or autographs in general?
Both. I just got tons of them, and like I said, and some people follow me on Instagram and others don't, and that's cool. But if you hadn't, this is how I spent my Wednesday morning. Ray is a friend of the shop that I work at and comes in every so often and signs for us. And this was Wednesday morning. I don't know if you could blow that up or not, but
All right. You realize I could just pull it up on Instagram, right?
well, you could do that if it's easier for you, because I can't get Ray's face.
All right. Give me a second and I'll grab it. I'll find
But
it.
that's how I spent my Wednesday morning, was hanging out with him.
All right. So
Very nice guy. Always a
21?
pleasure to see him.
21. Last time Eric had a human hip. I like where you went with it. All right. Tutu, Rutu, and Choo Choo. Rancer's worst nightmare line. Yes.
Oh, God, that'd be horrible.
I'd be more impressed if you dropped the Ziggy Palfy reference. It is true. It is true. All right. So here, I got the Ray Bork picture. I'll bring it up. This one. Yes. All right. So there's a picture. You got that with Ray Bork.
Yep.
And we got a couple of fun comments here. So stiff arm wax is important. It asks if baseball players more athletic than resynchronized swimmers. So you got important questions. Now this is a student individual. I don't know who this dude is, but he says nice. Must have been exciting to chat about the last time he made a 3-pointer in the NBA. It's pretty great.
And I think was my response, I hate you. I think it was.
I've decided you're an a-hole.
Oh,
Which is
yes.
like
Well,
factual reference. What's your point?
same thing.
I also hit like on that. Just and I will also charge Eric for that like.
Oh, good.
That was merely hashtag facts. That was
I'll
merely
pay
hashtag
for
facts.
that one.
Oh, you paid for it, yes.
No problem.
Hashtag facts.
Hashtag-
Literally, I built my brand on this.
Yeah.
This is what I do.
Yeah.
If you add up Ziggy Palfy's NHL and Slovak point total, 713 and 415, you get 11 and 10. 10 plus 11 equals 21. Facts.
Man,
We've got a new theme going. What can equal 21?
A lot of things. A lot of things.
They should make a game of trying to equal 21, and like the one who gets there first wins. And maybe wins money or something. That'd be
Bougie Eric's full of the dad jokes now, he's got a lot. Bobbles, he's got a lot of them right now.
I am a dad.
Ray Bork, second best defenseman in NHL history to Paul Coffey, or his third due to short career. Ooh, Baz.
Do you wanna go back-
Controversy.
You want to go back to my Instagram account and pull up the photo from last month?
Did he also hit the first 3-pointer in NBA history? Because now I'm confused by your statements. I'm not scrolling all the way to last month. We're done.
All right. Well, if you scroll all the way to last month, that's me and Paul Coffey.
There you go. Yes. All right, cool. I kind of want to kill like a minute 20. Eric, regale us with a Boston Bruins story for like 80 seconds.
80 seconds.
Give or take,
Okay. There was this one time. Okay.
At band camp. Yeah, go on.
At band camp.
Bob was getting very excited. Calm down. All right,
where
go on.
where Cam Neely was
We're gonna
beating-
pass the 4-hour mark before he forgets the story.
Well, I got to come up 80 seconds.
All right.
It was like
Now you got to come up with 50 seconds. It's a lot
Okay.
easier now.
best Cam Neely fight ever, and I believe it was Claude Lemieux. He was so sick of his BS one game, he went after him, threw a punch, and Claude Lemieux, not Mario, totally cowered down on the ice like this. Cam grabs the back of his jersey, slides him across the ice, and starts slamming his head into the boards over and over and over again until the refs broke it up. That is my favorite Cam Neely story and favorite fight of Seabass's career. It was awesome because Lemieux was a puke and an instigator and a rat, and Big Cam had enough, and he just grabbed him and just like a rag doll, just kept smashing his head into the board, just sliding them in, sliding them out, sliding them. It was awesome.
I see.
Was
Well,
that
we did eventually make it there. We did eventually get there.
All right.
Palfy was number 24, played for 3 NHL teams. 24 minus 3 equals 21. Facts. Just as classic turtle. True
yes,
story.
he was. He turtled big time.
21. Last time Eric was proud of himself. Oh, that's
Never
way
been
before
proud
that.
of myself.
Way before that.
Never been proud of myself. I'm a disappointment not only to my family but to myself also.
It's okay, Eric. You're a disappointment to us all.
I understand that.
21. Last time when Eric finally learned how to read.
1821.
1821, the year? Is that what you're getting at?
Still working on it.
Probably, yeah. Makes sense. All right, folks. Fun hanging out tonight. Thank you. Like I said, I had to kind of format the show a little differently. I did invite some folks over, so thank you to Eric for joining in. Thank you to Baubles and Ball Cards. I mentioned earlier tonight. I figured since we were close enough for 4 hours, I figured let's just get over the line. But what the hell? I like round numbers. They make me happy.
Yes, yep.
But no, good overall. Good discussion. We actually did have a good discussion in there tonight, a couple of them, so that was good. And then a lot of our usual shenanigans and nonsense. So I think a good mix, a good start to the year, and then we'll figure out some more things coming up in the new year. Probably I'll format a couple of them going forward, and we'll kind of play into that, but that'll be part of it. And I'm sure there'll be more Bubbles and Ball Cards, Jason Robertson pumps to come. We got a healthy dose tonight. A healthy dose. It's pretty solid. Healthy dose. What do you have to say to so, Bubbles? It's just more videos, more videos. Is that what we should expect?
Just having fun. More videos. Nothing.
Have you considered
nothing to
just
see
dropping all
here,
have you
nothing to see here.
considered just dropping all pretenses, and now the Monday night show could just be the Bubbles and Ball Cards live stream sponsored by Jason Robertson, in tribute to Jason Robertson, discussing Jason Robertson.
Hey, if I could get sponsored by Jason Robertson, I would retire.
All-star. Excuse me. All-star Jason Robinson.
Ooh.
Exactly. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. All-star
correct.
Jason
That is
Robertson.
correct.
And I got to give props where props is due. The missus, her Kraken team. Little history note for hockey fans out there. The first ever drafted player by the Seattle Kraken is also an all-star in his rookie season. So shout out to Matty Beniers.
Indeed.
Getting worse and worse.
Amazing. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, another wonderful evening. Much appreciated. Bob Jackson, 52 likes so far. Better pay up, Eric. Love it. On your way out, if you could hit the like button, it is always appreciated. I charge Bougie Eric because Lord knows the man needs to pay. And in the year 2023 of our Lord, we will continue that forward. It's going to happen.
There's nothing to
wonderful.
like here. Please don't do it.
Like it and learn to love it, because there's going to be more of it one way or the other. One way or the other is going to be more of it.
No. Down vote, please.
Back
Thumbs
next week
down.
for Friday the 13th episode, where probably bad things will happen, Eric. I can predict that pretty safely.
What else is new?
In the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. Have a good weekend for those folks on the East Coast, West Coast. You got a little more time left. Enjoy the rest of your Friday, and then we'll catch you next week.
See you later.